Hi, everybody. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Thank you so much for joining our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon, all to benefit Ukrainian charities that are helping out refugees. 5 charities we're working with, all of which we've actually been in touch with. So the International Red Cross, Caritas, World Central Kitchen, Save the Children, and Come Back Alive Ukraine. And this has just been amazing. We put this together on super short notice. So I think I texted Bogdan, the founder of GMAT Club, about 9 days ago and said, hey, we should do something. So here we are on 9 days notice. I'm going to be stumbling. I'm going to be fumbling. We threw together the curriculum really, really quickly. So come improvise with us. Thank you so much for joining all this. Quick update on the fundraiser to start with. So we are at 45. Our target now is $45,000 in donations. We are already past $37,000, so 84%. Thank you so much to everybody who jumped in kind of at the last minute with us, all the sponsors. As you know, we've got tons of partners here at GMAT Club that have been helping us out. So again, here's our charities: World Central Kitchen, Caritas, Come Back Alive Ukraine, International Red Cross, Save the Children. If you donate to our general fund, we'll split the money equally. If you want to donate specifically one of those charities, please do so. Send us the receipt so we can count it. And again, all of these are organizations that we've been in touch with. We know they have the infrastructure to help right now with whatever money you donate. So if you can afford to give, please do. Our sponsors, we've had some of our partners here at GMAT Club very quickly be incredibly generous with us. Amissionato, Applicant Lab, eGMAT, Cars Helping Charities, which is actually not a GMAT Club partner. These guys just did a sponsorship about an hour ago. It's actually a charity, so it's a nonprofit in and of itself. So if you want to donate a car, they actually help to make sure that money goes to the right place. Gatehouse Admissions, MBA Mission, Personal MBA Coach, and Stratus. And I'll talk about all 8 of those wonderful companies and people who own them as we go through the 24 hours. Now, I'm not going to talk a ton about Ukraine in this. So the very, very quick background that I think most of you probably already know: founder of GMAT Club, Bogdan, he's originally from Kiev. A lot of our technical team at GMAT Club is actually in Lviv, which is in Western Ukraine. I'm actually the grandson of Ukrainian refugees myself. So, we've got pretty close ties there. I'm not going to do a lot of politicking today. My job is to make sure you get the best GMAT experience you can. I'm going to give you everything that I possibly can in 24 hours. If you're watching this later, so who knows what's going to happen in the world. Maybe you're watching this a couple months or a couple years later and you go, wow, Ukraine, haven't seen that in the news in a long time. What I want you to think about is, if these live videos, if these free videos that we've been putting out on GMAT Club, if you find them valuable, if you look at it and go, wow, if this was a course, I would have paid something for it. Please think about donating that to some sort of charity, whether it's the refugee charities in Ukraine or some other organization. Find a conflict in the world that people aren't thinking about enough, donate to those, and keep us in your hearts as you do so. Now, let's get to the GMAT part of it here today. So I'm going to start with reading comprehension. What we're going to do over the course of the 24 hours, we're going to have about 11 hours of verbal, about 11 hours of quant, 2 special hours where we're going to address common pitfalls in people's prep for the GMAT. So one of the things I see phenomenally often is people's bodies breaking down. They get tired. You're going to watch me do that in real time. You're going to watch me make a ton of mistakes as I get sleep deprived. A lot of you guys are doing that when you study. So I'm actually going to bring on a sleep coach. I'm going to bring on a personal trainer. They're going to talk about test anxiety, taking care of your body. I'm going to go through the 10 biggest study mistakes that people make on the GMAT. And I'm also going to bring on a test anxiety expert and mindfulness coach. So we'll talk about ways to make sure that after you do all the studying, you learn all of this stuff, that when you show up on test day, you're going to be ready to perform your best. So those 2 hours of extra content will be sprinkled in today, along with 11 hours of verbal, 11 hours of quant. Now, obviously, just 24 hours isn't going to give you absolutely everything you need for the GMAT. We kind of joked in our promotion of this that it's everything you need for the GMAT in 24 hours, a little bit tongue-in-cheek. It's more of a crash course. We're going to get pretty good coverage of everything, but in a lot of cases, I'm going to skip over some foundations and just try to target the things that we most commonly see people doing wrong. So think of each of these lessons as what you're doing wrong on the GMAT. I'm going to try to target that awfully hard. Now, for the people who are watching us live, I think you know this. I don't teach canned courses. There's no curriculum at our company. We just do one-on-one tutoring. So I'm used to reacting to my students. So right now we've got 390 students watching live, almost 400. So as we get to some of the questions, please pop your answers into here, pop your questions in. Obviously, I can't answer everything, but I'll do my absolute best to do it. All right, off to reading comprehension. So this is pretty much the only hour of reading comprehension we're going to do. Toward the end of the broadcast, hour number 23, I'll do kind of half reading comp and half critical reasoning toward the end. Reason why I want to start with reading comprehension is almost to make this point that people tend to ignore it more than they should. So we do funny things, right? We tend to binge on the things that are easy to study. We might binge on quant, we might binge on sentence correction. You're going to see plenty of that today. But reading comprehension, think of it as the tent pole of your GMAT score. So it's one of the things that is the least satisfying to study, because what does it mean? You're taking fairly basic techniques, you're applying them. That's it. You don't feel like you're learning anything necessarily, because the techniques are so kind of fundamental. What are we getting at here? It's okay, read it, understand it, think about the main idea, pay attention, use process elimination. That's about it. I'll walk through all that in more detail in just a moment. But it is not sexy. People ignore it. So I wanted to lead off with that for the first hour. I'm going to give you pretty challenging passages here. And so you might suffer a little bit. That's great. Suffer with me. I'm going to be suffering a ton too as the day goes on. I'll make tons of mistakes. Make the mistakes with me, and let's try to enjoy it as best we can. Okay, real quick. I've done reading comprehension videos on the YouTube channel, on the GMAT Club YouTube channel before. I'm not going to go through all of that in massive detail because it's the super compressed version. We have 4 or 5 hours of it already up on the GMAT Club channel. Basically, what I want you to do, don't try to swallow the passage whole. I want you to take it one paragraph at a time or one chunk at a time. And I want you to think about the author's purpose. I want you to think about the author's point of view. That's the really important part here. So as you go through, stop, digest, and say, what does the author really want from me? Fight for the author's purpose. Sometimes it's not obvious. And I'm actually going to deliberately give you some passages where it isn't, but I want you to fight to say, what does the author want from me? What other people are in the passage trying to make statements? Is there some expert there or something? Can you focus on those, figure out whose point of view is which, and make sure you're really fighting for not just the purpose, but how these different paragraphs connect? How do these purposes, let's say two paragraphs in a passage, how do those purposes link up with each other? Spend the time, invest that time. You're not going to get anywhere by rushing through. Most common mistake we see is people try to skim, they try to hurry through, they don't take the time to digest. So I'm going to give you a pretty tough passage right out of the gate here, 2 paragraphs. I'm going to show you the first paragraph first. Then we're going to come back and discuss it briefly. Give you the second paragraph, then we'll work through the questions. All right, everybody ready? Let's do this. And we'll give you a couple minutes to digest this. And what I want you to think about is, what's the author really getting at here? Is there a purpose? And if so, can you summarize it pretty briefly? Everybody watching live, as you think you've got what you think the main idea of this is, or what the author's purpose is, and usually what I shoot for is 8 to 12 words. Go ahead and pop that in there if you can, please. Pop it in the chat. I'm curious to see what you guys come up with. Once I see a few of them, then we'll come on back. And we're already getting reactions that this is really tough for people. That's normal. I'm challenging you guys today, not messing around. I'll give you about 30 more seconds to battle your way through this. All right, let's come on back. I'll leave it up on the screen in case anybody's still reading. And I apologize for any names I slaughter. Anna hit, I think you pretty much nailed it there. I really like it. Part of why I picked this passage, number one, it's tough when we get to the questions. Typically, what we've been seeing on GMAT Club is maybe half to 2/3 are getting them right on this passage. So it's a tough one, very deliberate on our part. That's part of it. The other part of it is, so the kind of textbook thing that we tend to say is, okay, stop the paragraph, fight to find the author's purpose. And sometimes it's really not clear. Now, mistakes I'm already seeing out of the live chat, things we see all the time with our students, things we see on the forum, sometimes you start putting in your own ideas. So I'm seeing kind of these, this idea that, oh, Locke hates capitalism or the author hates capitalism or something like that. I'm not saying that's wrong necessarily, but it's not helpful. You need to be literal, literal, literal. I always talk about how reading comprehension is not remotely sexy. Be literal. Don't get outside the box. Don't start putting in your own opinions or what you already know about economics or labor theory, value, or whatever else. Take what you're given. What do you think is going on here? I don't think the author's point of view is very clear here at all. If I were to say what the purpose is, I think Anna had kind of nailed it here. And again, apologies for any mispronunciations of names. That really, this is kind of an introduction. So it's kind of the introduction to labor theory of value. I think that's fair. And it kind of traces Locke's origins a little bit in thinking of it. So where did that come from? So it's kind of the foundations of ideology. And one, maybe fairly small thing here is that Locke said that as much as 99% of the value came from labor of any useful good. Labor theory value made it 100% later, but fair enough. So labor theory value says that 100% of value is labor, and Locke said 99%. Okay, really two or three broad things that can go wrong here. One of the things we talk about all the time on reading comprehension, your goal is not to overread and it's not to underread, and that is a really, really fine line to walk. Mistake number one I typically see on a passage is you just kind of skim through it and just kind of get a surface level understanding. You're not digging for purpose. And again, I'm being a little mean here. I gave you a paragraph to start with that doesn't clearly have an author's point of view. Did that on purpose. But you can kind of skim through it and just kind of go, I don't know, something about labor and move on because you're feeling that time pressure. Put the clock out of your head. Make sure you understand that paragraph. I know it sounds really dumb, but we see this mistake all the time. It is one of the most common things we see out of our students, very common thing we see on the forum. The opposite side of that coin, you overread, you obsess over every little word, every little detail. That's not going to help you either. Make sure you're engaging the big picture as much as you can. Third here, on this particular one, you don't want to hallucinate a purpose or a main idea that isn't there, which is why I thought that some of the answers I'm seeing here, where it's just kind of saying, yeah, it's introducing something, but just be a little careful. There's a little distinction here. Here's Locke, kind of the predecessor of this idea, of this theory, said 99% of the value of any useful good comes from labor. And that kind of later turned into something that was 100%. All right, that's interesting. And that's good enough for now. Let's keep moving. Next paragraph. So same thing here. What I'd like you to do, focus on that second paragraph. I'll give you a couple minutes. As soon as you think you know what the kind of the primary purpose of that paragraph is, go ahead and toss that into the chat, please, if you're watching us live. Just as importantly, I want you to think about how do these things connect? So how does kind of what you saw in paragraph 1 and what you saw in paragraph 2, how do those two things connect? We're going for really active reading here. And I'm going to harass you guys kind of throughout the 24 hours. Please put your comments in. Don't be shy. Nobody's going to judge you. I'm the one that's going to get judged as soon as I start stumbling and fumbling really badly around hour number 15, hour number 1. I don't know. Seen some really good stuff in here. I'll give you maybe 30 more seconds. We'll come back. All right, I'll leave it up there for anybody still working at it. I'm seeing some really good stuff here, and definitely seeing some good stuff from some folks I know, which makes me happy. Here's the thing that I think is getting lost as I look at some of these comments. Notice that there's kind of it's not exactly two different theories. I wouldn't necessarily say that, but there's the labor theory of value, which is kind of the theory that people ran with, that originated with Locke, right? So Locke is the intellectual forebear. So look at the first paragraph. Locke is the intellectual forebear of that labor theory of value. What's the second paragraph getting into here? Yeah, it's kind of saying, I'm getting a lot of stuff that I think is a little oversimplified that I'm seeing in the chat. It's not just that the author disagrees. It's really, that feels right. Author disagrees with theory. Is that really it? And this is the kind of thing I want you to fight for, right? So that's a really good start. The author disagrees with the theory, you bet, and has some evidence for it, right? And says, among other things, that so 1/3 of value is capital in a modern economy. And the author goes on to say that some of that accrues to workers through pensions and whatever else. But I don't think this is the author's point. I don't think the author's just saying this theory is wrong. Look at that last sentence. And some of you very nicely identified that that's kind of the heart of it. The labor theory of value systematically disregards the productive contribution of capital goods. Okay, we're very clear about that throughout the paragraph. But then at the very end, the author ties it back to Locke. That's the key. So the author is basically saying, author disagrees with the theory, basically says that theory, that failing is wrong. But that Locke, what's the exact phrasing there? Locke must bear part of blame. And this is where we get to the heart of what the author wants from you, right? The author's trying to pin this on Locke. The author's not just criticizing a theory in general, not just criticizing labor theory of value. The author's saying, look, Locke was the forebear of that theory. That theory is very clearly wrong based on what we see in modern society. Therefore, we've got to look at Locke, who kind of originated a precursor to the theory, and blame him as well. All right. Everybody having fun? I can't hear you, so don't answer that. Let's go on to a question. Question number 1 here. How about I'll give you guys a couple minutes. And again, I see 400 and something people watching us live. Makes me happy. I'd love to see 400 responses to this question in the chat. I won't be able to make any sense of it, but that'll make me happy, put a smile on my face. I'm going to allow you guys to keep my energy up all day. So please put your responses in. Nobody's going to judge you. Give you 20 more seconds. Please don't be shy. Okay, this is great. Seeing some disagreement makes me happy. It means we picked a good hard question. Again, I'm not giving you softballs today, kind of throughout. There's going to be a couple moments where I'll give you kind of little tests on foundation, especially in quant. Then we're going to move on to some of the harder stuff where I see the pitfalls. All right. So one very, very small piece of hygiene. So as I was saying at the beginning, I would love to give you some magic complicated thing on reading comprehension. Hey, go draw a spider and the 8 legs all mean different things and it's going to magically solve your reading comp problems. Sorry guys, there's just nothing like that really helps that much. I just want you to focus on don't read too fast, don't read too slow. Make sure you're reading for purpose, point of view, trying to connect ideas. That takes time, that takes calibration to do right. That's the heart of your reading comprehension. The one little piece of kind of, let's call it technique hygiene sort of thing. Cross-elimination always. So one of the easiest things to do kind of at the question level, so beyond the passage, but as you get into the questions, is you fall in love. So I could very, very easily fall in love with A here. So author of the passage is primarily concerned with criticizing Locke's economic theories. Author criticizes Locke, no doubt about it, right? Locke must bear part of the blame. But is that really what the author's going after? It's not about Locke's theories in general. The author's targeting the labor theory of value and saying Locke contributed to it in a very direct way because he was the forebearer of it, saying 99% of useful productive value comes from labor. So the author's picking on a theory, not theories, not criticizing Locke in general. This is much more about the theory of value. Yes, Locke's role in it, but it's kind of those things in tandem. That's why it's not A. Author's not really criticizing both. Now, very, very easy to fall in love with A and go, yep, author's criticizing. You're under time pressure on the test. A lot of you would just go, yep, it's A, peace out, not even pay much attention to B, C, D, and E. Maybe you read them kind of too quickly or whatever. Don't do that. I want you to find your 4 wrong answers, not 1 right answer. I'm going to say that over and over through the day on all the verbal questions. Find 4 wrong answers, not 1 right answer. Now, if you're not so sure on A, I would have no problem on your first pass if you said, I'm going to hang on to this. Because, well, yeah, I mean, the author's criticizing Locke. Maybe there's something better, maybe there isn't. I'm great with that. What I don't want you to do is say, yep, it's criticism and go. You got to digest all 5 answer choices. And I know a lot of you are thinking, yeah, I don't have the time for that. You got to make the time. It's not worth spending the time on the question unless you're going to maximize your odds of getting it right. This is something you, unfortunately, just have to do, especially if you're shooting for that elite score. All right, so I'm going to keep A in for now so we can argue about it later because I'm seeing a lot of people pick A. B, discounting the contribution of labor in a modern economy. Author by no means does that. Author acknowledges that at least 2/3 of value comes from labor, and then also kind of says of that third that accrues to capital, workers get a bit of it. It isn't minimizing the contribution of labor by any means. C, questioning the validity of the labor theory of value. This seems a lot closer to me, right? Because the author's saying, no, the theory doesn't work. Yeah, it's partly Locke's fault, and that's a big part of what the author's saying. But we've got a really, really strong kind of overall questioning of how valid this theory is. It's really kind of all it's getting at. First paragraph introduces the theory. Second paragraph says, yeah, this doesn't work. Capital is useful. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about Locke in there, but that's part of the question of the validity, right? Is saying that Locke kind of had this wrong all along, and it evolved into something that was a little more extreme than Locke, so it's partly his fault. But the author's really kind of out to question that validity. So I'm keeping C. Notice that I'm not circling C. And again, if you have your own kind of way of kind of making little notations, that's fine. One thing I really don't like, really on anything on verbal, people will kind of do, oh, there's a question mark, there's a smiley face, there's a heart. I don't know. You're just biasing yourself. What I always want you to do is once you know that it's wrong, cross it out. If you're not sure, keep it in. Simple. So again, on my first pass, I kept A in. I didn't think it was right, but until I'm sure that it's wrong, I'm not going to ditch it. C, I'm going to keep that one in as well. That seems to really kind of cut to the heart of what the author's doing. D, arguing for a more equitable distribution of business profits. That's way off. That doesn't come in here at all. E, contending that employers are overcompensated for capital goods. That doesn't happen either here. So there's really no argument about kind of the broader implications of equity or anything like that. So we can get rid of E. Now, again, I think I already spoiled the surprise here between A and C. I think C is much, much stronger. This isn't a general critique of Locke's theories in general. This is a critique of the labor theory of value. Yes, a critique of the predecessor of it, or the guy that originated its predecessor. But the author's not really getting an overall critique here of Locke. It's a critique of this particular theory and Locke's role in it. So our answer is C. All right. Let's give you another question. This one will get fun. Good luck to you. I'm seeing a really, sorry to interrupt your working on question too, guys. I'm actually seeing a really cool conversation in here. Let me come back here for a second. Seeing a really cool conversation in here about kind of the some of the nuances of wording. And I don't necessarily want to split hairs. I want to get on to the next new question, so I'm not going to spend time kind of splitting hairs over question number one again. But one thing I want you guys to keep in your probably the fronts of your heads always with reading comprehension, critical reasoning, sentence correction in general and verbal. You're not looking for a bulletproof answer. Very rarely. There are times when your answer is going to be bulletproof. You're looking for the best of them. So you might look at this and go, well, questioning the validity of the labor theory of value, which was the correct answer on that last one. Like, question is the author questioning or criticizing? And it's like, well, let's not split those hairs too much. You're not looking for perfection. You're looking for the best of the bunch. I would make a very strong argument that C is undoubtedly better than A. All right. Back to question two. I'll shut my mouth for 30 seconds. And don't be shy. If you have no clue, please punch that in the chat too. That helps me make sure I'm walking through it in as much or as little detail as you guys need. So keep the comments coming. Give you 20 more seconds. All right, not bad, you guys. It's some pretty good answers here. It makes me happy. According to the author of the passage, which of the following is true of the distribution of the income derived from the total output of consumer goods in a modern economy? That's a mouthful. All right, let's look at A. Workers receive a share of this income that is significantly smaller than the value of their labor as a contribution to total output. Now, the author is certainly not saying that workers don't receive enough. We can debate whether the author seems to have a point of view on whether it's fair, right? I don't think the author really does there. The author says labor receives 2/3 plus via pension, savings, whatever, investments, they get a share of that other third. But there's no argument that workers are receiving too little or that it's a smaller share than their actual values. We can get rid of A. B, owners of capital goods receive a share of this income that's significantly greater than the contribution to total output attributable to these capital goods. Another mouthful. But look, again, the author's not really opining on how much value there actually is. The author's kind of saying in that last paragraph, like, yeah, here's how it works. Like 2/3 of it goes to labor and 1/3 goes to capital, with some of that in addition going to labor. Not really saying, well, hey, here's the amount they deserve, or that would be fair, or that the actual productivity is worth versus what they receive. He or she is not getting into that at all. We can get rid of D. I'll be honest with you guys. I remember the first time I saw answer choice C, I don't think I crossed it out, but I didn't like it. And I think everybody has that reaction sometime. We look at an answer choice and go, I don't like this. I'm uncomfortable with it. Owners of capital goods receive a share of this income that is no greater than the proportion of total output attributable to the use of capital goods. Yeah, that's not bad, right? Because the author's saying that the owners of capital goods aren't receiving in excess amount, right? The author's saying that 1/3 of the total output of consumer goods is attributable to the use of capital goods. So capital accounts for 1/3 of the value of consumer goods. Now, how much, according to the passage, are the owners of capital goods receiving? 1/3, but only sort of, right? The workers get a piece of that too. So that phrasing in C is super, super, super careful, where it says owners of capital goods receive a share of this income that is no greater, right? So it's equal to or less than. Yeah, fair enough. That's exactly what the passage is saying too, right? Is that 1/3 of the value comes from capital goods. The owners of those capital goods actually receive 1/3 or less, depending on how you want to think about it. Great. We'll hang on to C. D, owners of capital goods are not fully compensated for their investment because they pay out most of the share of this income to workers as wages and benefits. Nothing about that. The author is certainly not making the case that the owners of the capital goods somehow are entitled to or have produced 100% of the value and end up giving 2/3 of it away. That is definitely not what the author is going after there. And E, workers receive a share of this income that is greater than the value of their labor. I'm going to stop there for a second. I saw a decent number of people picking E. That first piece, not bad, right? Workers receive a share of this income that is greater than the value of their labor. Okay, because the author's kind of arguing that, yeah, 2/3 in a modern economy, 2/3 of the value of the goods comes from labor. Workers receive that. Cool. They also receive a little bit more, right? In the form of kind of the pensions and as shareholders, right? So we're good so far, but you got to keep reading. Because the labor theory of value overestimates their contribution to total output, that is not why they receive too much. That it has nothing to do with it at all. The author's not even arguing that it's too much exactly, but it has nothing to, how much they receive has nothing to do with what the labor theory of value is estimating or not estimating. So for that reason, he is out. Getting questions about the difficulty here. And please, people are watching live. Please remind me as we go through. I can't always tell you with great precision how, what level of a question it is, especially as we get to some of the quant. I'll be doing unofficial questions, but I can give you a sense of how important I think it is to nail this. This particular question, I want to say that if people who've done the timers on GMAT Club, maybe 2/3 correct. Most of the questions I'm going to pick on in this hour, 1/2 to 2/3 correct, giving you a pretty hard reading comp. So if your goal is something like a 40 or above on verbal, yeah, you need to be getting this. If you're somebody who's going to be content with the score that's a little bit lower than that, you're probably all right. This should be a struggle. Again, even if you're kind of going for that high score, you're doing pretty well, you're scoring around a 40. I wouldn't be shocked if you struggle a little bit here on this particular passage. So yeah, these are pretty tough. All right, let's do one more, and then the next question or the next passage, we'll do one more question on this passage. And then I'm going to try to blow you guys away with a short passage that I think is super, super, super nasty. And we might not get very far into it, but we'll at least try to break it down a little bit. All right, last question from our guy, Mr. Locke. Let's go with this one. Okay, I guess I picked one that was maybe too easy this time, which is good. So I know some of you were suffering through the first two questions. I'm not seeing any disagreement on this one, and maybe the rest of you just being shy. Which of the following best describes the organization? Again, look, I know it becomes kind of trite and everyone gets tired of hearing it after a while, but process elimination, take what they give you. You're not necessarily going to find a perfect answer. If I try to imagine what the organization of the passage is, I may well lead myself off in a funny direction. So let's take this one at a time. The author explores the origins of a theory. Cool. And explains why the theory has never gained widespread acceptance. That definitely doesn't happen. If anything, the author is kind of criticizing that people seem to believe in it. B, the author introduces the premise of a theory. Evaluates the premise by relating it to objective reality, then proposes the modification of the theory. No modification of the theory going on here. B's out. C, after quoting a well-known authority, not really sure the author's thinking of Locke as an authority. I guess it's not much of a quote. You kind of have the terms, the effects of labor theory of value, shaky there already. The author describes the evolution of a theory, then traces its modern form back to the original quotation. Now, look, this is not anchored in the quotation. That is not what the author's doing at all. Anchoring it in Locke's ideas, not in a particular quotation. Don't be fooled just because there's quotation marks. D, after citing a precursor to the theory, that's Locke's ideas, the author outlines and refutes the theory. Exactly what we talked about in that first paragraph. We really have two theories there. And that's where that close reading and that willingness to kind of take a breath, spend the extra 15 seconds going, okay, I'm not sure I see the author's point of view, but I can see that there's kind of two different things going on. There's Locke's theory, and then there's kind of the newer version of it, 99% versus 100%. So yeah, the author's outlining, so citing the precursor of a theory, that's Locke, outlining and refuting the theory, and then links it to the predecessor again. Yeah, you bet. This is spot on. Can't get much better than that. I'm getting a little bit of objection to E or people who picked E. After tracing the roots of a theory, the author attempts to undermine the theory by discrediting the originator. Let's think about how exactly the author is discrediting the theory or is undermining the theory. It's not by discrediting the originator. Yes, the author is critical of Locke and says that this theory is wrong, but it's just a whole bunch of evidence there saying, here's how it works in a modern economy. 2/3 goes to labor, 1/3 goes to capital. That's the way the author is going about undermining the theory, not by discrediting Locke and saying, well, Locke didn't know anything. Locke never went to school. Locke was just a GMAT tutor. He knew nothing about economics. Not what the author's saying at all. Author's refuting it by saying, no, here's the nuts and bolts of why, empirically, why this is wrong. It's not really an attack or a discrediting at all of the originator. So E is out. D is our winner. Okay. I know we started a little bit late here. So I think on the next passage, we'll probably end a little bit past the hour here. I'm going to give you a different passage. This one's pretty nasty. It is one of those single paragraph passages. I think those can be super, super, super intimidating. So I'm going to have you guys tackle that. Now, here's the thing. So when I think about sort of the, if you watch kind of my older videos, I talk about, okay, break, stop at the end of every paragraph. I'm going to think about what's going on, take a breath, stop. What's the author's purpose? When you get these big blobs, when you have just a block of text, it's a single paragraph, that's when a lot of you get intimidated. So one of the biggest things I see people doing wrong, who are really, really good readers, is they look at a wall of text, they look at a long paragraph, or for that matter, a long passage, and their technique falls apart. Or they see a topic that they don't like or they're uncomfortable with. Oh, it's science, and they lock up. Look, none of these are meant to have any, so your performance or reading comprehension has nothing to do with any knowledge you have beforehand. If anything, I think it can hurt you. So empirically, as we look at our students, and we kind of, we see a student who maybe has sort of a technique issue where their approach isn't perfect. Sometimes we see them struggling more on passages that are in their wheelhouse. So for example, this was economics. I've seen a lot of people with economics backgrounds really struggle on it, because when they read the passage, they go, oh, wait, yeah, I studied Locke in my freshman year of college, and I know all this stuff about Locke and labor theory. And so when you know about the topic, sometimes it can lead you astray just as much as when you don't. My point is, the topic has nothing to do with what the task is. GMAT's trying to be really, really fair about saying no previous knowledge is valuable or even helpful at all. So just follow your process. Read, don't get intimidated. Stop every once in a while. So as you look at these long paragraphs, stop every once in a while and go, what's the author getting at? Where's their point of view? Does the author have a point? Is there a purpose here? Keep fighting for that purpose. And if you need to break the thing up in a couple different sections, go for it. You don't want to get to the end and realize that you're screwed. So stop if you need to every few sentences and go, do I know what's going on? All right. Enough babble. Let's have some physics. Oops. Didn't mean to break this whole thing up. All right, well, that's fine. I'm actually gonna do the whole thing all at once. Give you guys a few minutes. This was actually written as a single big paragraph, and I think it got chopped up when we did the slides. So I've actually made this task a whole lot easier for you guys by accident. But that's all right. So when you guys see this in some other context, you'll know what to do with it. So let's roll with this. And yeah, we'll maybe do one question real quick before we end the hour up. A quick request for anybody watching live. Once you think you have, let's say, the purpose of each of the three paragraphs and how they connect, go ahead and punch that into the chat. Even if it's kind of a sketchy idea, go ahead and punch that in. And once I see a few of those coming in, we'll come on back and break the passage down. All right. I'm seeing some really good stuff here. 1 hour down, 23 more to go. 1 hour is not quite down yet, you guys. So I'm going to maybe spend 10 more minutes on this. We'll start the next block just a little bit late. Seeing some really, really good stuff here. Again, reading comp, getting better at it. It's a process. So if you're new to the GMAT, I want you to dedicate a really good chunk of your time right at the beginning to reading comprehension. We train our students reading comprehension, critical reasoning in the beginning, no sentence correction for a while. Why sentence correction? You can learn it pretty quickly if you need to. There's also a limited supply of good questions. Reading comp, it takes time, it takes practice, it takes calibration. You're trying to learn how to read for purpose, read for connection without overreading and kind of going fact. I'm going to read for details. So for those of you that have not seen any of my videos on reading comprehension before, I'm always trying to break it down and say, okay, first paragraph, I'm going to stop and say, okay, why? What is the author getting at here? What's the overall purpose? Same thing with the second and third paragraphs. Now, again, I cheated on this passage for you guys. I broke it up for you. On the actual test, it is just a wall of text. It is just one big block. Reason we gave it to you this way, honestly, partly an accident. I meant to do both. But part of it is that I do want you to think that way and go, hey, where can I put a break in here to give myself that breather? Don't swallow the passage whole. Huge, huge mistake, causes a lot of trouble. Okay, so that first chunk, most attempts, so you kind of get into this whole business of here's the theory, right? That there's this distinct possibility that you could have subatomic particles pass through. So I'm seeing some pretty good stuff here from the crowd. What the author is kind of getting at there is kind of this general theory, right? So quantum theory, tunneling may happen. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to go pretty quickly because we're starting to run. Trying to run out of time. I just had a fantastic comment. Read the bleeping passage, period. Yes, exactly. But don't overread it either. Don't underread it. Second paragraph, the way we broke it up. Again, wall of text on the actual test. Don't let that mess with your head. Break it up for yourself if you need to. Though the extreme rapidity of quantum tunneling was noted as early as 1932, and then 1955, you kind of have this next leap in it, that here's what tunneling particles actually do. So you're kind of deepening the theory in a way. So we'll say theory evolves or deepens and hypothesize that tunneling can be faster than speed of light. And there's some interesting details in there as well. But I don't necessarily need those at this stage. As long as I know that I understand them and I can connect them to the overall purpose, I'm good. I can keep moving. Paragraph 3. So this is where we get into the empirical evidence, right? So several different recent experiments have supported this hypothesis that these particles can reach superluminal speed, talks about a specific example. So basically, theory supported with actual data, research, empirical evidence. And we have superluminal. All right. So again, once you've done this kind of thing, oh, and people are asking why I write it this way. This is just kind of the thing I was taught as a kid, that little simple paragraph. That's kind of a thing they used to teach. I used to work as an editor, old school markups of pages. So I use that old paragraph mark. I might be the last person on earth that still does it on occasion. So paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3. Again, when it's a wall of text, this is not how this particular passage appears. I cheated for you guys. Stop, think of these as sections, whatever you want to do. The important thing is stop, take a breath. You don't want to wait till you get to the end of the passage to realize you're in trouble. That's the key. So whether it's one big block of text or it actually is broken up as 2 paragraphs or 3 paragraphs or more, stop, take a breath. Awesome. We've got somebody else who uses that same symbol. You must be old like me. No offense. So stop, take a breath. Now, once you've done this and kind of said, what's the author after in each of these sections or paragraphs, connect them. Make sure that the overall flow of it makes sense. So what do we have here? Quantum theory, kind of this original idea that subatomic particles might tunnel. This might happen. We've got this theory of it, small probability, but it could happen. Now we deepen the theory some decades later and say, in theory, it could be at the speed of light. And then as we get to that last bit, yeah, and now we actually have data to support it. And here we go. All right, I'm debating whether to do a quick question on this one. Let's do it real quick. let's do, which one do we want to do? Let's do that first question real quick, and then we will wrap this block and move on a little bit of quant. And I'll be pretty tight this time, give about 90 seconds. All right, you guys are nailing this, makes me happy. So the author of the passage mentions calculations about tunneling time and barrier thickness in order to do what? A, suggests that tunneling time is unrelated to barrier thickness. Exactly the opposite, right? So there is definitely a relationship between barrier thickness and tunneling time. That's actually where it gets interesting. That's how you get to this speed of light thing, or past the speed of light thing. A is out. B, explain the evidence by which Winger and Eisenbud, great names, discovered the phenomenon of tunneling. That's not quite it either. The idea of tunneling had been hypothesized before. The thickness isn't how they discovered it exactly. C, described data recently challenged by Raymond Chow and colleagues. Definitely not that, right? So Wigner and Eisenbud's theory was actually supported by the data that Chow and his colleagues came up with. So it is not C. D, explain or question why particles engaged in quantum tunneling rarely achieve extremely high speeds. It actually kind of says in the very beginning that it's not going to happen very often, right? But that it's theoretically possible, and that's where it's interesting. So we're not questioning why it happens exactly. It's actually really kind of about explaining how that works, right? How those calculations sort of lead to this idea. There's a maximum on the time. Therefore, at some point, you're going to get super fast tunneling. And that is exactly Wigner and Eisenbud's hypothesis. The tunneling particles sometimes move faster than the speed of light. Why? Well, yeah, it's because there's a maximum on the tunneling speed, or sorry, maximum on the tunneling time, which means that as barrier thickness increases, you could get super luminal speeds. That's why we've got E and not D. All right, we are already running a little bit late here, so we're going to wrap this one up. Bottom line on reading comp. Again, we're going to come back a little bit of reading comp in hour number 23. So we're going to challenge all of us, myself included, with some of the hardest reading comp and critical reasoning passages I could find. So official stuff, super, super hard. One last real quick thing about reading comprehension before we put it to bed for the next 22 hours or so. Getting some questions about materials. I am a huge fan of using the LSAT. If you know you're going to be studying for the GMAT for the long haul, pick up some LSAT books. The correlation between LSAT performance on reading comp and GMAT performance is super strong. I say that just kind of working with student after student after student. We can usually predict their verbal scores pretty well off of how they're doing on the LSATs. Now, the LSATs are harder. They're going to make your eyes bleed. They're super tough. You start doing LSATs, you switch over to the GMAT. The GMAT's going to feel a lot easier. It's really good for you. So highly recommended doing that. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And yeah, come join us for some quant. Even if this next quant lesson isn't quite your cup of tea, I'd be really grateful if you stay on so I don't feel alone. Like, I won't know whether you're there or not. So if you go take a nap or go get a meal or something, please stay on. All right. Thank you, everybody. Hour number 2 coming up. All right, everybody. I'm still here. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Hour number 2 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon for Ukraine, raising money for 5 refugee charities. If you have not donated, please do so. If you're watching this later, a few months or a few years later, Ukraine is no longer in the news. If you find these sessions valuable, by all means, please find a cause that you like, donate to it. If you would have paid for a course, and if we can replace a chunk of that course or the tutoring you might have paid for, please think about that, giving that to some cause that you like. Now, off to Quant. For the most part, I'm going to alternate between Quant and Verbal today. Again, theme of the Quant lessons here, I'm not going to walk you through all the foundations. I've only got 11 hours of Quant. Can't do everything. But instead, what I want to focus on is these are the pitfalls we typically see. And I don't want you to think about it as the test is trying to trick me or the test is out to get me. That is not it at all. When we talk about traps, what I really mean is these are things we create in our own heads, right? What are the things that we tend to do that are sloppy? Number one biggest thing we see, and I can't emphasize this enough, and nobody wants to hear it. It is so unbelievably not sexy again, it's the careless errors that absolutely kill you on an adaptive test. I can't say this enough. If your goal is a 47 or above on Quant, let's say that your goal is you want to get a 700. So something like this. So a 47 Quant, 40 Verbal is going to get you right around a 700 or a 710. Now you could get the same 2 subscores as the guy next to you in the test center and get a slightly different composite score. There's some rounding going on there. And we're going to hear from our sponsor a little bit more in just a minute. So once I get through the introduction, we'll talk a little bit about the wonders of eGMAT and how they can help you with some of this stuff too. So real quick, 47 Quant, your route to a 700. I need to see you get a 47 Quant or above. If you've got the talent to get a 51, fantastic. But what I want you to think about here is, look, you don't need to be great at math to get a 47. You need to cover all your bases, have no major holes, and most importantly, not make any careless errors. I've had some students over the years who are frankly not good at math really at all, who really struggled in business school. But they could get to this level just through outstanding execution. Remember, what the test is doing is trying to find the level of question you get half right, half wrong. So you are going to miss somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 50% of the questions unless you're way at the top of the scale. Who I'm really kind of aiming these lessons at today are people who are shooting for something kind of that, we'll say kind of 46 to 49, 50 range for the most part. To do that, no sloppy errors, manage your time well, pick your battles well, don't get stubborn. And this is where the really unsexy stuff comes in. I'd say probably half the students that come to us as a private tutoring company are saying, yeah, I've got a degree in engineering, or you know, I've got a master's degree in physics, or I was really great at math. I got these great marks in math as a kid. You know, why am I getting 42s and 44s sometimes on Quant? And we know the answer right away. It's the careless errors. So I'm going to show you something that is really, 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 really not exciting at all. 4 steps. These are not exciting. They're kind of embarrassing to talk about. We drill this into our students all the time. You're going to hear me refer to them throughout the 24 hours today. These are really dumb, simple steps. You have to do them. Don't make careless errors, people. You make 2 or 3 errors on easy questions, you are never going to see the hard questions. So if what you're seeing in your scores and your practice test scores off official stuff, your actual exam scores, you know, 47 one day, 42 the next, 45 the next day, you're making sloppy errors. Could be that you're managing your time badly as well, but that just leads to more sloppy errors, right? So every single question, I want good hygiene. And nobody's interested in watching this, but it is so crucial. If I could wave a magic wand over everybody watching, and you're going to do these 4 steps every time, I just made everybody's scores improve massively, almost everybody. So read the question twice. I know, feels like a waste of time. Do it. Because if you miss one little word in there, same goes for verbal, right? Verbal or Quant. You miss one little word. We'll talk about this on critical reasoning in the next hour. If you miss one little word there, X is negative, X is not negative, X is an integer, X is not an integer, you're in trouble. Make sure you catch that stuff. Take a breath. Make sure that you're giving yourself the best chance you possibly can to think through, hey, what's going on here? Is there a better way to approach it? Related, step 2, plot your path forward. What's the GMAT doing? What makes the GMAT hard? Why is it time pressure? They're trying to find out who can be flexible and who can't. You know, if you talk to somebody at GMAT and you say, oh yeah, on the math section of the GMAT, this has actually happened to me before at conferences, and they'll interrupt you and say, no, there is no math section. There's only a quantitative reasoning section. Well, what's that distinction? It's they're trying to find out, can you find the best way through? Typical, let's say mid-level question, moderate to hard question, might have 6 different solution paths. Your job is to pick one of the better ones. Give yourself the time to do it. Take a breath. the corollary of this, if your path is crap, guess and move on. Again, for most of you, if you're way at the top of the score scale, awesome. Then you can afford to be super, super anal and take your time on everything because you're so good and you're so fast. For most people, vast majority of people, even people scoring 50s, you got to pick your battles. Think through, what am I going to do here on this question? If you don't have a good way to do it, walk away. Number 3, check your steps as you go. And I'm not saying redo things. I'm just saying, hey, if you decide that you got a little calculation there, 4 times 7, sometimes you go, hey, that's 32. It happens to everybody. I don't care who you are. You're going to see me do it a ton of times today. Just check, just take a moment and go, wait a minute, is 4 times 7 really 32? Just take that moment, get in the habit. And finally, read one more time. And that sounds dumb and redundant, like, hey, ninja guy, I don't want to read questions 3 times. It's a waste of my time. I hear you. But this should be active. You're looking for ways that you tend to mess up. You need to learn about yourself and what you do wrong. I'm going to try to poke at some wounds here that are pretty common on quadratics and exponents in just a moment. But as you go through, I want you to pay attention to the ways you tend to mess up. I don't want you to dismiss it. So one thing I see all the time, probably half the students I've worked with over the 20 plus years I've been tutoring, negatives are a problem. Sometimes they just drop it or decide that a negative times a negative is a positive or do funny things with parentheses. We all do it, right? Everybody makes those kinds of mistakes. Maybe you make them more or less than the next guy. What I want you to really focus on is learn what your mistakes are. And as you're reading that one extra time, pay attention to it. So I'm going to refer to this as the 4 steps throughout today. And I'm seeing some really nice comments in here that people are kind of seeing that whipsawing in their quant scores. Super, super common. And we're going to talk a ton today about flexibility. So I see a lot of engineers, fantastic math skills, frankly, better than mine. Advanced math, I'm not so strong, to be honest with you. But I'm lazy, right? I try to find the best ways through. I'm really good at step 2. Want you guys to get there too. All right, let's jump in. And before I do that, huge thanks. Ton of sponsors of this event. This hour sponsored by eGMAT. These guys have been at it. So the on-demand courses that everybody loves to take now, very much democratized GMAT prep. Back in the day, you could go spend $1,500 to go take a course, in person at a company. eGMAT was one of the first companies out there, really thinking about verbal for non-native speakers. Been doing an awesome job for years and years now. Great friends at GMAT Club. Wonderful to see these guys sponsoring this hour. So eGMAT, thank you so much, you guys, for donating to our causes. And away we go. We're going to have your logo up there the whole time. I will try to say more good things about eGMAT as we go through. All right, go ahead and tackle this guy, and we'll give you about 2 minutes. And as soon as you have an answer or you're lost, please punch something into the chat. And I know I'm naggy about this, but if you're watching live, please punch in your thoughts. If you're struggling, please let me know. If I see everybody agreeing, well, sometimes everybody's wrong. But if I see all agreeing, I'm going to go through the question a lot faster than if I see disagreement. So please, just to make this useful for everybody, if you are struggling, please let me know. All right, this is excellent. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm going to come on back. If you're not watching this live, again, obviously feel free to pause and spend a little more time on it if you'd like. Okay, starting to see disagreement, and it's interesting. Kind of the first wave of people, tons of agreement. Second wave, not so much. Okay, a couple things here. Kind of the underlying theory a little bit that I think probably everybody watching is already very familiar with. These kind of special quadratics things, you know, so sort of the x plus y whole thing squared, or x minus y whole thing squared, or x squared minus y squared, these special quadratics. GMAT just loves them. They're a little bit obsessed. You're going to see these over and over and over, but they're going to disguise them really well. And that's the GMAT's whole shtick, right? So when I say plot your path forward, a lot of it is kind of going, hey, what do I see here that I recognize that I can do something with? Some people kind of know these guys, and apologies, I think that green pen isn't showing up very well. And they kind of know, yeah, well, of course, I know what that is. That's x minus y, x plus y. And that's obvious. Okay, well, you have the thing memorized, but if I put it in a different context, can you still see it? Can you still see what's going on? And yeah, apologies for the markers, guys. This lesson is sponsored by eGMAT, not by Expo markers. These are all brand new, actually, and half of them are running dry. eGMAT, their content never runs dry, constantly building new stuff, constantly writing new questions. Some of the hardest working people in our industry. See what I did there? All right, so you guys have these memorized for the most part. And you can kind of go, yeah, I got this thing memorized. But what I'm interested in isn't that. It's when I put it in different context, can you still see it? That's one of the really important things. And again, I'll pick on you with that throughout this hour. Now here, hopefully you're not looking at the x squared plus y squared and going, oh, that's x plus y equals 10. That's not true. This is not the square of x plus y. So that's one thought. Second thought here, always on data sufficiency, what I want you to do, push the question. Push the question. What I mean by that is, can you take the question itself before you even look at the statements? I'm in the habit of not even writing them down at first, because I just want to focus on that question and say, is there a way for me to write something that is logically totally equivalent, that's going to be helpful to me and help me make sense of those answer choices when I get there? So I can expand this out, right? And maybe at a glance or before I do it, I don't necessarily know where it's going, but no harm in doing it, right? It takes me 4 seconds. X squared minus 2xy plus y squared is equal to question mark. I'm also very deliberate about this. Again, name of the game here. Don't make silly errors. Put things into your process. We're talking about it for 24 hours straight in different contexts. Get things in your process that give you good hygiene, prevent you from making silly errors. I'm making sure that I don't mix question and statement. Fact, I have it written as a fact. Question, I have it written as a question. Yes, I'm manipulating the question, but I still write that Q. I still write that question mark. I try to do it religiously. Keeps me from getting all twisted around, especially as I get tired towards the end of a test or towards the end of a 24-hour GMAT marathon. Now, I already know this x squared plus y squared thing. I know that's 100. So I can rewrite this one more time as 100 minus 2xy is equal to what? And well, the 100's no mystery. I know what that is. The 2's no mystery. What am I after? I just want xy. That's it. That's all I care about. Real quick on data sufficiency, you'll see me do this. Credit where credit's due. I think this was popularized by Manhattan way back in the day. Nothing magical about it. I think most of you guys are probably already using it. Not going to say a whole ton about it. I don't feel dogmatic about how you're crossing things out. The reason I like to use this is that if I know that statement 1 is sufficient, I can cross out BCE. It's my cue to take a breath, wash my brains, and then approach statement 2. If the opposite is true, that's great. Statement 1 is not sufficient, cross that out, take a breath, look at it again. So a lot of what I care about, don't read both statements at the beginning. One of the things that I don't like doing, if you try to swallow the question whole, you're going to hear me use that term a lot over the 24 hours. You can make some pretty bad mistakes. Take it one statement at a time, wash your brains, because it's really easy to kind of get both things lodged in your head. And then you make some mistake and it's A when the answer is really C, or you decide it's C when it's really B, and all kinds of goofy things can happen. All right. So this is what I want. I want XY. Now we can go to statement 1. X is equal to 48 over Y. I don't think anybody's struggling there. Obviously, that simplifies really, really quickly. And that is sufficient. Can cross out BCE. Statement 2, this is where it gets fun. So x squared minus y squared is equal to negative 28. Now, I think there's a kind of a, I don't know, superficial way of doing this where you look at it and go, well, wait a minute. Positive, negative, I can't really do anything here because I don't necessarily know what X and Y are. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. I want to prove it, right? You could kind of make your guess almost here that positive and negatives are going to be an issue. But things work out funny on GMAT algebra, especially on data sufficiency. You never know. So let's go and do the math here. What I'm going to do is I noticed that I've got the opportunity here to add a couple equations, get something to cancel out, make it prettier. And I'm seeing that comment quite a bit in here, which is great. So x squared plus y squared equals 100. X squared minus y squared equals a negative 28. Stop me if I make a mistake, but I think we end up with 2x squared equals 72. We can divide that, x squared equals 36. So x is equal to positive or minus 6. And again, today's all about hygiene, making sure you guys stop making the unforced errors. Most of you are probably going, I would never make that mistake, but most of you have probably done it. Yep, that's squared. Any even power needs to jump off the page at you every single time. Just cover your butt, make sure you're thinking about positives and negatives. Obviously, context matters. If this were geometry, there's not going to be a negative length of a side of a triangle. But here I know that's the case. And then actually, I'm kind of in business. Because from there I can go, well, I know that this is 36. So I can figure out that this is, I think we're going to get that y squared equals 64, I believe. I think that's right. Yep. So then y is equal to plus or minus 8. So all I did was I punched that x squared back in here, solve for y squared, get my 64 plus and minus 8. So right there, you know that you could have either 48 or negative 48 as the value of xy, and that's why d is not sufficient. I'm getting the question, how difficult is this? And please, guys, as we go through and in any of these live sessions, feel free to keep asking that question so I can keep kind of giving you context on how important I think it is. Not super hard. I'd call this kind of mid-level, mid to high, maybe like 600 levels, something like that. This is the kind of thing I need you getting right if your goal is a 47 plus, because quadratics are so common on the test. The quadratics, the flexibility, kind of this business of pushing the question on data sufficiency, all super important skills. So if your long run goal is to be in the high 40s or above, you need this one. All right. Next question. Enjoy. All right. Huge thanks to everybody who's being honest with this one and tell me when they're struggling. I know it's hard. Yeah, now we're starting to see the struggles coming out in the live chat. That makes me happy. Not happy you're struggling, but I appreciate the honesty. Because I think there's the temptation to kind of say, hey, I know what I'm doing. And then kind of the people who are comfortable with this kind of thing do it really quickly and it's easy to get intimidated. Please don't. I'm seeing about 5% of the crowd kind of popping correct answers out really, really quickly. That's not necessarily normal. I think this is a pretty tough question. All right. So, and again, if you found this easy, fantastic. I think for most test takers, it probably isn't. I mean, we're starting to climb towards kind of 650-ish kind of level with this. You could pick numbers here, but the skill that I'm really after, I'm not a big fan of number picking, to be honest, you guys, because I think it's really easy to kind of get into this mess. You know, as we look at all those answer choices, it's like, there's a lot to punch in, right? I mean, I'm going to sit there and kind of do that for 5 answer choices or do it until I get the right one. But then what if 2 of them are right? Like there's too many pitfalls picking numbers here. I actually think that's harder personally. And more broadly, like what's the underlying skill that I care about here? The underlying skill I care about is quadratics, right? You're going to see these a ton. It's one of the most commonly tested things is quadratics disguised in some way or another, right? So when I see that 2xy, I want you to immediately think, hey, one of these guys is getting squared. So that should be your first thought. And we're going to play with that in a whole bunch of different contexts. It's going to come up again and again throughout the marathon here. So I'm going to take this and go, well, let me just play with this. I notice that all my answer choices are in terms of A and B. If I square A, so I get a squared equals x squared plus 2xy plus y squared. Do the same with the b, x squared minus 2xy plus y squared. What I want is this. Well, I can get all this stuff to cancel except for the 2xy if I subtract these equations. Now, one of the little things, tiny little things, some of you guys have done this so much in your lives that you don't struggle with subtracting equations. Very small thing. I usually don't subtract equations. I usually multiply by 1 first and then add. Just one little way for me to make sure that I'm less likely to make an error. It doesn't take me very long. So I'm going to go, okay, I got minus b squared equals minus x squared plus 2xy minus y squared. I'm a little more comfortable doing it that way because the thing that a lot of people can get into is when you subtract the negative. So a squared minus b squared, and we've got 4 terms here. It is really, really, really easy to kind of do something goofy when you subtract. Personally, I always add equations. If you're comfortable subtracting, go for it. But if you ever catch yourself making errors, I want you to think about multiplying it separately as a separate step. Write it down. Insulate yourself against those careless errors. And again, this is an error I see people make all the time who are great at math, people with advanced degrees in physics or engineering. And they're still making this kind of mistake because they blitz through. They're like, I know how to do this, and they go too fast. Take a breath. You can't afford to miss this, even if you're really great at it. All right. So now I'm going to add these. So a squared minus b squared equals the x squareds cancel out, the y squareds cancel out, equals 4xy. And now I'm really close to what I want. All I have to do is divide both by 2. And I got it. And here's my answer. A squared minus b squared over 2, and I don't remember which answer choice that is. That is answer choice A. All right. And thank you to everybody who's making comments about what you're eating while I'm teaching. You guys know I'm obsessed with food, so I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to give you one more harder one of this flavor, and then I think we're going to probably veer into some exponents and see what happens from there. All right. Make it nice and wordy, and then we'll move on to exponents after this one. Go ahead and take a couple minutes. If you struggle right out of the gate, please let me know. right, guys, in the spirit of GMAT Club, where a lot of learning happens kind of peer-to-peer through the forum, people helping people, getting study buddies. If you're nailing this quickly, I want you to try to post your solution. What's your shortcut? I'm seeing a lot of people struggling, seeing a few people popping out with answers. If you've got it, share it in the chat, and let's see where that gets us. All right, seeing some struggles. Okay, so maybe had out of the almost 40 people we have here live, maybe 20 gave the right answer. Most of you guys took a little while, so I think I finally gotcha. I think this one's pretty advanced. And what makes a question hard exactly on the GMAT? I not to get all philosophical on you, but we kind of get this idea in our heads that what makes the GMAT hard or some standardized test hard, I know we've got some GRE people here. What makes it hard? It's going to be more advanced math. It's going to be more in-depth algebra. It's going to be more intense algebra. And it's like, that's not really the GMAT's thing. It's not so much they're going to give you a super intense, dense algebra that you need a master's degree in physics to solve. They're going to give you something that's just, they're making it hard for you to see how to get in there, right? It's the entry point that they make difficult. And in particular here, and this is going to be a theme in hour number 4 as well, it's that toggling back and forth between mechanics and intuition. Like that's kind of the GMAT's deal, right? Under time pressure, add that in there too. So the instinct here, so I'm gonna do the translation first. So two positive integers, A and B, where A is greater than B, they're positive integers, great. If you're not in the habit of having it on the page looking up at you, have that looking up at you, because it's really easy to forget that they're positive integers. That's a hint. The sum of the squares of these integers, sum of the squares, square of one of them, square of the other one, I'm going to add them up. That's equal to 5 times their sum. All right. And then the difference of the squares is 9 times their difference. That's a little mess. But again, these quadratics, I think a lot of you probably got to the idea that, hey, that bottom one looks familiar, difference of squares. So I can go A minus B, A plus B, equal to 9, A minus B. I can divide out by the A minus B. Watch your back here. We know that they're different, right? We know that A is bigger than B. So we know we can just divide by the a minus b. It is not equal to 0 here, so I can get away with that. That's great. So now I've got a plus b equals 9. I feel good about myself so far. Now from here, oh, that's cool. I'm getting somewhere. I can punch that a plus b in for the a plus b up here. I get a squared plus b squared equals 45. And if I'm going rigid algebra brain from here, I'm going to get myself into real trouble. Because here's what I can do, and maybe there's a way through it that I'm just not seeing. But I'm kind of tempted to start adding here, and I cancel out the b squared. Who knows, right? That sounds good. But then I'm kind of in this mess. 2a squared equals 45 plus 9a plus minus b. And maybe there's a way out of this, but my brain's in the wrong mode, right? I went so mechanical. I kept going mechanical, and now I'm kind of stuck, right? Now, instead, if I kind of take the algebra mechanical brain, put it over there for a second and go, well, hey, how can I think logically? How can I use my human brain and kind of go, well, can I get my intuition somewhere that I can do something here? Wait a minute. Positive integers, a squared plus b squared. Oops, that turned into an x magically. A squared plus b squared equals 45. Guys, there's not a lot of options here. Perfect square plus perfect square equals 45. Not a lot of ways to do that. If you're not real confident, you can always, there's actually a bunch of questions that get at this on the GMAT. Where you can go, all right, well, here's my perfect squares that are options. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36. Not a lot of choices. This pretty much has to be 36 plus 9. We know they're both positive. So we know that these integers themselves, so we know that a squared is the bigger one. A squared's got to be 36. B squared's got to be 9. So a is equal to 6, b is equal to 3. A minus b, 3. Answer's A. All right, that's a fun one. Now, it's not to say that there aren't other ways to do this. That's always a theme on the GMAT, right? Typical question might have 6 different solution paths. Hour number 2, my voice is already going. Very, very typical GMAT. 6 solution paths. I'm not saying there's that many here. Different strokes for different folks, but I want you to spend that time going, okay, read twice, think a little bit. Step 2, what's my best way forward? Some of you guys maybe can find a nice technical algebraic way to do it. But for a lot of you, no real need, right? If you can kind of toggle back and forth between the algebra, get yourself over to that, that intuition, you're in pretty good shape. All right, let's do a little bit of exponents. I think I'm going to skip this next one. This one's not too bad. It's a little bit more of a basic question, but I just want to test your hygiene real quick. Won't give you too much time for this. And again, just want to express my gratitude as often as I can. GMAT, thank you guys so much for the donation, helping Ukrainian refugee charities. And if you guys haven't donated yet, every small amount helps. And if you're watching this way after the fact, find a cause you like if you found this lesson helpful, and please donate. I'll shut my mouth now. Okay, interesting thing I'm seeing, I think, on pretty much all these quant questions, I think kind of the people who kind of come right out of the gate have an answer quickly. It's not always going to be the right answer. And then kind of the second wave of folks that get a minute and a half, 2 minutes in and have another idea start to disagree. And it's pretty interesting. All right. Come on back. Okay, so one of the big themes, how to avoid those careless errors that are so destructive on GMAT Quant. So for everybody, if you're really struggling, you don't know a lot about exponents, you might look at this and go, oh, I forgot my exponent rules. I haven't done much of this. Probably a few of you in that boat, probably plenty of you who are like, no, this is so easy for me. I was doing this stuff when I was 8 years old. Well, good for you. Plenty of people in between. Pretty much across the board, though, your hygiene can always be better. Your process can always be stronger. You can always do more to insulate yourself against those careless errors or those wastes of time, the inefficiency, right? So big theme on data sufficiency. I want you to push that question. What can you do to recycle the question? Rewrite an equivalent question that means the same thing. Helps you to see the relevance of these answer choices. So pretty much all the mistakes I think I'm seeing kind of in the second wave of live folks who are making mistakes on it. I can pretty much guarantee that you guys weren't pushing the question enough. Now, my goal here today, we don't have time to get through all the exponent rules. If you want that, we've got a kind of a more foundational video over on the GMAT Club YouTube channel. Branson does an awesome job with it. Not going to go through all the rules, but one of the big themes that the GMAT loves in exponents, it's kind of converting those bases. What I mean by that is, are these two bases, so the 8 and the 1/4, are they related in some way? That's the key. Once you see that, the whole question opens up to you pretty quickly, and it's actually pretty speedy. It's like, oh, wait, there's a 2 in there somewhere. There's a 2 in there somewhere. This is 2 to the 3rd. I could write it like this with parentheses. If that helps prevent you from making a mistake, that's great. So 2 raised to the 3rd, that whole thing's raised to the a. This, 2 to the -2. Again, I'm not going to rehash basic exponent rules here, but you need to be able to look at that fraction and go, okay, I can rewrite that as a negative exponent if I want to, and vice versa. Big theme. We'll get into that on the next question, probably. So here's my question. Again, still a question. I still want to be good about writing it that way, so I don't make a mistake and decide it's a fact and start doing something funny with it. Rewrite it one more time. So 2 to the 3a times 2 to the -2 is equal to what? And I have not left myself enough space. Multiplication, multiplying 2 exponents, same base. I can just add the exponents. So 2 to the 3a minus 2 is equal to what? Well, I know what the 2's do, and that's not the mystery. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Minus 2b. So 3a, 2 to the 3a, 2 to the -2b. There goes my voice already. Now we're number 2. 2 to the 3a minus 2b. The 2 is not the mystery. All I really need to know is 3a minus 2b. That's it. And now we're in business. Look at statement 1. And if the intuition still isn't there for you, let's say that your algebra skills aren't quite so strong, what can you do? Let me just try to make it look similar. Let's get the 3a there. I just multiply both sides by 2. 2b equals 3a. Great. I'm pretty much done. I subtract 2b from both sides. I'm in business. 0 equals 3a minus 2b. And a is sufficient. Can cross out BCE. Statement number 2. So here's the classic. People are calling it the C trap. I get a little nervous about that. The test isn't out to get you, right? I mean, they test these questions really thoroughly. A lot of research, a lot of time goes into them. But yeah, I think you should be a little careful just in the sense that if you look at it and you try to ingest both statements all at the same time, and it's very obviously C, just watch your back a little bit. Like, is it really C? Make sure you've taken the time to prove it. Really important. So this by itself isn't going to give you 3a minus 2b. It's just a by itself. So it is not that second statement. And A is our answer. All right. Ian, great to see you. I have a bunch of emails, man. Let's do one more question. Let's see. How much time do we have? I'm going to do 2 more. Let's start here. We'll do 1 more after this. Give you guys a couple minutes. All right. Now, I've seen a lot of struggles here. And again, my worry a little bit, and if you are one of the people watching this, whether you're watching it live or watching it later, and you're struggling, what I'm seeing in the live chat is people just slaughtering it. But I'm seeing about maybe 20, 25 people getting this really quickly and nothing from anybody else. So I have a feeling there's a lot of people who are kind of scuffling because when we work with our students who are maybe kind of short of that, 48, 49, 50 level, actually I see a lot of issues with this. A lot of people really struggle with kind of the idea that you can express something as a fraction or as a negative exponent. And then also kind of struggle to break this up. I get a lot of people kind of saying out of the gate, oh, well, 5 must be, or X must be 1. And then they kind of get stuck trying to equate the 1/3 and the 45, and they kind of get shot there. All right. You can do this a couple different ways. I think the way I would prefer to start is write it all as negative exponents. 5 to the negative x, 3 to the negative 12 equals 5 to the negative 1, 45 to the negative 6. That should make your life a whole lot easier. This is the other thing a lot of people struggle with. If you're kind of a mid-level student, this might be an issue for you. So I can turn this into 5 times 3 squared. That's all raised to the negative 6. And now I'm in business. All I have to do is distribute this exponent. We got it basically. 5 to the negative x, 3 to the negative 12, 5 to the negative 1, and 5 to the negative 6. Somebody please yell at me if I make a mistake. And then we got it. X must be 5. I'm sorry, 7. The bases are 5. So this combines to 5 to the negative 7. X has got to be 5. There you go. And yeah, one quick thing, what I see a lot in these sessions, I see it a ton on the forums, is that obsession over difficulty level. Is this 700? Is this 500? Is this 620? Couple thoughts on that. Number one, difficulty on the GMAT determined empirically. So when you see those experimental questions, the GMAT's basically calculating how hard are these questions. Second, so this comes from my dark days when I was getting a PhD in psychometrics. You can't tell. Experts can't tell. My PhD advisor's favorite party trick was to get a room full of expert psychometricians, best in the world, and say, hey, which of these two questions is harder empirically? They'd all get it wrong, right? So it's really hard to tell, number one. As we do these non-official questions, it's like, hey, I can make up a number and say, this is a 600 level question. Is that really helping you? I think the important thing is there's underlying skills here. Number one, don't make silly errors. And I'm going to keep harping on that. And people, it goes in one ear, right out the other. We see it every single day. I'm sure Ian can back me up on this. When we're tutoring people, we get students all the time where the issue isn't that they need to be better with math exactly, or that's a secondary issue. The big issue is they're being sloppy. So what can we do to improve your process so that you maximize your performance based on wherever your skills are? First thought. Second thought, I would think about this in terms of, what are the relevant skills? Do you have the flexibility to go back and forth between negative exponents and fractions? Number one. Number two, can you look at this and kind of see the 3s and 5s in it? It's a skill that's going to help you with number properties, help you with exponents. Essential question. If your goal is a 47 plus, you should be able to get this. If you ever make mistakes on this and your goal is something higher than that, that's an issue. All right. We are starting to run low on time once again. My voice is running out. GMAT, however, never runs out. On demand, 24/7. They did not write any of this ad copy. This is all ad-libbed, but I like what they've been doing. Been aware of these guys for a very, very long time. So once again, GMAT, thank you so much for sponsoring this block. Let's do, I don't know, should we do a super hard one or just kind of a not so intuitive one? Let's just do one quick not so intuitive one, and then we will move on to the next block. All right, give you guys 2 minutes. Oops. And you guys know I'm enjoying the shameless plugs. If anybody's watching this and has a company that wants to sponsor part of the second half of the marathon, just let us know. All right. Come on back. The reason I like picking on this particular question is, it's not that it's super hard. It's not. But again, it's that toggling between logic and algebra. What I see a lot from our students on something like this is they'll get the first part right. They'll go, oh yeah, I can take that, and I can kind of do the thing where I convert the bases, and I got 2 to the r times 2 to the 2s, because 2 squared is 4, and that's equal to 16. So I get 2 to the r plus 2s equals 2 to the 4th. So r plus 2s equals 4, and my answer is 4 because I got r plus 2s, and they're asking me for, wait a minute. Hey, it's 2r plus s. It's the opposite, right? I see that mistake all the time from people who are really, really, really good. And I know I'm really naggy about this today, but this is the errors we see all the time. So, hey, why is it that you've studied more math in your life than I have, and your score sometimes is a 43? This is the kind of thing you get into. And instead, it's like, look, easy to forget. R and S are positive integers here. There's only so many things it could be. So if we're saying that r plus 2s is 4, how many positive integers could possibly fit? S can't be 2, because then r would be 0, not positive. S has to be 1. R has to be 2. It's the only way. And you can come plug it in over here, and you got it. Welcome to the GMAT, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to, maybe it's a bad idea. I kind of want to force in one last question. That's a bad idea. We're already past the bottom of the hour. All right. Just past the 2-hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, eGMAT, thank you so much for doing this. Just to be clear, guys, I mean, we with our GMAT Club sponsors, we did say that I put in a plug, but nobody's scripting me. So eGMAT hasn't said, hey, Charles, go read this. Just super, super appreciative of all the help, especially since we planned this whole thing on 8 or 9 days notice. So eGMAT, thank you guys so much for stepping up and for being a whole lot of fun in general in the forum. It's been fun bantering with you guys over the years. All right. Hour number 3, going to take a break from the quant and the verbal, and I'm going to rant at you about the biggest mistakes you may or may not be making on the GMAT. First half of the hour. Second half of the hour, we're going to talk about taking care of your body, which obviously I need because I'm losing my voice. I'm muted. That's going to happen a lot today. Hour number 3, Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Hour number 3 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course. Raising money for Ukrainian refugee charities. 5 great charities we've chosen. If you're watching this live, go ahead and I'm sure you've seen the names already, but you can follow the link in the chat. Should be a link in the description. If you're watching this much, much later and there is no longer a Ukrainian refugee crisis, great. If you find these sessions valuable, please, please find a charity that you love, find a cause that you like, find a conflict somewhere in the world nobody's paying attention to. Please donate, help people out. All right, we'll do something totally different in this hour. And I just want to talk about the most common study mistakes we see. So theme of this 24-hour marathon, I can't give you every little thing that's on the GMAT in 24 hours. Not going to happen, especially with my fading brain and fading voice as the day goes on. What I can talk about is these are the most common pitfalls. So quick little background. Obviously, you guys know that I'm a private GMAT tutor, been doing it for more than 20 years. As time's gone on, things that have gotten better and better. The on-demand courses have gotten better. I talked about eGMAT quite a bit in the last hour. Target test prep, all sorts of products out there where learning the knowledge is getting easier and easier to do. It's getting less expensive. All kinds of people going out and doing free videos. So great. Well, then why aren't you guys all acing the test? And that's what I want to talk about here is what are the kinds of mistakes you make when you prepare, even though there's all kinds of great materials out there, even for free, certainly for cheap. What are the kinds of things you do wrong? So I'm going to count down, and we'll see how messy I make it on the board, but I'm going to count down the 10 biggest mistakes I see in GMAT studying. Before I get into the top 10, I'm going to start with an honorable mention real quick. One thing I see a lot, people are chasing the wrong score goal, or they're chasing the wrong test. And what I mean by that is sometimes we get people who just say, I want to get a 700 on the GMAT. I want to get a 760 on the GMAT. And it's like, well, what are you trying to do? Oh, well, I'm trying to apply for a master's degree in economics from my local university. And it's like, well, then why are you torturing yourself? You could probably take the GRE and be done with it. Different topic to kind of talk about GMAT versus GRE versus the executive assessment. We end up coaching a lot of people in kind of which one to choose. Not going to get into that here, but we do meet a fair number of people who torture themselves with the GMAT, chasing a number for the sake of the number. Think about what you really want to accomplish. What are your career goals? All sorts of great content from maybe admissions consultants on the GMAT Club YouTube channel. Check some of that out. If you're not sure if your score goals are right, get into some of that stuff. And perfect segue, of course, as I talk about that, this hour is sponsored by MBA Mission. So phenomenal. Again, one of the originals, one of the best in the industry. And Jeremy Scheinwald, thank you so much for being such a huge, huge supporter of our efforts today. Well beyond what we could hope for. So hats off to you. And again, if you're not sure that you're pursuing the right test, talk to some of the experts. MBA Mission can help you out in figuring out, hey, what tests, what schools, what do you really need? Put it into context. So all kinds of great information you can get from those guys anytime. And Jeremy, just fantastic. Thank you so much for being a friend of Ukraine and a friend of Eastern Europe. Ever in Denver, man, I'll take out for some good Eastern European food. Okay, got to count down the 10 most apocalyptic study mistakes that I see from people. I'm going to try to go from 10 to 1. My board's going to get a little messy, but we'll go with it. Number 10, too much non-official stuff. And I'm using stuff pretty vaguely there. There's a lot of people who absolutely obsess over, hey, my score on this non-official test, that non-official test. Big problem, guys. It is so hard to mimic the exact style of the test. GMAT spends thousands of dollars on every single question, the testing, the data that goes into it, the rewriting, the editing that goes into those questions. I mean, often years of process. So even the very best test prep companies, I mean, some of the guys that I'm actually saying good things about here today, end up making mistakes on them, right? It's inevitable. You just can't produce a test that is just like the GMAT. GMAT spends tens of millions of dollars a year perfecting the test and perfecting the questions. So don't overreact to non-official practice tests. Verbal, be really careful about using non-official materials at all. We tend not to recommend it for our students. Quant, it can be good to use, but kind of to help you build your understanding of the underlying theory and concepts. Don't over rely on it. Take your data with a big grain of salt. We see people all the time who go, yeah, I'm scoring the mid 700s and I took my test, I got a 620. What happened? Well, sometimes in those cases, they weren't taking the official tests. They were just taking the non-official ones, overreacted to it. Really common, unfortunately. Number 9, time management gimmicks. So what do I mean by that? There's a whole lot of stuff out there, and we all fall prey to it sometimes, right? Where it's like, oh, the first 10 questions, I got to spend extra time there so I get them right. Huge myth. If you spend too much time early on because you're obsessed over the first 10, big problem. Some people say, oh, you can only spend 60 seconds per sentence correction or 90 seconds per data sufficiency or whatever. There's all kinds of things like that out there. Don't buy into any of it. The way you want to think about time management on the test, I'm not going to get into it in massive detail here, but what's the best way? Let's say on Quant, 62 minutes, 31 questions. What is the most efficient allocation of time that maximizes your ability to get the questions right that you need to get right? Be careful on the easy stuff. Watch your back, read twice, check your steps as you go, plot your path forward carefully, read one more time at the end, make sure you don't walk into a trap of your own making. And stuff you don't know how to do, walk away from it, let it go. Verbal, don't start rushing through, it's not going to work. People say, oh, I got to read the passage in 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 90 seconds or whatever it is. Don't buy into any of that stuff. Figure out what pacing works best for you, stick with it. As soon as you start rushing, the wheels come off. Adaptive test, easy errors, easy questions, you're in big trouble. All right, number 8. I referred to this earlier. I call it engineer's disease. With a hat tip to Mike, known as GMAT Ninja 2 on the GMAT Club forum, fantastic tutor, engineering background. He was the one that coined this term in our company. So you're too inflexible, right? So a lot of engineers get trained algebra, methodical. I had a wonderful student years ago, Indian guy, smarter than me, a lot smarter than me, Indian immigrant living in New York City. He 2 master's degrees in quantitative things. Fantastic, brilliant dude. 4 minutes later, he's got 12 lines of algebra, and I'm just kind of slumped back in my chair, lazy American. Yeah, there's a way around what you're doing, man. Take it easy. So building on that flexibility, it is hard. It takes practice. It takes work to learn how to be flexible. But if you find yourself being too rigid, too much algebra, too many lines, see what you can do to sort of learn a different way of going about it, look at it from a different angle. Perfect timing. Good to see you, Daniel. Number 7, Memorizing too much. This one's huge. This is one of the biggest things I see on the forum. So all these explanations, I think, I don't know how many explanations we've written answers to that are, e-GMAT, some of Target Test Prep. I mean, all these experts that are in there writing great stuff, Karishma, Ian, Andrew, and writing these explanations. And one of the things I see people doing on the forum, verbal, let's say, they try to memorize it, right? Like, okay, I can write a great explanation for you for a reading comp passage. What does it do for you to memorize it? Nothing. What does it do for you to memorize a ton of rules on sentence correction? A few rules, okay, we'll talk about that as we do sentence correction content later on. But you do too much of it, and it's like, then your brain just doesn't work. Your human brain shuts off. There's very, very little on the test that is worth memorizing. And I know that's heresy for some people. There's very few formulas that you really, really, really need. Sentence correction, there's very few rules that apply absolutely. I taught GMAT for a long time before I ever figured out the difference between a simple and a complex gerund. It doesn't matter. Some of those details that people memorize, don't spend too much time on it. You want to keep your human brain on. It's a subtle thing, but it's really, really key. And don't waste your time memorizing explanations. I see it all the time. 6, binging. I like binging on food. You guys know that. If you've liked our content today, please invite me to your mom's house for dinner. So binging on topics, I see this all the time too, unfortunately. And there's a lot of forms that can take. One of the things we're going to talk about a ton in some of the other lessons, certain things, people walk out of the test and go, hey, what went badly? Oh, I felt like probability and combinatorics went badly. Well, how many did you see? Turns out that probability is about 2% of the quant questions. That's it. Are you overstudying it? Are you spending, so it should be about 1/50th of your GMAT study time in theory, right? Because it's only 1/50th of the quant questions. Are you doing more than that? Are you obsessing over quant first and then verbal later? Are you ignoring reading comp while you do other things? Are you ignoring sentence correction while you do other things? Those are the kinds of things we see all the time. Hey, I'm going to spend this week studying a ton of grammar rules. That gets you into trouble. Keep your studying balanced. Early in your studies, focus on the things that are going to take the longest time to improve on. So again, good hygiene, good practices so you don't make those careless errors. Reading comp, critical reasoning, slow burns, really hard to improve quickly. Some people can do it, but sometimes it just takes time. So take your time doing that. Start with the stuff that's going to take you longer, and don't sit there and go, hey, I'm going to spend a whole week studying number properties, because it's just not that huge. No one thing is worth that much to you, and you're going to lose your mojo and learn and kind of lose track of things that really are important. Number 5, very closely related, kind of hinted at it already. Studying useless stuff with an asterisk on it. Huge obsession we see in the verbal forums. Comma usage on sentence correction. Folks, it almost never matters. I can point to pretty much no questions where you need to obsess over the comma. I see people obsessing. I mentioned gerunds earlier. I see obsession over gerunds. Why? What does that do for you? As long as you understand the function and can do it intuitively, you're fine. Related, not necessarily totally useless stuff, but probability, combinatorics. People obsess over the train question on rates. 2 trains are coming at each other. How many of those have ever been published? Like 2 out of the couple thousand questions that have been released. So try to put that in context. There's a great couple of threads on GMAT Club created by our lovely founder, BB, that breaks down all of the questions that are in those free GMAT prep tests, 1 and 2, the freemba.com tests. So if somebody can post that in the chat, that'd be fantastic. But basically, what you think is on the test isn't necessarily what's really there. Arithmetic, algebra, that's half your test on quant, for example. So just be really, really thoughtful about that. Okay, number 4, practice test abuse. What do I mean by that? So I had a guy who inquired for tutoring a couple weeks ago, and he'd taken all 6 official tests within the space of about 12 days. He was taking them every other day. That is a total misuse of them, because once they're gone, they're gone. And there's nothing else that's going to tell you how you're doing except for the real thing. So be really, really careful. You've got 6 official tests, everybody. Use them really, really carefully. Don't use them as a study tool. It's not what they are. They're a diagnostic tool. Do a test early on. That's great. Do an official test early on. And then use it to tell you what you need to work on. Go work on that stuff. And when your data from your other homework, maybe from your non-official quant tests, when that data is telling you you've improved on your weaknesses, then go back and check by doing another official test. But don't just binge on them, because once they're gone, they're gone. Yes, you can retake them. but it's always going to be inflated. It's always going to be bloated, and your timing is always going to be warped. You can say, well, I didn't remember the questions consciously. Yeah, that's nice. It doesn't matter, because when you see something you've seen before, even if you don't recognize it consciously, you're going to go through it much, much, much faster the second time. So absolutely a huge thing. Don't abuse those practice tests. Use them really, really carefully. And when you do a repeat test, take that result with a huge, huge, huge grain of salt, because if you've seen those questions before, it's going to totally warp your score, totally warp the experience. You're going to get to the test and go, wow, I'm going much slower now. And it's going to feel totally different. So be super, super careful. I love you, Shovik. 3, ignore your physical limits, ignoring your body, frying your mind. There's a little bit of a segue. So in a couple minutes here, we're going to bring on a personal trainer with a psychology degree, brilliant guy, going to talk about body-mind connection, how to get your mind right, how taking care of your body can make you a better test taker. Also going to bring on a sleep coach. Now, a lot of you guys are type A. You're go-getters, right? You're sitting here watching a 24-hour GMAT marathon if you're watching this live. If not, you're spending your spare time watching some guy talk about GMAT on YouTube. You work super hard. You probably have a demanding job. You want to go get an MBA, be a big dude in business or a big lady in business. That's fantastic. You probably work too hard. Cold advice: take care of your body, get some sleep, have balance, be a happy person, get some exercise. We meet people all the time. Study like crazy, 6 hours a day, 8 hours a day, come home from work, study until 2 a.m, wake up in the morning, go to work at 6. Don't do that to yourself. Your performance is going to get absolutely destroyed. What we tell our students, if you're on a work day, 2 hours of studying, you're good. Then take care of yourself. Make it 2 really good high quality hours. Weekends, maybe 3 or 4 hours a day. Don't go too much past that. It's not going to help you. Why? Think about how the test works. Careless errors kill you on the GMAT. It's how it's designed. Maybe not on purpose, but adaptive tests. You make errors on silly errors on questions that are easy for you, your score is going to go in the toilet. So when you get to that hour number 3, hour number 5, hour number 6 of your studying in a day, that's when you're going to start making those careless errors. And what are you doing? You're training your brain to make those careless errors. It is an absolutely huge thing. And take care of your body. Get your sleep, says the guy staying up all night. Get your exercise, get into nutrition, like take good care of yourself. Don't skip meals. It really, really matters, more than I can possibly tell you. We see students all the time. They know their stuff. They go to the test. They underperform by 50, 60 points. Why? They're exhausted. Their body's not right. Their diet's not right. Lots of ways without spending a ton of time. You can exercise in 10, 15 minutes a day and really make a difference for your mental function. And we're going to bring on a guy to talk about that soon here. Number 2, unresolved test anxiety. This is arguably number 1. More common than you think. One of the things we see every day, we see it on the forums, we see it in our private tutoring students. Yeah, if you really care about something, you're going to get nervous. It is normal. It is totally normal. Almost everybody experiences this. Now, when it gets bad enough to affect your ability to think clearly on the exam, you got something to deal with. Now, it's sometimes a stigma in some parts of the world, especially. I don't want to talk about my feelings. I don't want to talk about the anxiety I feel when I take the test. It is so normal, people. All kinds of ways to work on it. Mindfulness meditation. There's all kinds of coaching out there. Sports psychology helps. This is incredibly normal. I think 60% of GMAT students are suffering from it on some level. Every day I look in the forum and somebody says, hey, my practice tests were this. My actual exam was this. What happened? And I'll go, yeah, there's some anxiety going on there. And too many of us don't want to face it. It's a really big deal. And again, we're going to bring on Dr. Jenny Foreman to talk about this more, I believe, in hour number 10. And number 1, I've already been preaching about this already, ignoring unforced errors. Not a test of how smart you are, how much math you know. Not a test of how much grammar you know. And it's the maddening thing. That's why we can get 400 people showing up to a lecture about the GMAT. Is that, yeah, that's what makes it hard, right? Is that it's not a test of your knowledge. That only gets you so far. It's a base. Yeah, you need to understand some basic geometry, algebra, whatever. That's the base. That's the backbone. But you can be great. I have students all the time. I teach dozens of them. I'm telling you, they're smarter than I am. They know more math than I do, for sure. Very, very common. Why do they struggle? Yeah, they're making errors they don't need to make. They rush through, bad time management. They get nervous. Their brain's fried because they overwork. So this is the bottom line. Fix this, thing number 1, and things are going to be a whole lot better for you on the GMAT. And I know, not sexy, but it's a really big deal. All right. With that, we are going to bring on two of my very favorite people. And all right, there's Kyle. And I'm not quite sure how this works on the streaming. So everybody, two of my very favorite people, I've been preaching a lot about kind of taking care of your body, says the guy here up for 24 hours, not taking care of his body at all. I do have a lot of snacks, but that's about it. A lot of coffee. So Kyle Crancher, trainenable.com. So personal trainer, does a lot of online work, degree in psychology. We brought him into GMAT Ninja a couple of years ago just because, we wanted somebody who could kind of help our students think about how to integrate exercise in their lives and how that would affect their performance. And we know that people who are unhealthy don't perform as well. We all feel that in our daily lives if we pay attention, but want to start thinking about how can we provide that more to our students and what kind of information we provide to people who are trying to be better and have their minds function better. So Kyle Crancher, our favorite personal trainer, and Shannon Glenn, sleep specialist. So there are ways to get a whole lot better at sleeping. One way is do not do 24-hour GMAT fundraising marathons. Apparently that's a bad idea. But something we see all the time, people say, and sometimes it's linked to anxiety, sometimes it isn't. Couldn't sleep the night before my test, did badly. Don't sleep in general, did badly. Well, I'm fine on 4 hours a night. That doesn't go well either. So, all right. So we've got about 40 minutes for this, which is awesome. So I'm going to start. I'll ask you guys just kind of some nice softball questions, and then if you're watching this live, please punch in your questions for Kyle and Shannon. Do my best to get to as many as we possibly can. Kyle, I'm going to start with you because I think the idea that there's a conversation about a very specific standardized test, and we're talking to an exercise guy, I think strikes people as kind of counterintuitive. And I would just love to hear your thoughts kind of from your point of view about, what it takes to get your mind functioning better and what kind of exercise helps, how much exercise, what do people really need if their goal is to maximize mental performance?
Yeah, I think what I experience a lot in my 10 years of coaching is that we tend to overcomplicate exercise in general. And if you're not dead on the floor, about to pass out at the end of your workout, you didn't do it right. But really what we're trying to do is just put ourselves in increasingly more challenging circumstances. So that way you get used to having physical and emotional, even mentally engaging challenges, so that when you're faced with it out of the blue versus planned, you know what this feels like, that you've had the experience and you've kind of been battle tested before. So I always say start with whatever you feel comfortable doing. And one of the most underrated versions of fitness is just walking, getting outside, making sure that you're getting a little actual physical separation from whatever task you were just doing. Like, I don't know, studying for 24 hours for a big test, something like that. It helps kind of get your blood flowing because your brain is obviously fed by, nutrients that can be pushed around by just some really gentle activity. So that's generally where I like to start people, is just do what you can with what you have right now. And I think everybody has the ability to just go outside and walk in the sun for 20 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Kyle. And do you think that more intense exercise helps more? Like if somebody's just doing walking, is that good, but more is better? Does it depend on the person?
Yeah, I think there is some respect that needs to be paid to, I wish there was a better way to frame this, but like, have you earned the right to do more intense exercise? Because if I'm going from the couch to something super heavy or super intense for a long duration, that could very much be doing more damage than it is good. So I want to gradually expose myself to the right dose of intensity and duration. And that's all kind of dependent on, your exercise history, if you have any medical issues, what style of training you're doing. Because just take for an example, if you're an elite power lifter who is supposed to perform at 3 barbell lifts versus somebody who is training for a marathon, the way that you're going to perform at those two tasks is drastically different because your test is different. So the training really is built around your goals, basic lifestyle factors, your comfort in certain training methodologies. So I wish I could give you a better answer other than it depends.
Awesome. And Shannon, I'll turn over to you. Can you say a little bit about how, I think we all know, right? I mean, there's kind of I feel like I've been nagging everybody a lot in these 3 hours about kind of how to study and how to think about certain question types. I think sleep sometimes feels that way to us, right? Like we all know, right? It starts to feel naggy, get more sleep, right? Our families might yell at us. So I guess, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on in our bodies? Like we know we should get more sleep, but how bad is it if I get 6 hours a night? How bad is it? I feel okay.
Well, it's a good question. Before I answer that question, one thing, and just the few things that Kyle has said that I know, Kyle, you'll agree with me on, is that just how connected sleep and exercise are. And like everything you're saying, Kyle, actually helps you sleep better too. And I know better sleep also helps you exercise and move better. But like 20 minutes of outside time in the sun is probably my number one tip to adults who are battling insomnia. Because that there's so much research out there that says like the more you can move your body, ideally even with some sunshine exposure too, the better you're probably going to sleep. So just a few things that you said are so true when it comes to sleep. And same thing even going with people in different lifestyles and they have different sleep needs. So to answer your question a little further, Charles, on what does it look like? So recommended amount of sleep is 7 to 9 hours for all adults. Adult being considered like 18 to 60. Things do change as you get a little older. There is a very, very small, like less than 5% part of our population that can actually healthy function survive on 6 hours of sleep, but that's 5% of our population. So 95% of our population cannot do that. And that even being more specifically true to most of the people that you're speaking to who are studying for big exams, they're very likely going to be in a younger age group, 30 and younger, and their need for sleep is going to be even higher. So when you're functioning on less than 7 hours of sleep or 6 hours of sleep, as you mentioned, what starts there's a few things that start to happen. The brain gets hit a little harder, a little quicker, which again, kind of going back to studying and test taking is really problematic. Because when we don't get the enough sleep for what our body needs, big things don't happen, such as the toxins that our body just accumulates, our brain accumulate all day long. When we're sleeping, our brain has the ability to clean those out. And those continue to build day after day after day. And so if you're not getting the good sleep that you need, which means quantity too, right? Quality and quantity are sort of the name of the game when it comes to sleep. Quality they're both equally important. The right quality, the right quantity. And so when you're not sleeping enough, those toxins are continuing to build up. Which can really cause a lot of problems for us. And big one is it can impair our cognitive functioning. And so what research has found is that if you are depriving yourself of sleep night after night, the cognitive impairment is equal to that of someone being intoxicated. For some people, they can experience that after a day or two. Also kind of what Kyle alluded to, everybody's a little different. My sleep needs are different than Kyle's sleep needs. Kyle's sleep needs are different than Charles. And so when I'm working with people, that's one of the first things we really kind of hone in on is what works for you. Because I'm not going to say to you and hammer in your head 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, because I agree with you, Charles. I think that really can increase the anxiety for people around sleep and then make everything worse. A big thing I'm working on with people when I'm working with them privately is their mindset. Mindset plays a huge role in how you're sleeping. Meaning if you think you're a bad sleeper, if you hate sleep, you don't have, there's just negative feelings towards sleep, it actually makes sleep bad. And so that's the first thing I like to look at is how many hours of sleep do you actually need? And then we go from there. So for somebody like you, Charles, if you're like, I actually pretty regularly function fine on 7, then a night here or there is 6 hours, not like night before a test, not a good idea, but is it the end of the world? Maybe not. For somebody like me, I need 8.5 hours and I don't do very well on less. And so more than like one night of 6 hours, I really feel the effects of that because I'm cutting myself 2.5 hours short, which is a lot. And so the next day, my brain really, I don't feel on my game. And I don't feel like my thoughts can be jumbled a couple days of that, and my thoughts can really feel weird. And I can just not be as sharp or clear. All those things really important for test taking. And so cognitive function is something there's a lot of research out on, that when you are cutting yourself short on sleep, you are not going to be thinking as clearly as you would be if you had gotten the right amount of sleep that you need. The other thing that can happen when you're not sleeping well is your memory. And there's a ton of research out there on memory consolidation. So when you're sleeping, what your brain does is it takes kind of all of your day's events and experiences and learning and says, this is important, this isn't. And so it takes those short-term, what happened today, memories, and puts them into your long-term bank so that you can access them at a later time. And so if you're not getting good enough sleep, that memory consolidation isn't happening. And so it won't allow for you to put those memories into long-term to access later if you're not getting good sleep. I was actually just reading a research article the other day that was saying that, like, if a person, let's say a person has a test on Monday or Thursday, sorry, and they start studying for it on Monday, and they study every night, but they're only getting like 5 hours of sleep each night, they might as well have not even studied, because going into the Thursday test, the information that they should be retaining from their Monday night studying is going to be gone. The chances of them being able to access it are really small. And that's just from 3 nights of sleep deprivation. So that can kind of tell you how important the memory consolidation is when you're sleeping well. And obviously super important for every aspect of life. But if you're getting ready to prepare for something really big, like a big test, it is going to make a big difference.
And Shannon, just make sure I caught that right. So you're talking about research that basically shows that, in essence, the effects of sleep deprivation counteract the positive effects of studying.
Yes.
So whatever you spent that time studying is wiped out, maybe and then some, because your memory is so diminished and your performance is so diminished that the stuff you learn just isn't usable.
Correct. And it's not going to be just memory consolidation that you can't access. It's going to be your cognitive functioning too, right? Like they go hand in hand. And so not only will you struggle to remember it, you're also not thinking clearly. And for any of you that have had either experiences in your life, or in many of our cases, children, that when they're first born, you immediately get put into sleep deprivation, you know firsthand what that feels like. For some of us, that might be the only time that you've experienced that. I, for better or worse, have had jobs in my life that have had me up at night. I've had to work at night. And I remember, and I've never been able to do them very long term, because I really couldn't get the shift worker lifestyle and sleeping down. And the next day I would just, or a couple days in, I would just be a wreck. I mean, I was like, I don't know what's up, what's down. I feel so confused.
I want to start talking a little bit about anxiety and kind of the connection between body and anxiety. And then we'll start taking some viewer questions. Kyle, in particular, this number is kind of more from just anecdotal experience, working with students, that I think about 60% of GMAT test takers we meet suffer from pretty serious test anxiety, enough to affect their performance. I think it's kind of from your experience dealing with clients who maybe aren't taking a test or whatever, but maybe come in with some sort of, underlying anxieties or stress in their life. I guess kind of 2 questions. What do you see happening as they kind of get their exercise routine kind of optimized for their needs? Like what does that path to improvement look like? How long does it take? And what sorts of exercise regimens get them there to kind of alleviating that stress?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's helpful to get kind of like a working operation of what is an anxiety, right? So I've always explained anxiety as general worrying about something that hasn't yet happened, right? And with that, it takes place in the body in very like real physiological ways. You get cold sweats, you get the chills, you get jittery, you have increase in respiration, you might, like I said, start sweating and heart racing, you can't talk. All of those things are your body's fight or flight response turning on. So when you are starting to experience this onset of anxiety, it's useful to find strategies to dissipate this physical heightening of your your senses kind of taking over. So when we go about producing an exercise program for somebody, first of all, we need to make sure that the base of the pyramid is solid, which is what we call our basic lifestyle guidelines. So how much are you sleeping? Like Shannon has been doing a great job of dropping some serious knowledge bomb on. What time are you going to bed at? Are you getting up at the same time? Are you having a good quality of sleep? Are you eating well, right? Because that's really going to prop everything else up, right? If I'm killing myself in the gym 7 days a week, but then I'm sleeping 4 hours, I might as well not have gone to the gym at all because I'm not giving my body a chance to recover. So when it comes to designing a program, we want to look at things that actually take place outside of the gym first. So once those things are kind of put into play, then we can start going about addressing the actual exercise portion of it. And that, like I said, really depends on what the person is currently doing, what they have done for exercise in the past, where they want to take their exercise. Because if somebody just wants to move for an hour 3 times a week and they want to feel better generally, with dissipating some of that anxiousness that they built up through the week, that's going to be very different than if somebody's like, I would love to play Major League Baseball, right? Because then you're shifting it from, I want to do this to feel good and just move my body because I can and it's for me, versus I want to take the way that my body functions to now turn it into a career, and my livelihood is connected to my physical ability. So with that, again, the answer is it kind of depends. But generally, full body exercises 2 to 3 times a week, if somebody's doing nothing, is going to be plenty for them to see long-term progress. So if that answers your question, let me know. And if not, I'll go into that further.
I mean, it sounds like what you're saying, Kyle, is that it doesn't need to be, I think we kind of imagine like, hey, I need to go be a meathead and go to the gym for an hour and a half a day, 7 days a week. And I think the case you're making is that for somebody who's kind of struggling with their overall well-being and mental function and sleep for that matter, that maybe 20-minute walks 3 days a week, or, some like cardio or whatever it might be, even that much makes a difference towards sort of alleviating the stress and anxiety, kind of the buildup of that set of toxins in your body. I get your mind away from all of the things you're worried about with work and studies. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So we're not about like slapping a Band-Aid on a bullet wound and hoping that it sticks, right? So we're really trying to put in place long-term adherence, and that starts like very slow and incrementally giving you more and more to do. So just as an example, we have Johnny Boy who comes in and he's sleeping 3 hours a night, has maybe 2 meals a day that are like highly processed, and he wants to get into working out, going from no workouts a week to 5. Right off the bat, I would say, hey, where our focus needs to be for now is getting you more sleep. Once we've shown that we can get into a pattern and we can adhere to going from 3 to 4 hours of sleep to 5 to 7 consistently, you've proven that you're taking this serious. You want your well-being to be at the forefront of your mind. Now we can start layering things on top of that. So if somebody is anxious because of a test, there's plenty of things that we can do that is not study related, that can help calm those feelings outside of that. And it's the same with exercise, right? Everyone is so hyper focused on what happens in the gym that they neglect the 23 hours outside of the gym that has a huge impact on moving us forward, arguably even more so than the exercise itself. Exercise is honestly maybe 20% of it all. But that's what's sexy, right? That's what goes on Instagram. That's what everybody shows. Like, look, I can squat 500 pounds. That's cool. But it's not as cool in, the eyes of the mass population. Like getting in bed at 9 o'clock and waking up at 6 a.m. every single day of the week, regardless of whether you can sleep in on Saturday or Sunday, having circadian rhythms, having your cortisol levels, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, mitigated by just getting sunlight through your retinas and getting sunlight on 50% of your skin for 15 to 20 minutes. It's little things like that. When they're all pointed in the same direction, you can make huge progress.
One of the questions that's kind of coming up is, almost everybody watching, I'm sure, everyone's trying to cram too many things into their lives, right? It's people trying to get their MBAs or studying for something. They all have intense jobs for the most part. How do you go about changing those habits and changing your schedule to fit this stuff in? And when should you study? So how do you balance, if we're talking about work, exercise, sleep, and study. How would you go about advising people on how to sort of figure out what that ultimate kind of optimal balance and schedule is? I'm going to start with Shannon on that one.
Yeah, great question. And also to talk what Kyle was talking about, a layered approach in making sleep changes is the way to go about it too. And so if you are a person that is like the example Kyle gave, you are sleeping, 3 hours a night. Yeah. Same thing that I'll do when I'm working with someone like that too, is like, I know I'm not going to jump you from 3 hours of sleep to 8 within a week period, because I'd have to throw so much at you to do that. So we're going to try to have quick wins, because our brains love those quick wins, and get some success happening, and then increase things from there. Makes a really big difference for sure. When it comes to the timing, and really the same would apply to what you're asking on when you're studying, thinking for ways to try to set people up for success. The recommendation on like finding the right time to study as it relates to sleep is to first think about your body clock. So there's typically 3 kinds of body clocks that most of us have. And that's an early bird or a morning bird, which many people know. Person who goes to bed early wakes up early. Then there's somebody kind of midday, which, can be given lots of terms. Most common one, if we're thinking on animal line, is like a lark. And a lark is somebody who's going to go to bed before midnight, probably somewhere between 10 and midnight, and then wake up mid-morning. So, waking up somewhere around, let's say 7 to 9 in the morning. So that's sort of your midday person. And then your night owl is typically somebody who isn't tired before midnight, and needs to go to bed after midnight and wake up a little later. Society does not necessarily cater very well to night owls, to be honest with you. So especially as you become further in your adult life. So that probably is the one that can be a little bit trickier, but by figuring that out, then what you're going to be able to determine is, when do I have my best period of alertness? When do I have the least amount of distractions? And what can I stay consistent with? And so from learning my body clock, then those 3 factors, what is the time that's right? So kind of, as you can imagine, an early bird is going to do their best studying in the morning. And something, like 5 to 7, 5 to 8 a.m. might be their ideal times. Now, if they're like, there's no way I can do that because I'm riding the train in the morning, it's crazy and chaotic, then we wouldn't even discuss that time, because that wouldn't set them up for distractions and consistency. So there's a little bit of a bigger range that a person could work with. So like an early bird would be early morning to probably sometime in the afternoon. Midday lark person would probably do better with like mid-afternoon studying would be best. Night owl is going to do better in the evening, is kind of the general rule. And so you kind of work with those, and then you go to the person. And really, as we're both alluding to, it is all very specific to the person, which is why some one-on-one work for people who are getting ready to do these high functioning activities really can make all the difference, because figuring out for that person, okay, here's what you're an early bird, but we can't get you studying at 5 o'clock because you've got this going on. So when can we do it where it still works with your brain functioning and it's still going to be consistent and without the distractions? So those are, and that really can apply to a lot of things, in life, on when you're at your best. Your body clock will impact and dictate a lot of that. And so those are things that I would suggest that people look at to determine when they're going to be able to study. And then the name of the game with anything in life is to try to be as consistent with it, more consistent than not, with it as you can.
Yeah. I have a saying when clients first come to me, is like, when, everybody wants that quick fix. When's the best time to work out? And I always tell them, whenever you can. Right. So when, you've summed it up great with, when are you going to have the most focus? When are you going to have the least distractions? When do you feel energized the most? And, you did a good job of laying out the archetypes of the different people that you'll encounter. And it comes with kind of a trial and error as well.
Mm-hmm.
You might try studying in the morning and you're like, this is just not working for me. The kids are screaming. I got to take them out to the bus or whatever. That's probably not a good way to go. Like I had one client recently whose compliance was so far down, and I reached out and it's like, hey, what's going on? He's like, I know we agreed on our Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday schedule, but Tuesdays and Thursdays are my long days at work, and I just can't get the workout in on those days. And I'm like, then put them on other days. If you are like the least likely to work out on your really heavy workload days, let's move them to another time. And he's like, oh, I didn't even think about that. It's like, yeah, we're trying to set you up for success, not for failure, and like, that's where the incremental challenges come into play, because if we go from 0 workouts a week or 0 study sessions, whatever you want to, use the example with, and then you jump from 0 to 5, the first week you don't hit 5 sessions, you're going to chalk it up in your brain as a loss. And it's like, why even try and set up that possibility to begin with? Make it 2, make it 1, make it 3, make it something that's achievable, but it's a step in the right direction. And then you use that momentum to continue on to other facets or to layer on top of that.
So don't make your goals too ambitious right from the start. In other words, do something that you know is attainable, you can feel good about, and start to build that kind of positive feedback loop.
Right. And one of the things that I try and like differentiate a little more through verbiage is like, think of your goal as like, it's huge, it's audacious. It's going to take you a lot of time to get there. You always want to kind of have that roadmap built out in a way, because you know where you're at right now, you know where you want to go. But then our objectives are smaller things along the way that keep us on track, but also they're smaller wins, right? So objectives, small, lead us to the big goal. Goal is something huge that you've been working towards or will need to work towards for a longer time frame.
And we're getting some really good questions about sleep and exercise and diet. And I want to circle back to those in a minute. But before we get there, there's been a bunch of questions about kind of variance on sleep banking, right? So if I get a terrible night's sleep tonight, which guaranteed, can I compensate for it later? So that's one version of the question. Related, what about napping? So what if I only get 6 hours at night, but I sleep, a little bit in the afternoon or something? Is that okay? Or does it need to be more consistent than that?
I'm guessing that question's to me. Good question. So again, going back to probably overriding point that we both agree on, it really does matter on the person. For some people, napping is really good for them and can be the difference in overall better sleep. For other people, it's the exact opposite. So really, there's kind of
napper myself.
Yep.
I'm like grumpy that I can't sleep more, so not in that.
Yep. Yep. And so really there's kind of 2 ways to approach napping. When I work with a person, one of the number one questions I ask them is, are you a napper? Can you nap? Because naps can be there's a lot of advantages to them. And if I get an answer, just like Kyle said, most people know right away by the time they're adults, they know like, yes, napping is great for me. No, napping is terrible. I hate it. And so if I get a person that says they're terrible, then that's just taken out of the equation. It's just not a tool we're ever going to use. For somebody where napping is good, for myself, napping is good. And something that's really interesting, gender-wise, women tend to be more prone to napping than men. We tend to have a higher sleep need than men as well. Women tend to have a higher sleep need than men. And so that's likely part of the equation, but just as a kind of disclaimer there. So there's two naps that have been researched, and 2 kinds of naps, I should say, that have been researched enough that are effective. One is the power nap, or it can be referred to as like a coffee nap. The other is like the traditional restorative nap. So a power nap is like a 30-minute nap that you're going to take to bring down the tired a little bit, and can be really advantageous or beneficial to do before something like taking a test, before something like a big like activity physically that you need to do. Because what's going to happen is you're not going to get into your deep sleeps. You're going to stay on the superficial sleeps. So you're going to pull out of it quicker, but it's going to lower the fatigue or the sleep deprivation that you're feeling enough to then be able to perform. And so basically the way power naps work is you lay down and you set an alarm for 30 minutes. And so you're not worried about what you're doing, whether you're sleeping or you're just laying there. Your body is resting. For most people, if a power nap works, they'll typically sleep somewhere in the range of like 12 to 17 minutes of that time. And those are ideal to try to do. We really don't want any everybody sleeping like within 5 hours of bedtime. So you wouldn't want to do that, 5 hours before your bedtime. It would need to be a little earlier in the day. But those are something that people really can take advantage of if napping is something that works for them. The other nap is a 90-minute full cycle nap. Those are what are referred to as restorative naps. Most 18 to 60-year-old adults don't need those on a regular basis. But sometimes in the question that you asked, Charles, where you maybe really had a terrible night of sleep for whatever the reason, and napping is something your body can do, then a restorative nap might be a good idea. And usually doing those midday, kind of sometime after lunchtime, are when it's suggested to do those. Like well, I know there's people worldwide listening to this, but in other countries, not the US, America doesn't tend to support napping as much as other countries. But a lot of countries will have siesta time after lunch on a daily basis, where it's like you've just eaten lunch. Now you can just go have downtime, and it's not abnormal for them to just go take a nap during that time. That's because that's kind of ideal time for the body to do that is after lunch. A lot of cultures outside the US, it's also common to go to bed a little later and wake up a little later, like their society just does things later. And so then the nap even makes more sense than in the US, where that's typically not the case. So having nap being a way to make up sleep, it really only is if that works for your body. There's growing research out there on like, can you catch up on missed sleep? And the answer to that is becoming no. For a long time, we thought maybe you could, but could you feel like if, for example, you staying up for 24 hours, within a few days, you're going to feel better, right? Because essentially you're going to get caught up or get back on track. But like, can you actually remove the hours of sleep deprivation and bring yourself back down to like neutral? Probably not. So that then brings the big thing on consistency. Trying to get as much sleep as you need and can on a more regular basis.
We've got a little less than 10 minutes left. I want to ask you too. So we actually plan to bring a nutritionist on in this panel as well, but she couldn't make it at this particular time. But I wonder if either of you have any thoughts on diet and exercise and sleep. And I realize that, Kyle, especially for you, it's like people with different physical goals. It's like, well, hey, I want to be a bodybuilder. Well, okay, that's one set of dietary needs. But for people who are exercising more for their overall well-being and their mental function, how would you like them to think about diet? What are the small changes that you think, let's say, most people would benefit from putting into their lives?
Yeah, I think a lot of what our society has kind of taken us away from is having consistency in our schedules. One day might be entirely different from the next. And within that, it's hard to get not only consistent meal times, but also meals that have enough nutrients to support the level of activity we're trying to sustain for long periods of time. So again, it's one of those, it depends answers. But if somebody is, trying to lose weight, it makes sense that we're a little more mindful of what we're putting into our body and the amounts. Just conversely, as if somebody is trying to gain muscle mass, you want to make sure that you're not under eating and you're having adequate fuel to make sure that you're gaining muscle or gaining mass in general. So I would say find some staple meals that are easy for you to whip together real quick or to meal prep. Meal prepping has changed my life because during the week, there'll be some days that I'm working for 10 to 14 hours. And when I go home at the end of the day, I know my likelihood of making a nutritious meal that I actually enjoy after being on the floor for 14 hours, that's not going to happen. So if I take a couple hours out of my weekend, let's say on the high end, 3 hours, but I've made 4 meals that I can dish out for not only lunches, but also for dinners when I come home on those late evenings. That's going to set me up for success to make sure that I'm not skipping any meals and starting off at a detriment. And also, just getting in some healthy foods.
Shannon, any thoughts on diet and sleep and kind of things that simple things that people can do to kind of help optimize their sleep by not making, let's say, major dietary mistakes?
Yeah, good question. So yes, for sure, there is just as Kyle said, it can depend on the person, for sure. But making sure that when I'm seeing somebody privately, I do have them like give me a week food log so that I can just take a look at what they're eating, and I say to them right out of the gate, like I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not here to put you on a meal plan or anything like that at all. But what I'm looking for is consistency in like how you're eating, what you're eating, and the timing of when you're eating, because those things will all influence sleep. And so with everything, our bodies like consistency. So with eating, it would be the same. And so is this person somebody that's eating consistently 3 meals a day? Is this food processed food, or is it actually, healthy food, plant-based food that is going to fuel the body? And then I also am typically looking at like sugar content too, particularly in the evening, because that's definitely not going to help their sleep needs. But sleep, just like exercise, is really it's a 24-hour thing, meaning like what you're doing during the day with yourself will totally impact how you sleep. And sleep is often a symptom of things that you maybe probably need to address more so than the sleep. And so diet, nutrition can definitely be one of those things. If a person's diet, is overly processed, or one client I actually very recently had, was just really rigid. Her diet was so strict in the foods that she allowed herself to have, that I was very concerned that she was undernourished. And that was potentially part of the issue too, that we needed to discuss, like based on the type of eating that you like to do, how can we incorporate a little bit more? And one thing that can be really helpful, especially for younger people, I'm meaning like under 30, 35, can be like a snack in the evening. And so we don't ever want somebody eating like right up to bedtime, because that's not necessarily great for our sleep. But if you're a person, let's say, that goes to bed at 11 and you ate dinner at 5 or 6, you probably don't want to go all night without any food. And then you're just going to go to bed. You probably need a snack a couple hours ahead of time. So I usually like to suggest, especially with men, like a protein snack, having that a couple hours before bedtime. Lots of research in that can help produce better sleep. So that's something that I usually suggest. Quantity does matter. I don't want them to go gorge a huge, gigantic meal. I want them to just have something light, because we don't ever want people we don't want them to go to bed hungry, and we don't want them to go to bed super full. It's kind of that happy medium that you want people to be in, because that's going to promote the best sleep overall.
Awesome. Thank you both. So we are starting to run down to the end of our time for this hour. We're getting some interesting questions about kind of psychology and sleep, and kind of the feedback loop of insomnia and worrying about the test, stressing about that. I would love to get into that more with both Kyle and Shannon, because I think you both have interesting takes on that kind of thing. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but for anybody who's interested in some of the psychology stuff, hour number 10, we're going to bring on Dr. Jenny Foreman. She's a meditation coach, has a couple of doctorates, also a psychologist. So she can get us some of that stuff, not a sleep specialist, but can talk a little bit about how to kind of what you need to do to kind of get out of your own head, and how mindfulness can help you do that and help you alleviate the anxiety. Perfect world. All these things work in tandem, right? You're taking care of your body, you're taking care of your mind in ways that go beyond the test. You're not just cramming through things like algebra problems, which is what we're going to do in another 2 minutes here. So I have done a lousy job of pitching. So our sponsor for this hour has been MBA Mission, and Jeremy, just hugely grateful for just the massive support for this whole thing. And I will make sure to talk about you some more. I know you're not doing this for publicity, but been absolutely fantastic, and huge respect for what you've done for us. Before we go to the next hour, Kyle and Shannon, where do we find you too? So if anybody's watching this and wants to learn more about you, how do they find you, and what kind of work do you do with clients?
Yeah, go ahead, Shannon.
So you can find me at sleepwellsleepspecialists.com. And we actually, so I have a team of consultants that work for me, and we see the whole age span. So I am the one at the moment that sees adults as well. And what it looks like when I am working with a client is it's typically a 6-week program. And the reason that it is because each week we're going to kind of add on more goals. And there are times when I get clients in that I say, like, maybe this needs to be more like a 12-week or a 90-day program, depending upon their needs. But typically it's 6 weeks for most people will be enough. And so we are like weekly adding on new focuses that are new goals that we want to have them work toward to kind of, again, going back to sort of the quick wins, have that quick win happen while we're changing big habits, really. And that's predominantly what I'm doing, is changing habits for people. I get people, though, that come to me who are taking prescription sleep medications, and they want to stop, and they know it's not good for them long term, and they know they need to get off of them. And so that can be part of my protocol too, where I'm weaning them off of that and bringing them to natural sleep. That's the ultimate goal, is to get my clients to the best natural sleep that's going to work for them, that they can maintain. It looks a little different with every client I work with, but ultimately that's what I'm trying to do.
Awesome. Yeah. You can find me at trainenable.net. So TRANANDABLE.net. You can also search that same name, Train Enable, on YouTube or Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and all of those things. I'm even on TikTok, which I feel so old going on that app, but here we are. So my model is primarily working remote. So everything is app-based. We'll do a series of initial consults to see where you're at, where do you want to go, what are some roadblocks that you've identified in your own life. Maybe we'll uncover some more through these series of consults. And then we'll put together an exercise program for you that's catered around your frequency of workouts, what equipment you have available. I'd say like 90% of my clients work out at home with whatever they have there. And you'll get your workouts on a weekly basis. You are asked to take some video of certain sets, so that way I can see what your form is looking like. You have an opportunity to leave comments on how the movements went, and then I'll review all of that and give you video feedback on how we can improve, and give you a big old thumbs up when you do something great. So that's kind of the time frame, or I guess the product itself. And the time frame is however long it takes for you to become self-sufficient, because my model is very much predicated on, I want you to have all the tools necessary to go and be successful on your own, but you continue to stay because you enjoy the relationship we've built.
It's awesome. I love it. Kyle, thank you so much. Kyle Crancher, trainenable.net. Shannon Glenn, Sleep Well Sleep Specialists. I put the links in the chat, but you can also find them through me. Come to GMATninja.com, got their bios up. Message me, I'll put you in touch absolutely anytime. Thank you both so much for doing this. And thanks once again.
Yeah, you're very welcome. It was fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys. We'll do it again.
Yeah, good luck for the rest of your time.
Thank you. If you have any ideas on how I can survive without sleeping, let me know.
That's not usually something I'm trying to help people with.
Bummer. Okay. Well,
okay. All right.
Y'all.
Thank you both.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay, it is hour number 4. Once again, thank you so much to MBA Mission for sponsoring that last hour-long session. Phenomenal support, both from the consultants at MBA Mission, who are some of the best in the industry, and also from Jeremy the Honcho. So thank you so much, you guys. All right, hour number 4, back to Quant. So for those of you who are still awake, I realize that it is a ridiculous time of night in Asia right now. We've got a lot of people hanging on who I think are in Asia. I know some of you guys, so this is pretty fantastic. Thank you for sticking out with us. Makes me happy to see people on here. That's part of what's going to keep me awake for the next 23 hours. So, hey, you can lie to me and pretend you're here and I don't know the difference. All right. So for those of you who are just joining this video in isolation, Charles from GMAT Ninja here. We are raising money for Ukrainian refugee charities, doing a 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course marathon, trying to do a pretty even balance, 11 hours of quant, 11 hours of verbal, couple hours of special content to help you maximize your test day performance. Now, what we're going to do, our second quant block here, and for the rest of the quant blocks, I think we're doing this little bit of a different thing that we're trying out. So we're going to start out with a little quiz. So going to give you 5 questions, give you about 10 minutes to do it. And I'm going to be able to see your results in real time. So as you get into the Google form, which I think is up here somewhere, let me know if not, Abhijit. But yeah, okay. So there's a quiz. You guys should be able to see it, and you'll be able to answer that quiz. I'm going to be able to see your results, and then I'm going to try to adapt the lesson to how you guys are doing. So we'll see how that goes. A little bit of a new thing. I've got a bunch of questions. If you guys all smoke everything, I'll give you some harder questions. I've got enough to last about 2 hours. So give you guys about 10 minutes to give a shot at that, and then I will be back with you. And real quick before we get into it, this one, I believe, is sponsored by Amissionato. So Amissionato, again, another one of these absolutely fantastic. Got some favorite consultants there, sent a ton of students to over the years. So made a very nice donation to our Fund for Ukraine. And thank you so much for doing this, guys. Couldn't do this without you. And thank you for not making me feel lonely. So Amissionato, go check those guys out. Do fantastic consultations. If you're trying to figure out whether the GMAT's even right for you, should I take the jury? What's your profile about? Go call these guys and they'll help you out. All right, 10 minutes for the quiz. Submit your answers at the form that's in the live chat, and I will be back with you in a few minutes. And the questions will appear on the screen for about 2 minutes each, and then you can put your answers into the link. viewers who are doing this live, if the question moves on and you don't have an answer, please just make a guess, same way you might do on an actual exam, because that helps me to kind of see who's struggling and who's not. So if you don't get an answer on time, just punch something in and keep moving. Thank you so much. All right, we're back. Okay, I'm not seeing a ton of responses in here. I'm going to give you guys one more minute. So punch in your answers, hit that submit button real quick, please. And we will use these results to see which questions we'll focus on a little harder. So give it another 30 seconds. All right. Feel free to keep submitting your answers because I'm actually really curious. Again, a little bit of a test for us. Usually on these videos, we're not that responsive. Like I like to read the comments in the chat. This is the first time we've tried a quiz. We're going to be doing it, for the full 24 hours. We got 10 quant lessons with quizzes attached to it. So really interesting to see where these go and kind of how it changes the flow of the video. So I'm not seeing any struggles at all in this first one. I'm going to rifle through it super, super quickly with apologies to the 1 out of 8 people. So I got 12.5% of the live audience struggled with this one. So I'm going to move pretty quickly. The big thing on inequalities, and I'm hearing people say they hate them. Great, you're in the right place. If I had more time, I'd walk you through it in more detail. If you want more of those basics, again, over on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel, I think Branson did this video, did a great job with it. Nice mix of kind of the foundations and the hard stuff. This one here is just a little test of the foundations is really all it is, but kind of wrapped up in data sufficiency. And again, apologies for the speed here because I want to get to the ones that more people struggled on. Again, always on data sufficiency, good hygiene. I'm just being super, super careful, making sure that I don't lose track of what's a fact. X is greater than Y. I want to know, is this true? Now, the key here is if you divide or multiply by a negative number, that changes the sign. So if you're fairly new to inequalities, you struggle with them, you can do anything you want to an inequality. Treat it just like an equation. Add and subtract to your heart's content, not going to flip the sign. Multiply or divide by a positive number, not going to flip the sign. It's when you multiply or divide by a negative, the sign's going to flip on you. So what is this really asking you? Really, it's saying, well, if C is positive, then this has to be true, right? If C is negative, then it won't be true. Because if you multiply X and Y by a constant, if it's positive, sign stays the same, negative, it doesn't. So really all we're asking here is C greater than 0? That's it. Once you catch that, we are done here. Once you know that C is greater than 0, it doesn't matter what C is. You can divide out C, or you can multiply both sides by C and get this. Answer would be yes. So statement 1, very much sufficient. Statement 2 feels like it should be worth something. It really isn't here because it doesn't really matter if X and Y are positive or negative. So they're the same sign here is all this is saying, but that doesn't make a difference really for us. We want to know is X bigger than Y. Without knowing the sign of C, we can't get there. So that is question number 1. Again, getting about 87% right on this one. Question number 2, we got all kinds of excitement, which is pretty cool. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this one. So question number 2. This is actually already really useful for me because I wouldn't necessarily have expected that the first one would be really easy for folks and the second one would be this much harder because we're probably split down the middle here roughly. So question number 2. Is X greater than 3? Oh, great. Statement 1. A little bit of absolute values in here for you. And I'm just going to rearrange a little bit here, subtract the 1 from both sides. So what is this really telling us? Look, there are ways people can handle this that are a little bit more technical. So one of the things, so answer to question number 1 for those who are asking. Question number 1 was A. Question number 2 here. Getting into inequalities and absolute values kind of layered together. Look, some of you with really strong quantitative backgrounds, really strong technical backgrounds, you know how to handle this in a nice technical way. You split it up. I'm going to speak to the people who are not from strong, I guess, quant cultures with this stuff. All of my Eastern European students always think this is really easy. A lot of my South Asian students talking to the Americans and the Western Europeans, we don't learn this very well typically. You might be an exception, but when we grow up, we usually don't have a great approach to this. The way I like to think about this for people who are kind of uncomfortable with mechanics is just to kind of go, well, hey, what do I know here? Let me pretend for a second that this is an equation, just for a second, and kind of go, well, look, I know something happens here. So if I pretend it's an equation, I know something happens here where x is equal to 0 and x is equal to -6. And again, I'm not saying this is the best approach. I'm saying this is the non-technical approach for people who want to engage in the intuition here. So something happens at -6 and something happens at 0. If it's an equation, those are your two solutions. If it's an inequality, we just know that those are kind of, I think of them as critical values, not in a very technical sense. But for folks who aren't comfortable with this, yeah, this you can handle in all likelihood. Solve the absolute value, no problem. And I'm going to draw myself a little picture and say, well, I know something happens where x equals 0. I know something happens here when x is equal to, oops, wrong way, -6. So this is 0. The question is, what exactly happens? Well, now I can just kind of think through the logic of it and go, what does this tell me about x? This is going to be true if x is -100. This is going to be a true statement. So x could certainly be less than -6. This is not going to be true if x is, let's say, I did something wrong here, didn't I? No, that's right. So if x is -3, this is not going to be true. But then if x is a big positive or a positive number at all, this is still going to be true. So now I've got myself a little picture. I know that x is here somewhere. Does that mean that x has to be bigger than 3? Not at all, right? X could certainly be negative and you're out of there. So non-technical approach to the absolute values and inequalities for those of you who need it. A is not sufficient because x certainly doesn't need to be bigger than 3. You could pick numbers there too, that's fine. But I want to kind of get at the foundations that'll help you more broadly with a bigger variety of these questions. Statement 2, x squared less than 9. Now, if you're uncomfortable here, I know some of you guys are looking at this and going, yeah, no problem at all. I can just look at this and just know what it means. Again, I'm going to speak to my fellow Westerners who didn't necessarily get taught quant in a very rigorous way, myself included. Something happens here at 3 and -3, right? And I'll try to more or less line it up here. So if x squared is less than 9, what do I know? I know that x has to be between -3 and 3. Great. If that's the case, do I know whether x is greater than 3? Yeah, I do. I actually know for a fact that it is not greater than 3. The answer to my question, it's a yes/no question. And I know from statement 2 alone, I know the answer is no. So my answer is B. Question number 3. Same thing. Had a lot of issues here, which is kind of interesting. Now this one's hard. And I might actually come back to it. I'm going to save this one for a little bit later because this one's pretty vicious. This one was written by Buñuel. I'm going to circle back to that a little bit later in the session. Let's get back to a little bit more of the foundations. Question number 4. I'm surprised by this. You guys struggled here. Question is A equal to B? Statement 1. Okay, this is important, especially if you're a little bit rickety sometimes on the getting requests to try question 3 again. Tell you what, I'll put question 3 back on the board in a little bit because that's a tough one. And I was being a little mean by putting it in the middle, but what was fascinating to me is you guys actually struggled every bit as much on this as you did on question number 3, which I find absolutely fascinating because question number 3, Buñuel, GMAT Club legend, trying to torture me. This one, not so much. This looks pretty straightforward. Here's the thing. Dividing by a variable. So when we talk about kind of these inequalities, absolute values, data sufficiency questions or data sufficiency type questions, divided by variables, you should be a little careful. If I've got an inequality, that's what we were talking about in the other one. If you're dividing an inequality by a variable, you have to watch out for positives and negatives. Here, the temptation is just to say, yep, I divided by C, so A is equal to B, and I'm out of here. And half of you made this mistake. Which is pretty remarkable because I think we have a pretty strong quant crowd, at least the people who are vocal right now, are telling me, yeah, these questions are too easy. Hey, these questions are too easy. That's not what I'm seeing in the data. This is super interesting. What I saw is that half you walked right into my trap here, and you decided that statement 1 is sufficient. And it is not. Why not? Think about it this way. Even if your quant skills are pretty rickety, you probably know that you can never divide by 0, right? Doesn't make sense. How do I take this pie and divide it into 0 pieces? Doesn't make any sense. You don't get a real number. Can't divide by 0, right? Think about what you're doing implicitly. You divide both sides by c. What happens? Well, you don't know that it's not 0. And that's the issue. Now, here's what I want you to do. So the thing that you could do that I think would be fine if it works for you, but I don't want you to set a little alarm in your head to say, well, I'm going to think about 0. That's my solution here. Because then it's like, well, what if you happen to not think of it on a particular day or under time pressure? I don't find that to be as, I don't know, bulletproof. What I'd like to see instead here, what do we cover in hour number 2? Quadratics, factoring, exponents. Tons of stuff where you're kind of pulling things over, factoring it. It's one of the GMAT's obsessions. Tons and tons of algebra on the test, not necessarily memorable, but lots of factoring. It's one of their favorite things. They call it the F word. GMAT's favorite thing. Let's do some more F word. Factoring. Great. I just want that to be the habit. Just get in the habit of it. It's never going to hurt you here to say, okay, AC minus BC equal to 0. Then I can factor out the C. And now what is this saying? It's saying that either C is equal to 0 or A minus B equals 0, which is your A equals B. So we don't know that A has to be equal to Z. C could be equal to 0 here. Bottom line, don't get in the habit of dividing. Don't do that automatically. Do it thoughtfully. If you can factor instead, that's just safer. Again, not necessarily necessary, but it's going to be safer for you. So that is not sufficient. Statement 2, obviously by itself, doesn't do anything for you. C is greater than 0. What does that tell me about whether A is equal to B? Nothing. And now as you put them together, remember we're in this little world here where we know from statement 1 that either C is equal to 0 or equals to B. Could be both, I suppose. Now, if we know that C is greater than 0, then C is not equal to 0, which means this has to be true. And your answer is C. Very interesting. So what I just learned from all that is you guys are deceiving me on the chat. And if the loud people are really confident, and I got happy on that one. Super, super interesting to me. All right, question number 5. Let me check the stats. Better on this one. So about 2/3 correct. I'll go through it pretty quickly. So a lot of what GMAT Quant is about sometimes is just kind of, I don't know, I keep using the word hygiene today. I'm just kind of remembering to do the right things at the right times, which sounds kind of silly, but when you think about what happens on inequalities, there's kind of the mechanical stuff, right? You can do some algebra, you can do something mechanical. If you can do it, great. That's going to be stronger typically because you can prove something. Or door number 2 is you can kind of think about the properties or punch in numbers or kind of get to this land of intuition. Now, theme of this particular video, so this inequalities, absolute values, mostly data sufficiency, it's that ability to toggle back and forth between algebra and logic and when to use which one. So I'm aiming that at everybody. So some of you guys might have pretty weak foundations. Great, we'll cover that a little bit here. There's not a ton you need to know. Basics of inequalities, basics of absolute values, why it's a bad idea to divide by 0, whether it's an equation or an inequality. Fantastic. For people who are a little more advanced, either kind of mid-level underscore in the 40s or super advanced, even for the super advanced folks, when do you go all mechanical, do a bunch of algebra, and when do you get intuitive and just kind of think about the logic of it and start thinking about properties? That's the heart of this. It's that toggling back and forth. So I've kind of been half joking that my quant background, it wasn't necessarily super, super strong. Kind of my K through 12, I had some really, really good teachers, but by no means was I, any sort of math god. I didn't learn inequalities very well, frankly. So first time I saw something like number 5, as I kind of started encountering the GMAT, 20 years ago, I would kind of look at this. So it was x minus 5 greater than 10. And I do what I like to call kind of having a strokey beard meeting. Stroke my beard and think about this. Like, well, if x is big, then y could be small, and you just kind of go down that road of trying to think about properties and think in generalizations or punch in values and see what happens. Those are tools. Punching in numbers is a tool. It can help you sometimes. But it's so much better if I can just do something that's nice and methodical, right? And what if I can prove whether this is true or untrue? That's going to be stronger. And it looks like about 2/3 of you figured out how to do that here, and about 1/3 didn't. So very, very simple thing. Obviously, statement 1 alone, not sufficient. If you're not comfortable with that, you can just kind of think through it logically a little bit. Well, x could be gigantic, but depending on what y is, maybe these are more than 10 apart. If x is bigger than 7, maybe they aren't. AD's out. Same thing here, just knowing that y is a negative number doesn't really help me a whole lot if I know nothing about x. Now, putting them together, an underused tool for some people is you can add inequalities. It doesn't always feel right. The little hitch we put in this question is you can't add them like this because the mouths are pointing opposite ways. So I'm going to rewrite this and say, so I'll write this one again, x is greater than 7. Couple ways you can do this. You can multiply both sides by -1, let's say. So I get negative y is greater than 3, and I can add them up. And that's it. So answer C here. Now, quick note on inequalities. For those of you who struggle with this or don't have a great background in it, not super comfortable, you can always add inequalities. Do not subtract them. Why does it work? Think about the underlying logic. If you struggle with inequality rules and you're thinking about it that way and you're not super well drilled in it, again, as most Westerners are not, no offense to any of us. Why can't you? Well, if I say something like 6 is greater than 5 and I don't know, 5 is greater than 1, these are both true statements, right? I can add them up, and the logic is pretty irrefutable. 2 big guys bigger than 2 little guys. Think about, we're talking about adding people's weights to each other. Hey, the 2 biggest people in the room, their weights are going to add up to more than the 2 smallest people in the room. Makes sense, right? Now, what does it mean to subtract them? Obviously, you get garbage here, not a true statement. Why is that? The difference between the 2 biggest, let's say these are people, and it's their ages. The difference in age between the 2 oldest is bigger than the difference between the 2 youngest. That doesn't make any sense. Why would that be true? It doesn't need to be true. Don't subtract them. You can add inequalities. There's a ton of questions where that bails you out. And if you do it some other way, it can get really, really, really hard. So there's a number of questions we can point to. I might do one more later on in this hour. All right. That was number 5. Where would I like to go with this next? I'm going to skip around a little bit through my notes. I'm going to do 2 more that I think are kind of moderate in difficulty. Punchlines. One of the things I'm getting a lot from kind of the live crowd today, how important is this stuff? What we just covered in these 4 questions. So I covered questions 1, 2, 4, and 5 from that little mini quiz. And I'm going to come back to number 3 in a little bit. We'll circle back to number 3 because it's harder. These foundations that we put into 1, 2, 4, and 5, these are all things that, yes, you need to know. If your goal is something like a 45, 47 plus, you want to get a 700 plus, you need to know this stuff. You need to know what you can and can't do with inequalities. And this is it. It's pretty much the end of the rainbow. It's you can add inequalities. You can't subtract them. Watch your back if you're dividing by variables. If you divide by a negative, it flips the sign. And sometimes visualization really helps you, especially when it's absolute values mixed with inequalities. That's really it. There's no more foundations than that you really, really need. We can get all fancy. There's textbooks written about inequalities. Don't need it. These foundations are all you really need. Kind of on the one equation we had in there. Again, just watch your back, especially on data sufficiency, dividing by variables. If you don't know it's zero, you can't do it. Better hygiene. Pull it over to one side and factor it. All right. We will come back to number 3 at the end because it's a tougher question. I want to get to more of kind of the foundational stuff first and see what you guys do with it. Let's do this. Give you 2 minutes on this next one. Not that one. Try this guy. Let's see what happens. I'll give you 2 minutes. No need to punch your answers into the forum, but just as soon as you got something, toss it into the chat, please. And yeah, good point that, and again, apologies for mispronunciations Denise is making. If you know both sides of all inequalities are positive, you can multiply them. It's rare that that's helpful on the GMAT, but fair point. And as always, if you're struggling, just let us know. Okay, this is fantastic. We're getting huge variation here, which is exactly what I was looking for. All right. And I've seen people come up with really good punchlines in the chat, which is great too. So kind of one of the big punchlines of all the stuff we've been talking about so far, inequalities and equations. Don't divide carelessly, I think was the way somebody put it, and I apologize, I didn't catch the name. But yeah, that's exactly right. Don't divide carelessly. Be thoughtful when you do it on the GMAT, especially in data sufficiency. If you're dividing by a variable, it's an inequality. You risk flipping the sign. If it's an equation, you got to think about zero. It's not to say you can't divide by variables. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying do it thoughtfully. Make sure your head's in the game. And again, the question is, how do avoidable errors happen? These are some of the ways, right? You're just dividing on autopilot without thinking about what those numbers really mean. So here, I've got somebody made an interesting comment, like it is better, maybe it's better to be mechanical here. Sort of true, sort of not. It depends on what we mean. Blind mechanical, bad. So here, if I'm being blind mechanical, that's a weird term, but I'm gonna go with it. I divide both sides by A. What do I get? I get AB is less than 1 and I win. That's sufficient. I can do the same thing here and get AB less than 1 again by dividing by B. And I win again, and the answer is D. And I think first wave of folks got a lot of Ds. But again, dividing by a variable and inequality. 0 is not the issue here. I know that A is not 0, or else it's not an inequality. But I do know that A could be negative. It's possible, right? So if A, here's what happens. If I divide by A, this is true if A is positive. But it goes the other way if A is negative. I don't know whether A is negative or positive here. So A is out. Same exact thing on statement 2, divide by B. Yeah, I can get AB is less than 1 again. That's if B is positive. And same thing again, that's if B is negative. So very, very symmetrical so far, for better or worse. So it's not B either. Now, as we put them together, a bunch of ways we could do this, a whole lot of different ways to go about this. I'm not going to go through all the different ways. But I'm getting some arguments here that you can be mechanical about it. I'm down with that. I don't think that's a bad way to do it at all. You can kind of think through the logic of it and come to the same conclusion. Totally comfortable with that. I'm going to show you the algebraic way. Again, not the only way. And I'm just going to add these inequalities again and see what happens. So a squared b plus ab squared is less than a plus b. Remember, GMAT's favorite thing in algebra, and you're going to hear me say this a lot today, arithmetic and algebra, more than half of your test on quant. We all obsess over things like rates and probability and even geometry because it's visual. But look, half your test is going to be arithmetic and algebra in different forms. We can split hairs over those definitions. It includes a bunch of things. But this is not memorable. You walk out of your test, and if you walk out of your test, you go, oh man, I underperformed by 5 points on my quant. I'm disappointed. And I say, well, what'd you struggle with? You're not remembering this. It's not memorable. This doesn't stick, right? But it's such a huge backbone of the quant section. We under focus on this stuff typically as GMAT students. So all that algebra, what's their single favorite concept in algebra? It's factoring, right? All those quadratics we worked on, all those exponents we worked on. F word, once again, I'm going to remove the AB here. Take out the AB, I get A plus B less than A plus B. Oh, hey, I could divide by A plus B again, but same thing we got into up here. I could divide by A plus B, but I don't know whether it's negative or positive. So we end up getting the same thing over and over again, is that AB could be either less than 1 or greater than 1, depending on whether A and B are positive. So your answer here is E, party on. All right, everybody having fun? I'm going to ramp up the difficulty a little bit here. Let's get a little more conceptual with this one. How much time do we have? We got 20 minutes. While I'm scrolling the next question, once again, thank you so much to Aficionado sponsoring this block. Thank you everybody so much for the donations. Aficionado, I've got all kinds of great stories about a couple of their consultants helping our students out a ton. Had somebody at Aficionado rescue. I had a guy who applied last minute to Wharton. I was chewing him out 2 weeks before the deadline because he hadn't started his applications yet. Called somebody I knew at Aficionado, and she bailed the guy out, got him into Wharton. He's a very happy dude. So yeah, Julia, if you're watching, thank you. All right, I'll give you guys a couple minutes on this question. And this is, yeah, gonna be fun. Awesome to see familiar faces in here, but a bunch of people showing up that I'm really happy to see. I know I've been doing a lot of shout outs to our sponsors. Come on back, guys. Seeing some good disagreement on this question. Just because I'm so grateful that they supported us on such short notice for Ukraine. Domenico, so the guy who runs Jerry Prep Club, longtime GMAT Club guy, goes by Carcass on the forum. Great to see you, brother. Absolutely wonderful to have you here. All right. Now we're getting to the other part of your brain. So first half of this hour block, I was talking about here's the foundations you need. I want you to think about what you're doing when you're dividing. I want you to think about what inequalities are really doing. Here's some tools. You can add inequalities, don't subtract them, that kind of stuff, right? Now we're kind of into a different part of your brain. You can't just algebra your way through this. I just used algebra as a verb. I'll go with that. You can't algebra your way through this completely. You've got to be able to think back and forth between logic and algebra. Tons of different approaches to this. So what I'm saying isn't necessarily the only way or even the best way. This is what I think is the easiest to explain, especially if you struggle a little bit on this. I want to do my best. I talk about pushing the question a lot on data sufficiency. How can I reframe this in a way that I can get my head around? So absolute value of x is less than 1. If you want to draw a picture, knock yourself out. You can do the same thing we did before if that's your thing. Where I go, hey, I know something happens at 1, something happens at -1. If you like this tool, go for it. What do I know? Well, the question is asking me, is x between -1 and 1? Put another way, you could say, is x a fraction of some sort? I'm great with either one. I'm great with you saying something like this. Draw yourself a picture and say, is x here? That green marker needs to go away. Is x here in this zone? Great. I would probably reframe it as, is x a fraction? It can be positive or negative. Whatever works for you, whatever keeps you anchored in that intuition. And again, it needs to be a translation of what the question's asking you. Don't take it for a walk. Make sure that it's something that means the same thing. The answer is yes, if x is a fraction, positive or negative. So between 1 and 0, positive, or between 0 and -1. The answer is no if it isn't. Great. And again, if the visual helps you, go for it. This is spot on. This is about as beautiful as it can get. I didn't see a lot of people. I think pretty much everybody was getting that it was either A or D. We've had some exceptions. But what is this telling us? Well, we know that x isn't 0 anyway, so that's great. Yeah, if x squared is less than 1, then x has to be either a positive or negative fraction, right? The squared is going to sanitize out the negative, if there was one to begin with. So yeah, this is saying exactly the same thing. If it helps you to draw this out, also knock yourself out. So A is sufficient. Could cross out B, C, E. Now this guy. This is the tough one. And this is where we really get into kind of that other levels of thinking. Not levels as in higher or lower, but just different way of thinking, right? Like I have this impulse still to multiply both sides by x. Why is that a bad impulse? Well, until I do a little bit of thinking, I don't know if it's positive or negative. Bad idea. Hopefully none of you guys did that exactly. So I got to come at this from a different angle. If I can't just look at it and go, I'm going to start multiplying stuff, I've got to think about it in some other way first. So I'm going to put my logic hat on and go, what do I know? I know that this side's positive. We know x isn't 0, so this has to be a positive number. So the absolute value of x would be positive. Now, if 1 over x is bigger, then that's telling us that x has to be positive. If x is negative, this isn't a true statement. So now I know that x is positive as well. And now I'm in business, right? Now I can just multiply. And this is the toggling back and forth between algebra and logic that I was talking about. I use a little bit of logic to make me go, okay, I see the properties here. I see they're both positive. Now I can just rearrange x times absolute value of x less than 1. The absolute value sign doesn't really matter here anymore because x is positive anyway. So you could rewrite it if you wanted to as x squared less than 1. And that's it. You got it. Now that's D because it's saying exactly the same thing as statement 1. Party on. How much time we got? We got 10 minutes. Let's go back to Buñuel's madness on question number 3. And let's see how that goes for it. Same kind of thinking. And I'm getting some questions and everybody caught it. The reason why we know x is positive here, left side of the inequality, positive number. X might, we don't know necessarily right off the bat whether x is, but whether x is negative or positive, left side, absolute value of x has to be positive. That means this side has to be positive, which means x has to be positive. Welcome to GMAT. All right. Next question. Let's go back to Buñuel's madness in question number 3. Good luck to you all. And quick teaser, hour number 24. It's a lesson that I inappropriately call Hell with Buñuel. He gave me 15 of his hardest questions, and we're going to work through them together. And that's going to be after I've been up all day and all night. And let's have all of our eyes bleed together. It's going to be awesome. So this is a Buñuel special. If you don't know who Buñuel is, come to GMAT Club. Anything on quant, he's got it all covered. He is absolutely amazing. Really enjoyed the comments on this one. This is nasty. But to be fair, I don't. You guys know how much everybody admires Buñuel. He bear hugs are actually what he gives bears. He's amazing. But what I find fascinating about his questions, you're going to see plenty of them today. Is it really hard? And he combines a bunch of things and pushes it kind of maybe to a limit or past a limit or something like that. Yeah, you bet. But all the components of it, you bet. I mean, these are all things. It's like he kind of took the things that you see on the test all the time. This kind of thinking about like, wait, let me think through what's happening to the sign. Let me think about the properties of it. Think logically. And he's just, making that just exponentially, not harder, not more complex exactly, but just layering it in a way that you really have to think. So this is a GMAT club test question, by the way. So if you haven't tried out those tests, great if you really want to challenge yourself on quant. Buñuel wrote most of them. All right. So we're going to start here. I know that both of these numbers are negative. So x is less than 0, y is less than 0. And now it's just kind of a question of following my way through and sort of thinking about, what do I know? What happens here? I'm going to start over here on this x squared thing that's underneath the root. Now, if you're really well versed in this stuff, you might look at that and just know that that sanitizes the negative. So if x is negative, we square it. Now it's positive. We take the radical positive. If it's positive, obviously you're going to get the positive anyway. So what is that doing? This is not x, but it's the absolute value of x, right? And I'm going to write it that way for now. Absolute value of x over x minus, now what do I do with this thing? Well, negative y, that gives me a positive number. This thing's a positive version of y as well. So, hey, wait a minute. Now this is exactly the same thing as that, right? We're taking y, we're multiplying it times itself. We get a positive. We take the radical of it. So what I get here is the positive version of y. So this is essentially y squared, y squared, square rooted. I just get not y, absolute value of y. So positive number there, absolute value of y is going to be positive, y is negative, but the absolute value is positive. So positive times positive, we just get y squared, square root it, absolute value of y. Okay, not so bad. Looks better now. Let me think about this. Positive, negative. So what do I have here? I mean, obviously x divided by x is just 1, but I've got negative 1. Got to be, right? Because top part's positive, bottom part's negative. I hear they have fancy terms for bottom and top. I guess they call them numerators and denominators. Anyway, I'm going to say top and bottom. I'm getting sleepy. Top, positive, bottom, negative. This is negative 1. Now this. So this thing, the absolute value of y, positive, y is negative, absolute value is positive. So we could rewrite this as minus y. Think about that for a second. Positive number, positive version of y, positive version of y. And now we're there. Those negatives are going to turn into a positive. Minus 1 plus y, y minus 1. And that's our answer. Answer is D. Party on. Okay, quick little bit of context. I'm getting people wanting to jump off a bridge from this one. Fair enough. This is not a question you need to get right. Depending on what your goals are, you're going for a 51 or something like that. You have a really compelling reason to do it. Great. But look, when you think about kind of the admissions process, what is if you're going for an MBA? Think about the admissions process. What are they going after? We want to see a nice composite. We want to help out the averages and all that kind of stuff. We want to see good enough quant, get above a 47. You're usually fine depending on your background. You don't need to get a 51. You're applying for a PhD in something or master's in finance, different conversation. But this is kind of a blow your head off kind of question. So if you didn't get this right, no shame at all. If you didn't get it right, congratulations, because this is tough. Having a little bit of fun with you here. But the one point I will make about it, those first 4 questions we went through, yes, those foundations of how to manipulate inequalities, the foundations of why you need to be really thoughtful, mindful when you divide by a variable. Absolutely crucial. Your goals mid to high 40s even, crucial. Let's get there. That stuff really matters. The ability to toggle next level from that, the ability to toggle back and forth between algebra and logic, also super, super important. You're going to see that all the time. The better you can get at that, better off you're going to be. Now, this is just combining it into so many pieces. it's going to be combined into so many pieces that, that's what makes this one hard. And if you didn't get it, no shame in that at all. I'm actually hearing from the comments that, oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that got dropped off the slide. So on the original version of this question, I apologize for that, guys. So when this slide was made, so the original question actually reads, if X and Y are negative numbers, let me pull it up on a different slide. Oh, not in there, never mind. Okay, it got removed from the slides. Apologies for that. But this actually, and I don't know how it got removed. It actually says in the original question, X and Y are both negative numbers. So apologies for that. In our haste to get these slides put together, I think that got dropped off. So in case you just watched all of that mess and you're going, how did you know these guys are negative? I apologize. The original question Buñuel wrote says they're negative. That's what you're going to see on the GMAT Club forum. That's what you're going to see on the tests. That's what's in my notes. That's Buñuel's intent. Apologies for the typo on that slide. So that might be some of the stress that's happening here. And I apologize for that. Because people are asking, like, how did you get that? It was in the question, but apologies. That was a transcription error apparently this morning. Okay. Sorry for the slide goof up. This is what we get. 24 hours of mayhem. That's our first epic error. Apologies for that, everybody. Okay. One last pitch, aficionado. And I think I was a little cagey earlier. So answer on this one, by the way. This is it. This is answer choice D. You get your Y-1 on this particular question. So aficionado, very, very quick story, because again, I super appreciative of the sponsorship and all the support for this. I hope she won't mind, but there's a consultant there named Julia Hazen. Just to make this a little bit more personal, I was telling a story earlier about rescuing at the last minute. One of my favorite guys procrastinated his applications. Lovely, lovely fellow. He was a total mess. Last minute, I'm yelling at him on December 20th for January 5th deadlines. Julia took him in, got him in Wharton. Some great people over there at Aficionado, and hugely, hugely appreciate it. And thank you again, guys, for the sponsorship. All right, 4 hours down, everybody. And here comes hour number 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. 4 hours down in our nonstop 24-hour GMAT Crash Course Marathon. Fundraiser for Ukraine, 5 charities. Check the link in the description and in the chat for what those 5 charities are. I'll talk more about them again in a few hours. Really close ties to GMAT Club, or to Ukraine here at GMAT Club. Founders from Kiev. Most of our technical staff is in Western Ukraine and Lviv. My grandparents were from Ukraine as well. So if you want to help refugees, 2.2 million displaced people as of today, March 11th, 2022. If by the time you're watching this, that is no longer the case and all is well in Ukraine, hopefully that'll be the case. And you're enjoying these lessons, enjoying the spirit of them, or enjoying the actual content, hopefully in a few cases, please find a cause you like, donate. Please tell us about it. Happy to hear about it if that's the case, even if it's years from now. All right. This lesson is on critical reasoning, and we're only doing 3.5 hours of critical reasoning a day. Why? Part of how I could shrink this down a little bit is, so I've done much longer critical reasoning videos on the GMAT Club YouTube channel. And we can kind of get super granular about saying like, hey guys, I'm going to spend an hour talking about weakened questions specifically, or assumption questions specifically, or boldface, or fill in the blank, or whatever you want, right? And be super, super, super granular about it and just overdo it. Part of why I chose not to do that, yeah, we're limited to only 24 hours. That's not what I'm going to be saying about 15 hours from now, but that's part of it. But it's also, as I kind of thought about, like, what is it we really want you to do on critical reasoning? How do we want you to think about it? What are the mistakes we see people make? So again, think for this whole crash course is, what are you doing wrong? What are the common study mistakes? What are the things people do that get themselves into trouble? And one of them on critical reasoning is you over-memorize, you overstudy, you kind of go, oh, for this granular type of question, I'm going to obsess over this particular technique and memorize these steps. And it's like, that's not where most errors come from, guys. Like, that's not what I see. It's not what I see on the forums. It's not what we see with our students every day. Most errors come from misreading, or come from overthinking, or kind of taking something from the outside and putting it in there, right? And it's not specific to the question types, really. It's much more, hey, your overall process, your hygiene is a little bit broken. And you're maybe taking the passage for a walk a little bit in some way. Either you don't get, let's say it's a passage with a conclusion, you're taking it and you're not getting the conclusion exactly as the author wrote it. Instead, you're doing something else. You paraphrase it in oblivion, you drop words off of it, you turn it into your own words. Paraphrasing is wonderful in real life. It's really, really good for you. It is terrible when you're doing critical reasoning. If there's a conclusion, get the exact conclusion, get the exact logic as well. Before I get into kind of specifics of the technique on critical reasoning, I've been, great timing, I was just about to start talking about Applicant Lab. So Applicant Lab, so Maria Witchvilla, one of my favorite people in the GMAT and MBA admissions world. So there's kind of a thing that happens sometimes at GMAT Club where, some of the folks at GMAT Club will say, hey, Charles, do you want to moderate a panel? And being the Grinch I am, I'll say, now. But then somebody will say like, hey, Maria's going to be there. And I'm like, oh, okay. Just one of the best admissions minds out there. What Applicant Lab does, if you're not familiar, if you like the term disrupting, I think it's probably fair to say that that's what Maria's doing. So giving you a lot of that experience you might get from a full service consultant, but how do we get it for you kind of at an on-demand low price? So she's kind of built a wonderful platform, fantastic advice, helps you kind of do some of your own work via her platform on your applications with all the expertise underneath it without having to pay a huge price. Love what she's been working on. Maria has very generously sponsored, Applicant Lab has sponsored 2 hours of this event. So I've got a bunch of Maria stories. They're all good stories, and I hope she's watching right now. I will tell some of those stories as time goes on. I'll try to sprinkle them in. But Maria, thank you so much for going to bat for us. Thank you for the hat. It doesn't fit over my headset. And thank you so much for the wonderful note. Hugely appreciate it. So Applicant Lab, if you're not familiar with them, you're thinking about applications, check them out. Really, really cool stuff. Very, very different from what people think of when they think of admissions consulting, and in a really good and affordable way. Okay, back to critical reasoning. If you've watched my previous critical reasoning videos, I talk about sort of a simple basic approach. Nothing fancy. If you've got a passage with a conclusion, look, don't overthink it. Don't go down the road of like all these different tricks and diagrams and all that. Just think, hey, I'm laughing at Maria. How much of a donation does she need to make the stories nice ones? All the stories are nice, Maria. I don't have any blackmail on you. So critical reasoning, what I always want you to do, super simple. The goal here is don't misread. Get the logical structure of the passage, get it in their words. It really is that simple. It is not easy. It's super hard to do, but it really is that simple. And if you're doing more than that, you're probably overcomplicating things and you get yourself into trouble. So step one, basically, I'm just going to logical structure and nothing fancy there. All I'm really mean with that is get the heart of the passage. What's the conclusion? Let's say it's a type of passage with a conclusion. And that's all we're going to focus on in this lesson. So this hour is going to be all things with a conclusion, and your approach is the same. So strengthen, weaken, assumption, evaluate the argument, find the flaw, all of those. What is the author's argument? Let me get that conclusion. Their words, my words. Actually, I'll put it here. 80%, 90% of errors I see, both in the forums and in real life working with students, it's this. So they say, oh, this is what it's saying. Great. And it's like, no, that's not what it's saying. That's what you paraphrased it into. That's what you wanted it to say. That's what you turned it into. But you tweak a couple words, you're in trouble. My textbook examples that you may have heard before in other videos. Oh, think about a conclusion that says X is a good solution to our problem. Applicant Lab is a good solution to our problem. Applicant Lab is a solution to our problem. Applicant Lab is the best solution. Applicant Lab is the only solution. Those are 4 totally different statements. To strengthen that, weaken it, find the assumption, find the flaw, whatever. Totally different with that one word. You miss those modifiers, those little words that tweak your strength or your scope or your magnitude or your number or have a comparison in them. And there's obvious ones, never, always, only, that kind of thing. But there's also far less obvious ones, right? Insurmountable, correspondingly, things that tweak the language a little bit. Don't drop those. The reading habit, the single most destructive force in critical reasoning, you drop a word in that conclusion on these kinds of questions, that's when you're toast. Step 2, just ask yourself why or how. So basically, what's the author's reasoning? And just make sure you're not taking it for a walk. So their words are mine. Very simple approach, nothing magical there. It's not like this is going to revolutionize your life, but it's getting the right things in your head. I don't need you memorizing a ton of things. That's not what I'm after here. It's just making sure that you're doing everything humanly possible to build in precision. Get the logical structure. Think about what that heart of the passage is. In this case, conclusion in this hour. How'd they get there? Their words are mine. Don't take it for a walk. Hard skills to build. That's part of what I was arguing in previous hours. Start with reading, comp, and critical reasoning. Don't let those wait until after you've crammed a whole bunch of quant and sentence correction. It takes practice, takes a lot of focus. And I'm not going to mess around. I'm going to give you much harder questions here right out of the gate. So I'm going to start off with one of my favorites. Has some birds in it. You'll love it. And as always, we'll give you a couple minutes. Hour number 5, 10 points for anybody who's been here for the whole time. Give you a couple minutes, and as soon as you have an answer, if you feel stuck or if the passage is making your brain cramp, please punch that in. So it's good for me to know. Okay. Seeing a decent bit of disagreement here, which is great. I think I'll leave it on screen for this. Tough question. So the distribution I'm seeing from the people who are weighing in live, pretty good mix of. I think I've seen all 5 answer choices pop up in the chat so far, which is great. A lot of you guys are getting it. A lot of you guys aren't. Fantastic, normal, really tough question. Again, what I'm focusing on here is how do you, all 3 critical reasoning lessons today, how do you clean up your process? How do you make it nice and crisp? Get rid of all the junk. Get rid of all the, I'm going to memorize this technique and that technique. Keep it simple. What's the conclusion? Let's start there. Nice and straightforward on the passage, right? So conclusion is basically just that last line. So forming continues. The Guillemots, I'll say G's range. I'm going to deliberately do something bad here, just to make a point. I could just say the Guillemot's range will be enlarged northward, let's say. Okay, so if I was working with a one-on-one student and I said, hey, usually I like to see what they give me, right? I mean, same thing I'm doing to you guys. Like, I want the feedback. I want to know what you're answering. I want to know how you're thinking. So same idea here. With critical reasoning, I'll say to a student, like, what tell me what's going on. Tell me about this passage. And by kind of the end of the first half hour doing some of this stuff, they'll be like, well, the conclusion is this. Now, if they give me this, the Guillemot's range will be extended northward along the coast. I'll say with a very blank look on my face, their words are your words. And what do you think? What's the crime I've committed here? Bunch of them, right? Number one, there's an if in there. If the warming continues. So that conclusion that we're trying to weaken, same would be true if it's a strengthening question or an assumption question, whatever. It's very different if it's a conditional statement. So if this happens, here's what will occur. Very, very different. Can't drop that. Probably be enlarged by extending northward along the coast. What's my point? Do these things matter in this particular question? Maybe, maybe not. That's not my point. It's that this is a really bad habit of mine to drop those things. I want you to really fight for that precision and to really think about, okay, hey, when I say their words or my words, I'm not joking, it needs to be their words. I need to think about how that fits in the rest of the passage. How'd they get here? So what's the why or the how or the evidence? Well, okay, so they need 80 snow-free days in a year to raise their chicks. So great. And previously, was limited to the South Coast. I'll say southernmost. Okay, so take that moment every time, whether you do it in your head or whether you do it on the page, doesn't matter to me. Take that moment and go, okay, let me make sure I got their conclusion in their words, not my words. If I start dropping words, even if they're not consequential, oh, you're right, I probably do need to line my camera. Consequential in this particular passage, that's okay. I want you to get the habit of mind of being really precise and ask yourself their words or my words, and make sure I don't drop stuff there. Let me pull the question off the screen. Second, let me make sure I understand how they got there. So why is the author saying that forming continues, the range will be enlarged northward along the coast? Well, they need snow-free days. So if they have more snow-free days because it's warming, they can move further north. And second, we need to know that there is space for them to move. They're already on the southern end of the coast. So there's room for them to roam further north. Okay, great. So which of the following if true most weakens the argument? And by the way, one thing I want you to be conscious of here too, and I realize I'm spoiling a little bit of the surprise, just because something isn't directly part of the evidence doesn't mean you could ignore it. That's the other thing I'm doing wrong somewhat theatrically right now. It does say one other thing, good to have in mind. They feed on fish that gather beneath thin sheets of floating ice, and they nest on the land. Is that really part of the evidence to support that conclusion? Not necessarily. Does it feel like a distraction? They don't really put a lot of stuff in these questions that's ancillary, guys. Like, they don't put a lot of just extra stuff for no reason. That's one of those myths I see. Occasionally you got something that's not super useful, but it's pretty rare that there's anything in there that you don't, that isn't at least somewhat useful. So make a note of it. Is it directly the evidence for supporting this conclusion? No. But yeah, they told us that for some reason, that this type of bird feeds on fish that gather beneath thin sheets of floating ice. All right, keep that in my mind, right? It's probably not just a distraction, probably. All right, answer choice A, if the warming trend continues, there will be years in which guillemot chicks are killed by an unusually early snow. Well, it's hard to see what that would have to do with this. The fact that there are some years in which some chicks would be killed by an unusually early snow wouldn't necessarily change whether their range moves upward. So that could happen whether the range moves northward or not, right? So that's not something that's going to weaken the argument that they're that their range is going to be enlarged. So I can cross out A for that reason. B, if the Arctic warming continues, Guillemot's current predators are likely to succeed in sending their own range farther north. Well, sure, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Guillemots can't. Will there be predators chasing them? Sure, that's how nature works, apparently. But that doesn't mean that they won't extend their range. Just because they're predators wouldn't, you have to assume a lot of things to assume that that would prevent them from extending their range just because of the presence of predators. So B's not going to weaken that really either. What about C? Guillemots nest in coastal areas where temperatures are generally higher than in inland areas. Well, that's fine. Notice the language very carefully here, northward along the coast. So that precision that I'm barking about nonstop, as you digest the conclusion and try to make sense of it. Yeah, if you drop that part, you might make a mistake with C. But here it's like, yeah, no, that doesn't affect it at all. So just because they nest in coastal areas where the temperatures are warmer has nothing to do with it. If there's warming occurring, they're moving along the coast anyway. So that definitely doesn't weaken it. D, hope we like one of these last two, or else I'm going to feel really silly. If Arctic warming continues, much of the thin ice in the southern Arctic will disappear. Well, there's a temptation to say, who cares? But let's think about that a little bit. Classic GMAT. So if the warming continues, the ice in the southern Arctic, in general, is going to disappear. Then what happens? No ice, no fish. So that second sentence of the passage, they feed on fish that gather beneath thin sheets of floating ice. So if the ice melts, no fish underneath that floating ice, no floating ice, nowhere to hunt. So that definitely weakens it. What's going to happen to their range if they don't have any food? They can't expand anywhere. They're not eating. I'm going to hang on to D. What about E? The fish that guillemots eat currently are preyed on by a wider variety of predators in the southernmost Arctic than they are further north. Variety of predators doesn't matter. That says nothing about whether they can survive in different latitudes. So it's not E, and D is our winner. Okay, I'm eyeing the clock here a little bit, you guys. So we've got about 40 more minutes for this lesson, if I'm not mistaken. What I'm going to try to do, I'm going to give you a nice little variety of kind of these questions that kind of the theme here is these are questions that have conclusions. Second hour of critical reasoning, which we're doing in hour number 7, we're going to focus on kind of more of sort of those more dispersed ones. So a little bit of fill in the blank, a little bit of BoldFace, a little bit of accept questions, kind of those smaller things that show up less often. So we're going to do kind of a bunch of different question types here. But here's my point. Your fundamental way of reading it is the same. Read with precision, get the conclusion. Their words are my words. Get the reasoning. Their words are my words. And then make sure you're using cross-elimination. Don't fall in love. Really, really easy to do and say, oh, B's the answer. Don't really read A, C, D, E. Problem. All right, next one. Oops. Give you guys a couple minutes. All right, mostly seeing agreement here, which is good, I think. Applicant lab hat. Won't see him in baseball caps very often. Works weird with a headset, but again, Maria, thank you so much for donating. Okay, so I'm getting a lot of questions about this. This is an LSAT question. And is it perfectly exactly the same as the GMAT? Not necessarily, no. But here's what we find over the years that correlates so strongly. What's the LSAT about? Read carefully, read with structure, don't fall in love with answer choices, make sure you're treating each answer choice equally. GMAT, same exact thing on critical reasoning. Almost without exception, we see, if the correlation between GMAT performance and LSAT performance and critical reasoning reading comp, phenomenally tight. There are certain question types you see on the LSAT. There's a lot of kind of, which of the following principles, if applied, blah, 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 blah. Very, very rare on the GMAT. So I don't necessarily put a lot of stock in those, but on something like this, where it's just an assumption question, yeah, absolutely. This is something you should be able to get. Same exact technique, same exact style for the most part. Sometimes the LSAT's a little bit denser language-wise, but that's good for you. It makes you better at kind of powering through these things. All right, we're talking about a museum. There's a hippo. Conclusion. Pretty easy one here. The hippo was a religious object. And I suppose we can argue here, like, should that kind of that other part of that conclusion, far from being a toy, should that be in there? We can debate. Put it in there if you want. So definitely not a toy, far from being a toy. It was a religious object. Well, why? How'd they get there? So earthenware hippopotamus, they admit that resembles a child's toy. Found it upside down with its legs broken off. So interesting turn of phrase here. We know, pretty deliberate on the author's part generally. We know that the ancient Egyptians, I'm just going to abbreviate it as AE, believed the dead had to wage an eternal war with beasts. That sounds terrible. That's such a downer. Like, if a church was like, "Hey, come to our church. We're gonna teach you that in the afterlife you're gonna be waging war with beasts all the time," I'd be like, "I'm gonna pick a different church. Not really into this." And breaking the legs offer representation. Of an animal was thought to help the deceased person in that war. So there you go. There's your evidence. So the conclusion is it's a religious object, far from being a toy. Why? We know what the ancient Egyptians believed. We know that they believed the dead had to wage eternal war with beasts. Terrible. Also know that breaking the legs off was thought to help in war by the ancient Egyptians. Okay, so what assumption do we need? Again, assumption questions. There's so much craziness around assumption questions, where there's like, oh, use this technique, that technique, different charts, different things you can draw out. Negation technique, I'm not a big fan. The reason why, not everything can be negated very cleanly. Sometimes if it's a complicated sentence, there might be 3 or 4 ways to negate it. Which part do you negate? Do you negate 2 of them, 3 of them? Does that have to be an odd number? Your brain starts exploding. It's impractical. Very, very simple way. So logically, negation makes sense. A very simple way I want to handle this, which is just to say, look, the assumption is something that reinforces or strengthens the conclusion, allows us to draw it, and it's necessary. That's the only thing that really makes it different than strengthen, is we need it. Without it, we can't draw the conclusion. I like to think about it in a nice, simple way. So yeah, people will kind of say it fills the gap, right? Like way, way, way back in the day, I worked for a big test prep company, and they gave me a script 20 years ago and said, hey, go read this. And yeah, we'd kind of say, hey, find the gap. But where I want you to be really careful, you can pre-think yourself into oblivion here if you're not careful. You can kind of hallucinate what's in the gap. And then it gets really, really hard to evaluate what's actually in the answer choices. If an assumption question is any real difficulty, you won't anticipate it. You're not going to see that answer coming if it's a question of difficulty. Will it happen on easier ones? Sure. Will it happen sometimes on harder ones? Sure. But the best assumption questions, yeah, that answer flies out of left field. And you need to evaluate them in isolation and go, does this connect? What does this do? What does this answer choice do? What does it do? Does it strengthen? Does it weaken? Does it do nothing? Is it something I need? Is it something that I don't need? and think about it in that pure of a way. It's the cleanest way to do it. It's hard. It's less satisfying than some gimmick where, the company I used to work for taught us to draw this little graph. It didn't help. It didn't help you understand what was happening. It was just a cute little graph. That company no longer does GMAT, by the way, so I'm not knocking them. Wonderful experience there. All right, which of the following is an assumption required? So once we add it to this, that assumption we add in, we're going to need it in order to draw that conclusion. All right. A, the tomb in which the hypothesis was found was not the tomb of a child. You definitely don't need to assume that in order to draw that conclusion, because this could still be true if it's a child, right? So the deceased people had to war eternal war with beasts. That wouldn't necessarily change that it's a religious object. If it's a kid in there, they might still need this upside down broken hippopotamus to fight beasts in the afterlife. That's really weird, but okay, we'll go with it. So A isn't something you need. B, earthenware figures were never used as children's toys in ancient Egypt. You don't need to know that either. So it could be that it's a toy also, or that sometimes these earthenware hippopotamuses are toys. That could very well be the case. But we don't need to assume that it was never the case in order to conclude that this one, with its legs broken upside down in a tomb, can still be a religious object. We don't need to know that it was never used as a toy in order to conclude that this one was a religious object instead. So B is out. C, the tomb in which the hippopotamus was found was not re-entered from the time of burial until archaeologists opened it. This one's kind of tempting, don't you think? Because it kind of feels like you have to assume that nobody messed with that hippo. What if it was a toy and it was in there and it was intact, and then somebody went in and broke it and turned it upside down? So this feels important. I'm going to hang on to it. Feels like we need to know that nobody messed with it. And you'll see. We'll come back to that in a second. But yeah, feels good. C seems really logical. Yeah, nobody messed with the tomb afterwards. D, the hippopotamus's legs were not broken through some natural occurrence after it was placed in the tomb. This one kind of feels, I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it feels a little bit like C. We've got to assume the hippo wasn't broken by some other occurrence. Yeah, I think we kind of do have to assume that, right? Because if they were broken for some other reason, then it's not fulfilling that role of being the broken animal that helps you in that eternal war against beasts in the afterlife. So I'm going to hang on to D as well. E, the hippopotamus was originally placed upside down in the tomb. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Get rid of E because the focus here is on breaking the legs is what helps you in war. Back to C and D. And I think I saw a fair number of people picking C, I think, on the forums as well. So when you think about D, do we need to assume that it was not broken later? We need to, so in order for this to be true, that this was a religious object, it has to be true that they broke it, given this evidence, that it was broken deliberately. That has to be true, or else this whole thing breaks down. So what D is saying is it was not broken deliberately. It broke through some natural occurrence. Got to assume that didn't happen, and then it was broken deliberately. C, the tomb in which the hypothesis was found was not re-entered from the time of burial until archaeologists opened it. Notice that does not connect to breaking it. Just because nobody was in there, that doesn't necessarily matter. It matters whether the legs are broken, not whether it was disturbed. Very, very easy to make the assumption that, yeah, if nobody was in there, it wasn't broken. What we care about is whether they were broken by some force other than the people that buried the dead person. And C doesn't actually do anything with that. So C is out. D is our winner. All right, I think we got time for two more here. Once again, my beautiful hat brought to us by Applicant Lab. Free trials, good stuff. Let's talk about herbs in this next one. All right. Seeing some good disagreement on this one means I picked a good hard one. Also makes me very, very happy to see. So GMAT Club Legend, who's in the chat with us, Shovik 101990 on GMAT Club, went and got his MBA already, and he's answering the questions with us. And I am going to pick on you so hard, Shovik, when you get them wrong, just because that's fun and I love you. By the way, Shovik's the guy that introduced me to Maria at Applicant Lab. So thank you for that, Shovik. Again, Maria, thank you again for sponsoring, and love it every time I get the chance to pick your brain and hear what you have to say about admissions. Applicant Lab, some of the best out there. Okay, got a cultivated herb, part of a group of plants, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to cut straight to the conclusion here. The herbs. So the one herbs. Hi. I'm going to pronounce it histidine. I don't know if that's right. Histidine production must be, ooh, look at that language, the key feature. Allows it to grow in metal-rich soil. Okay, again, what I always want out of these lessons, so we can sit here and say like, oh, well, I'm gonna study the living crap out of this question. I'm gonna be better for it. And it's like, that's not my point at all, right? It's what are the things that when you see a question on your actual test that obviously you've never seen before by definition, like, you know, how do you have good habits? How do you build good habits of mind so that you're more likely to get it right? That's what you're after here. If you're obsessing over explanations, talked about this in hour number 3, not going to help you a whole lot. So again, I'm really after that. When you get that conclusion, you ask yourself, their words or my words, are you noticing those little tweaks in language? Not an accident. Must be the key feature. Is that going to be the thing that this particular question hinges on? I don't know. But you should catch it. That should be the habit of mind. Some other question, that little difference, you drop that particular phrase, you're in trouble in a different question. Maybe you're on this one too. Who knows? Okay, so we're saying that the herbs high, that's hard to say, herbs high histidine production must be the key feature that allows it to grow up metal-rich soils. What's our evidence here? Well, we know it's a group, kind of background, right? It's a group of closely related plants that grow in soil with high concentrations of metal, toxic to other plants. It's kind of background. I'm not saying ignore it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the direct evidence, but don't ignore it. It's kind of what's on that last question, right? Is it an extra piece of information? Don't just gloss over it. Acknowledge kind of what it's doing there. Agronomists studying the growth have discovered it produces large amounts of histidine. We already know that, right? So we know that the herb produces high amounts. Just say H. And in test tubes, solutions, the histidine renders the metals chemically inert. Okay. And I'll say in here also, so thrives, and really if we're being technical about it, saying one of many plants. So one of a group of closely related plants. That thrive in these soils. Okay, so always take that moment. Again, I'm not ever going to need to write all of this down. You know, taking notes, and I'm not going to talk about it a ton today, but talk about it in some of the other critical reasoning videos. Everybody's different. I think it's a problem to write this much down. I do it for the sake of going through the example, kind of showing you what's in my head as I go through it, what I think roughly should be in your head as we go through it. If you're writing this much down, you got a problem, right? You shouldn't need all this. Now, if it helps you to write down just the conclusion, just as a BS test to make sure that you're actually getting everything that's there and not jumping words or skipping stuff, dropping key modifiers, great. If that's something that helps your habits, wonderful. Doing this is obviously overkill. But just so we know what we're talking about, take that moment at the end. Conclusion, this herb's high histidine production must be the key feature that allows it to grow in these metal-rich soils that are toxic to other plants. Why? We know this herb produces a lot of it. We know that it thrives in this kind of soil, just like a group of closely related plants. And in test tubes, the histidine renders the metals inert. Great. Okay. And we want to know what would be helpful to determine. Notice the process of breaking down the passage. And again, this is where most of the money's at, right? It's the passage. Most mistakes come from the passage, 70, 80, 90%. Something you missed. It's not usually the logic of the answer choices. Sometimes, but it's minority of the time. Same as it would be for a strength and weakener assumption. Same exact process. So in evaluating the argument, it would be most important to determine which of the following. Do we need to know whether the herb can grow in soil that does not have high concentrations? Who cares, right? That has nothing to do with whether the histidine, our conclusion is limited to the histidine, whether that production allows it to grow in the metal-rich soils. Doesn't matter if it can grow somewhere else. That doesn't help us figure out whether the histidine is allowing it to grow in these metal-rich soils. B, whether growing the herb in soil with high concentrations of metals will over time reduce their concentrations in the soil. I don't think we care at all about the remediation of the metals or dropping the amount of metal that's in the soil. That has nothing to do with it. We just want to know if the herb's histidine production allows it to grow in those soils. So B is out. And Shovik, womp womp. C, whether the herb's high level of histidine production is associated with an unusually low level production of some other amino acid. Absolutely irrelevant here. Who cares about some other amino acid? It has nothing to do with what's going on. D, whether others of the closely related group of plants also produce histidine in large quantities. This feels irrelevant, right? Because the conclusion is talking just about this particular herb, right? This herb's histidine production is the key feature. But wait a minute. Think about everything else we know here. So it's one of a group of closely related plants that thrive in the soil that kills other plants. And we want to know about the histidine specifically. Well, if these other closely related plants also have high histidine production, and they also live in the same soil, that helps indicate that the histidine is the reason why this plant can survive. So give us evidence about the histidine production specifically. So for that reason, we can hang on to D. E, whether the concentration of histidine declines as the plant approaches maturity. Absolutely nothing here about young versus old in the plant. So we can get rid of E. Tricky one. But are you having fun? All right, one more, and then I think we're going to be coming up on the bottom of the hour. Have at it, guys. And another thing I love that so Maria over at Applicant Lab and Shovik, by the way, that guy's like a 760 or something. Yeah, I love that when you're not sure, you're telling me. Be honest helps me, steer the lesson in the right way. Don't mess this one up, Shovik. Give you guys about 30 more seconds. Screenshot if you need to. All right. One of the things that always fascinates me in these live events, it was interesting to see sort of the first wave of people, saw quite a few D's in there, and then kind of the next wave, it was kind of A's and D's, and the next wave I started to see more C's. And I'm not saying like the faster people are necessarily better or worse, right? It depends on the question, but it's really interesting. Like something's happening, like the people who are processing quickly get to one answer, and the people who aren't get to a different answer. And sometimes it means that the ones who are processing too quickly missed it. Sometimes the other way around. This caused a lot of damage. That's fantastic. Means I picked a good one. All right, let's break it down. The percentage of flight delays caused by airline error decreased significantly this year. So again, these logical flaw questions, again, we can get into all this mumbo jumbo about, oh, you should draw this kind of picture or whatever. That's cool if it's your thing. But I'm taking a nice simple approach. I don't need a lot of complicated stuff. I just need to go, all right, well, what's the conclusion? Pretty simple. And I'm getting tired enough that I almost wrote the word consultant instead of conclusion. Hour number 5, 19 to go. What am I saying? Preventable delays are clearly decreasing. Okay, well, the question is, what's the flaw in the reasoning? So what's the reasoning? Well, okay, so the percentage of flight delays caused by airline error are down significantly this year. All right, great. And then that actually leads to kind of this, again, don't need the jargon, but intermediary conclusion, right? So this was kind of the starting premise, if you like the term, but fact stated by this airline representative guy. And that says, okay, so the percentage of flight delays caused by airline error decreased significantly this year. So percentage of the delays that were caused by the airline went down. So this indicates basically that airlines listen to complaints and address the problems. Okay. Listen to complaints and address problems. I should say complaints about preventable errors specifically. And address the problems. All right, so yeah, although delays caused by weather or other uncontrollable factors are always part of travel, the preventable ones are definitely decreasing or clearly decreasing. Interesting. All right, okay, so what's the flaw in the representative reasoning? We want something, again, it's not like it's a little bit different than weaken, but it's pretty subtle, right? So instead of something we add in that weakens it, it's pointing out the flaw that's already there. Is that a big deal? Not really. I don't think that causes anybody a whole lot of trouble. Airlines might be motivated by financial concerns to underreport the percentage of flight delays caused by airline error. This one actually sounds pretty good to me. And one of the things you'll hear me say a lot on Verbal is sound has nothing to do with it. Might be motivated by financial concerns to underreport the percentage. Where do we have reporting in here? This one's great if we know, or arguably great at least, if we know that the airlines are the ones doing the reporting. That doesn't say that at all, right? It just says the number of preventable delays, and then it kind of talks about sort of these other delays that are inevitable, but it says nothing about the airlines reporting it. So A has nothing to do with it. That's not a flaw. So we can get rid of A for that reason. B, the delays caused by uncontrollable factors could have led to an increase in complaints to airlines. That sounds pretty good too, I think, in a way, and I think we had some people pick that. The delays could have led to an increase in complaints, but so what? That's not a flaw here. So if there were more complaints, Yeah, well, the airline's listening to them. It doesn't point out a problem with the conclusion, right? The airline's addressing it, wherever those complaints are coming from. It doesn't really matter where those complaints are coming from. The airline representative's argument is that we're addressing them, preventable days are decreasing. This is definitely not a flaw. C, complaints may not be the most reliable measure of how many errors occurred in a given year. Well, this isn't something that's relevant either, right? What the representative is saying is that we responded to complaints and then addressed the preventable errors, but it's not, the argument isn't equating complaints with the errors. It's talking about errors over here. Complaints are a thing we address. Because we address it, it leads to a decrease in those errors. But C doesn't make any sense. Like, that's not actually an issue there, because the airline representative isn't suggesting that the complaints themselves are a measure of the errors, treating them separately. D, delays caused by weather and uncontrollable factors could have increased dramatically during the year under discussion. To be honest with you guys, first time I saw this question, I kind of dismissed this one out of hand and just kind of said, yeah, who cares, right? Like, we're focused on the ones that are preventable. The thing I've been barking about this whole hour, well, one thing I've been barking about is Applicant Lab is great. Go talk to Maria. The second thing I've been barking about is technique, right? So don't take the passage for a walk. Their words are my words. Their words are my words. Little thing here, percentage of flight delays caused by airline error decreased significantly. Doesn't say the number of errors. It says the percentage of errors. So what if there were a whole bunch more weather delays and the same number of avoidable errors? So if the airline's preventable errors stayed constant, but we had a whole bunch more weather and other uncontrollable delays, then yeah, your percentage of flight delays caused by airline error might go down, even if the raw number stays the same or goes up. And then this guy's whole argument is garbage, right? The airline might not have improved her preventable errors at all if the evidence is just the percentage of those errors caused by preventable stuff went down. So D is actually a pretty big flaw. If there were a whole lot more delays due to other things, then this number doesn't mean what the airline representative is claiming that it means. Oh, subtle, nasty. Hanging on to D. And I'm seeing the light bulbs go on in the live chat. I love it. E, airline customers might not believe that particular delays were caused by uncontrollable factors rather than airline error. Nothing here about what they believe to be true, right? Nothing to do with that at all. I think he's probably one of the easier ones to dismiss. This is a tough question. Everything I've done in this session, all four of them, these are tough, 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 tough. So if you're going for that 40 plus score, like let's say that, I mean, this would be a total abuse of data. But if I could see the few hundred people we have watching this right now, and if I could see your answer sheets on this, and let's say I gave you 2.5 minutes to each question, if I were to see you getting all four right first time you see these questions, I'm super impressed, right? Like, that's a really, really, really good sign, because these are tough, all four of them. If you're getting 1 or 2 or 3 right out of the 4, and especially since I'm cutting the time off a little bit for some of you, don't be embarrassed by that, right? Like, I think all 4 of these questions are sort of at that level where if you're getting 1 or 2 or 3 right, you're not necessarily in bad shape. I'm not necessarily worried about your ability to get to kind of that 40 level on verbal at some point. My big point here with kind of this blob of questions, strength and weaken assumption, find the flaw, evaluate the argument. What is the thing that I see people doing that's a real problem is you're getting too fancy. You're trying to do too much with the type of question. And it's like, hey, these guys have conclusions, all of these question types. And this is the vast majority of the questions, the critical raising questions on the test. There's got to be a conclusion. Don't overthink it. Get that exact conclusion. I'm going to pop something on the board real quick. So I know it's not showing up super great because it's sort of landscape versus portrait here. These are stats from the first 2 MBA.com tests, the 2 free tests, otherwise known as GMAT Prep Tests 1 and 2, default GMAT Prep exams, whatever you want to call them. So BB over at GMAT Club, our dear founder, did an autopsy on the GMAT Prep tests, and here's what you see for distribution of questions. Kind of starting from the bottom, working your way up, strength and weaken assumption, all 3 of those. Find the conclusion. Don't take it for a walk. Be precise. Find the reasoning. BoldFace, sometimes we'll talk about that next critical reasoning lesson in hour number 7. Evaluate the argument. Some of the complete the passage, you need to find the conclusion. There's the ones that are just conclusion, logical flaw. My point is that a huge, huge proportion of GMAT critical reasoning questions, more than half, there will be a conclusion. get that conclusion, be precise, get into that habit of mind of saying, I'm going to make sure that I've got exactly their conclusion. Their words are my words, their words are my words. And sure, some of these get tough. Like some of these answer choices fly out of left field, which is what made these four particularly difficult. But I want you to really focus on get that hygiene right, get that process right. Push yourself to not drop words, not drop modifiers. That's what's going to do you right in the long run. That's what's going to maximize your score. Everyone's different in terms of their ability levels in reading itself. But over time, that's what's going to make sure that you don't miss any of those questions that you're perfectly capable of getting right. All right, that is it for this one. Critical reasoning, lesson 1. Again, Maria, thank you so much. And thank you for joining the fun. This is great, absolutely great having you here. Saw Donna in here, a bunch of old friends. Great to see familiar faces. Guys, I know for anybody in Asia, it is late. But if you have friends in countries where people are still awake, send them an email right now and say, hey, there's this goofball American guy doing a 24-hour live stream. Get them to just show up and say hi, even if they don't give a crap about the GMAT. All right. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hour number 6 coming. All right. Charles from GMAT Ninja here again. I didn't bother erasing the board from the last one. Hour number 5 of our nonstop 24-hour GMAT Crash Course Marathon. This one's going to be on percents and interest rates. And once again, here to raise money for Ukrainian refugee charities. If you're watching this lesson on percents and interest rates later, and you're getting something out of the lesson, it's worth $5 to you, it's worth $100 to you, it's worth 25 cents to you. Find a cause you like, donate to it. Hopefully won't be worried about Ukraine in months or years from now, but who knows? But if you find these sessions valuable, you would have paid for it if it was a prep course. Please donate that to something that you care about. Another quant block, we're going to start this off exactly the same way as we did the last couple. So I'm going to give you a quiz, 5 questions, give you 10 minutes. Please enter your answers into the form that's going to be popping up in the chat if you're watching this live. And the data has been absolutely valuable because I'm learning that the people who chat and put their answers in aren't necessarily representative of the whole group. So I'm learning a lot from it. So please, as soon as you see the question, work on it, pop your answer in the form. If it moves on, just make a guess and keep going so that I can get those answers and adapt the lesson to it. All right. Have fun with these, everybody. I'll see you in about 10 minutes. All right. Welcome back, everybody. So again, a little bit of an experiment. So this is, I think, the second hour we're done a quant lesson, starting with a quiz. So I'm still kind of figuring out the flow of these lessons when I see your data, like literally just showing up in the sheet as we go right now. And I'm watching like the percentages changing. So a little bit of improvisation here. It's interesting. Like I'm kind of seeing people in the chat go, oh, these are easy. These are easy. Our average percentage right is not much higher than half overall. So we're at 60, 65% maybe total. So a lot of struggles on these questions, which is interesting. Now, again, kind of the theme today is what you're really doing wrong on these different question types. I'm not going to walk you through too much of the basics. We only have an hour per topic. But what I'm interested in is what are the kinds of things that you walk into that are a problem. So I know you guys won't be very happy with me if I skip all these questions we just went through. So I'm going to bash through these 5 quickly. I'm going to focus more on the ones that you struggled with, and then we've got some harder ones as we keep going. First one here, we got a guy named Carol. Good Ukrainian name. $5,000. 4% annual interest. 1 year. Compounded semi-annually. Part of what I'm after here, part of why I put this into the quiz was I was kind of interested to see, so what exactly is it that you guys struggle on? Like the basics is a pretty straightforward question, right? Am I seeing errors on it? Actually, I am. So I'm seeing about a third of you guys struggle on it, maybe a quarter, something like that. The numbers keep moving on me, which is great. Yeah, actually, more than a third of you missed this, which is kind of fascinating. Simple interest just means you're getting the same dollar amount every year. Compound interest, there's this temptation to kind of get super complicated with the formula. Hopefully I'll have time to do some harder ones with that in a minute, where the formula kind of breaks down on you. Compounded semi-annually, I think the mistake I'm seeing probably about a third of you make is that you look at this and go, well, okay, hey, that's 4% twice. So I take the $5,000 and I multiply by, let's say, a 1.04 and then 1.04 again. Because semi-annually, every 6 months, I compound it twice. This is not correct. 4% annual interest means 2% per 6 months. So I think that's error number 1 that I'm seeing from a good chunk of you guys. Error number 2 possibly is, so even if I change this to 1.02, I think a lot of what's going on here is that, well, this isn't very helpful. I don't really want to multiply out. I'm not going to do long multiplication here. Like this isn't any fun. This sucks, right? So what can we do instead? Again, a lot of the theme today, flexibility. My engineers sometimes get wrecked by this. The guys with better math skills fundamentally than I have, much more advanced math, right? Do math for a living. I guess I do too, sort of. They'll kind of look at this and just go like, okay, I'm going to crank through this. I'm going to do the multiplication. It's going to be great. And it's like, no. Take a breath. What's 2% of 5,000? Not very much. It's $100, right? So 1% would be 50. 2% would be, 1% would be 50. 2% would be 100. So I can say in that first 6 months, $100. Then what happens with that second 6 months? Well, 2% of that, so another $100 plus another $2 because you're earning interest on your interest. That's it. 202, we're out of there. Super quick. I made a mistake there. Sorry, my bad. 2%. What did I do wrong? 2% of 5,000. That's right. All right. This is what happens when I get sleepy. Hour number 6, ladies and gentlemen. So just be careful of that phrasing on the annually versus semi-annually. Before I say anything else, Stacy Blackman Consulting sponsoring this hour. Thank you so much. Again, one of the originals in the, I would say Stacy Blackman, was one of the great pioneers in the admissions consulting industry. One of the originals, one of the best. You need help. You're not sure what score you need. You're not sure which test to take. You finally conquered this thing. Go call those guys. Fantastic friends at GMAT Club. Fantastic friends of Ukraine. All right, next question. Nemirov vodka salesman. That's Ukrainian vodka, ladies and gentlemen. Is paid a salary of $1,000. This was a pretty easy setup. Saw pretty good results on this. Salary of $1,000 per month. Earns a 12% commission on all of his sales. Pretty straightforward translation. This is just straight old algebra in the setup. We want to know what must the annual sales be for a total compensation of $33,600. So $1,000 a month, that's $12,000. That's the base salary, 12% commission. So 0.12, if you're super new to percents, direct translation, what does the word percent mean? And I realize it's basic for a lot of you, but I'm seeing enough struggles from some of the crowd in the quiz. Means out of 100. So if you're translating literally 12%, you can just say 12 out of 100. Times that commission, call it X, whatever you want. All you have to do is solve for X. That gives the annual sales. I'm not going to bother doing the math. That one's pretty straightforward. Number 3. We've got a merchant buys a crate of guavas. Here's where we get into the really fun stuff. And I saw quite a few struggles on this one too. And I think those numbers are actually getting worse. So we had a lot of struggles there. About 40% missed it. Okay, so we've got the situation where we've got these successive percent changes. This is arguably kind of the most core foundational concept in the way the GMAT goes about percents, is fractions are your friend. This is one of the things I saw quite a bit in the chat where it's like, well, why is 16 2/3%? That's obnoxious. Yes, it's obnoxious on purpose. There's a lot of bad ways to do a question like this. So I'll lay out all the details of it. So it starts at X dollars. We're going to go up 100%. We're going to discount by 40%. And then we're going to discount again by 16 2/3%. And we want to know kind of that total profit or loss here. Here's the thing is that there's a lot of gimmicks out there for percent questions. I know a lot of people watching are super strong in quant and there's no issues here at all. But you can do a bunch of different things. You can pick numbers here. You can say, well, let me pretend it's $100. And then, okay, cool. Now I'm at 200. Now I'm 40% less than that. I'm at 160. No, that's not right. I'm tired. 120. Hour number 6. Nonstop, ladies and gentlemen. Please donate to our charities. At 120. Now what do I do with this, right? So am I going to take 16.666 and multiply it by whatever I've got here, 120? I mean, this stinks, right? As soon as you try to use decimals or pick numbers, some questions, it's great. Those are good tools. Fractions are your friend here. It makes this such an easy question. Because all I have to do is say if something goes up by 100%, what do I multiply by? I multiply by 2. I've got 2 times my original. Now, whatever that is, if it goes down by 40%, I multiply by 0.6. I prefer to use the fraction there, but if it helps, so a lot of you guys use a lot of Excel in your daily lives as pre-MBA types. Yeah, I put the 0.6 in, that's fine. I can translate it to a fraction later. That's 3/5 I'm multiplying it by. And then down by 16 2/3%, not unusual at all on the GMAT. Some of these percents that at a glance look exotic, this is a pretty simple fraction. This is a 1/6. So if something declines by a 1/6, we've got 5/6 left. So it goes down by a 6, I can multiply by 5/6. And that's it. Everything cancels out. Nothing happened. So the 5s cancel, the 6 cancels with the 2 and the 3. We're right back where we started at X. There is no gain or loss here at all. Did I make a mistake here somewhere, guys? Probably. I'm getting some comments in here, but I don't think so. 100%, discounts by 40%. That's right. That's right. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I've got people telling me I made a mistake, but I don't see it in there. Okay. Okay, I had it right. Thanks for scaring me, you guys. So this is one of the big keys to being efficient. So fighting that engineer's disease that I've been talking about kind of all through the day so far, that flexibility where it's really, really easy to go super orthodox and not kind of do that step 2. So I ask you to read twice, plot your path forward, find the best way forward, not just pick the first thing that comes to mind. First thing that comes to mind might be picking numbers. Maybe that's good, maybe it isn't. Depends on the question. It might be to multiply a bunch of decimals. Maybe that's good, maybe it isn't. Give yourself 20 seconds. See if you can find the best way. Fractions a lot of the time on these percents questions cleans it right up. All right. Next one, number 4. Again, about a third missed this, kind of to my surprise a little bit. People are looking at this and going, oh, that's super easy. And yet I'm managing to punk half you guys on it, or close to it, a third of them. Pleasantly plump pig breaks into a large grain silo that contains 900,000 pounds of corn. Pig eats 27 pounds of it. What are we really asking here? We're really asking 27 is what percent of 900,000? Now, a lot of ways to do this that are fine. My preference here, if they give me the chance, pretty much across the board on the GMAT, if they give me a chance to take a word problem and translate directly and go word for word, I'm taking the chance. I'm taking the opportunity because I'm going to get something that's super reliable, right? Every word here turns really neatly into a piece of algebra. 27. The word is just means equals. Makes me think of Bill Clinton for any Americans that remember that guy or anybody else remembers that guy. Depends on what the definition of is. Google it. It's hilarious. Is what percent? What's my variable? Call it X, whatever you want to call it. Percent out of 100. Of means multiply. If I say 1/2 of 60, what are you really doing? You're just multiplying, right? The number 30 pops in your head right away as soon as you see this. But what are you doing? Of means multiply mathematically. And now all we have to do is just clean up the math and we're out of here. So cross off 2 zeros there at 9,000. X is equal to 27 over 9,000. I was going to say, stop me if I do something silly, but you guys have been leading me astray and telling me I made errors when I didn't. And I'm going to make lots of errors, but all right, over 1,000. So it is that. Well, that's here's where you can get yourself into some trouble. This is your answer, guys. Slap a percent sign on it and you're done. Your answer is 3/1000%. And that is it. So the answer there is D. So again, punchline here. Be literal. They give you the chance. Be literal here. And every word in a straight percents translation is going to turn to a nice, pretty little symbol. Laughing at the comment that I'm going to keep reminding you that I was right and you were wrong. Not true, because it is just a matter of time before you guys catch me making mistakes over and over and over again. Last one. Last week, Buñuel earned, I'll write all this out, earned 150% more than Chuck. Buñuel earned 50% as much as Doug. Doug earned 600. And my question is, I want to know what's the sum of all of them. This one was a bloodbath, I think. I think we got about maybe 40% correct. Not even. So absolute bloodbath here, which is great. Again, pretty common question type. Here's the thing. Of multiply, right? So if I say 50% of X, well, that's 1/2 times X. That's what we have going on here. So Buñuel earned 50% as much as Doug. We can take that and go B equals 1/2 D. Great. Super straightforward. What about this? The temptation is to say B equals, well, 150%. I could call that 3/5. 3/5 C. Probably 2/3 D did this. And that is not the case. 150% more. If I had said 100% more, I might have said, wait, I'm doubling, right? 150% more, I'm more than doubling. I'm not multiplying by 3.5 or 1.5 by 3 halves. I'm multiplying by 1 plus that. I'm multiplying by 5 halves. So in that previous question where we had, or a couple questions ago, where we had the sort of, we had an item, it went up by 100%, it went down by 40%, went down again by 16 2/3%. The concept here is these multipliers, right? So I could take this as a whole bunch of individual addition problems and say, I'm going to calculate 100%, add it back on, calculate 40%, add it back on, calculate this thing, add it back on. 6 steps, a lot of chances to make errors. Or I could think of it as, hey, I'm multiplying each time. A percent change is multiplication. Once you start thinking in terms of those multipliers, a whole lot of percent questions get much, much easier. And even if you're getting them right, which again, what I'm seeing out of the live crowd is the vocal people nailing it. Quietly, a lot of you guys are struggling. I don't think you're executing on this cleanly, most of you guys. So think of it as multipliers. Order doesn't matter. Think of the fractions. It's going to give you the most efficient solution path. And even if you are nailing these, if you get better at this, you'll be more efficient, save time for other things that are harder for you. Up by 100% multiplied by 2, up by 150% multiplied by 2.5. So this should be 5 halves C. And now from here, it's just plug and play. And this is where I'm very likely to make an error. So punch in the 600 for Doug here. Sarman, Buñuel, 300. What's going on here? So C is equal to 2/5 B. And we can punch that 300 back in. C equals 2 times 300 over 5. I believe that's 120. So 120 plus 300 plus 600 gives you 1,020. And that gives you answer choice A. All right. So foundations of percents, foundations of good hygiene. As always, with everything, you guys are going to get tired of hearing me say this. If you decide to watch the whole 24-hour marathon, read twice at the beginning, plot your path forward, get that flexibility in there. I want that voice in your head saying, find the best way, find the best way. Don't just choose the first way. And then think about multipliers. If you've got a percent change, your most efficient path is those multipliers, fractions are your friends here. All right, we're going to up the difficulty level a little bit. Oh, I got great options here. I think I'm going with this one. Let's do a little bit of gated sufficiency out of the gate, and then we'll swing back to some more foundational stuff. All right. Give you guys a couple minutes on this one. Pop your answer in the chat, please. All right, coming back, seeing some disagreement here, which is fantastic. It means we picked a good hard question. What we were talking about earlier, it's how do you take a percentage and translate it? So yes, there's going to be some where the intuition really helps, but if they give you the chance to translate nice and straight, take it. Great example of it. So somebody takes a boombox CD, that's a Ukrainian band, by the way, buys it for X dollars, resells it for Y dollars. So profit is what percentage of the purchase price. And I can take this nice clean equation, profit equals what percent, I can call it X over 100 of always means multiplication times the purchase price. Well, the purchase price was X. So let me call this something other than X, I guess. Let's say, I'll just say what? Why not use a word there? Of X. Well, what's profit That's just the sale price, revenue minus cost, right? There's your revenue, there's your cost. So I can say y minus x equals. And I'm being a little cheeky here with the what there. But if it helps you to be intuitive, go for it. There's no harm in this. This actually used to be one of my habits on word problems for a long time, was if I pick a variable that's not intuitive to me, I really risk screwing myself over, right? Where it's like, well, I made it z, and then it's like, oh, what was z? And we've already got x and a y here. So it's like, you can leave it like that. You can call it z if you want. You can call it a. You can call it Vladimir, whatever you want. My point is that this is what you're solving for. And it's going to kind of disappear from the picture in a second anyway. Get this out of my way. So if I'm trying to solve for this thing, I'm just going to rearrange a little bit, multiply by 100 over x, take this. So I've got that what, the thing I'm after. That's the thing I want. So it's y minus x times 100 over x. And I could stop there if I wanted to. That'd be fine. But again, push the question on data sufficiency. How can you rewrite this? What can you do with this to make it more intuitive, give you a better shot at seeing something useful in the answer choices? I'm going to keep running with it. Now, the 100 doesn't matter. It's data sufficiency. I don't care about the 100. It's not going to change whether I know what this value is. So I'm going to get rid of the 100, rewrite it. This is what I want, is this thing. So here's my reformulated question. Y minus x over x is equal to what? And look, I can keep going. It's a fraction. I can split it up. I can say that this is y minus x over x is equal to what? Well, that's just a 1. Data sufficiency, no mystery there. Know exactly what that is. This is all I need. All I need here is y over x. That's it. Now, our intuition is again, maybe not everybody, but for a lot of us, kind of shot here, right? It's like, wait. How did I get to y over x here being the thing? And it's really, really hard to look at the question and go, oh yeah, I just need y over x. You're probably not going to get there unless you're a real freak of nature. If you are, kudos. But if you're really just being nice and literal and systematic, and you keep your algebra clean, and we get to this, and that's exactly what statement 1 says, basically. 5y equals 6x. Yeah, divide by x, we got it. Y over x is 6 over 5. A is sufficient. Statement 2, y minus x is equal to 0.2. That sounds good, right? I mean, it looks like that's the profit, but doesn't mean anything to me here. That's what I want. So our answer is A. Okay, how much time do we have? We got time for 3 or 4 more. Next one I'm going to give you is, I won't preface it too much. Have fun, guys. All right. Pause if you need to, if you're not watching this live. Yeah, really interesting. I'm seeing different numbers in the live chat, seeing lots of different answers. Nothing technical here, right? I mean, this is pretty straightforward. It's gentle numbers, 40%, 20%. Hey, what are we really talking about? And this is classic GMAT. It's really easy to get in that mindset of like, oh, more math, more math, more math. And it's like, nope, keep your head on. Make sure you keep your intuition engaged. We like to say, use your human brain. Really good case of it. So really easy for me to say, like, all right, in August, all right, we got Mr. Zelinsky is 40% of the total earnings of the household. So I can say that, like, we'll say Z, meaning Mr. Zelinsky, is equal to 0.4 of the total. Okay, so then if he goes down by 20%, the temptation here is to say, well, now this guy is 0.8, down 20%, we can multiply by 0.8 times the 0.4t, and we get 0.3t, which means 32%. And that would be answer choice C. 10 points if you spot my error. This looks right. It looks fantastic. Very often the case. Like, how does the GMAT get you off of 9th and 10th grade math, right? It gives you things that look right but aren't, and things that look wrong that are right. Verbal, ton of that, right? When we get to sentence correction today, you'll see tons of that where it's like, yeah, right answers that sound awful, correct answers that, but I'm being redundant. Right answers that sound terrible, wrong answers that sound good. Classic thing, right? There's another case of it. This just looks right. It just does. Here's the thing. If Mr. Zelinsky's income went down, what happened to the whole family's income? The rest of the family's income stayed the same. His went down. That means the whole family's went down. So you can handle it algebraically. You can pick numbers. It doesn't really matter to me in this case what you do. If we want to take it at kind of a really, really kind of super kind of reductionist level where we say, I want to pick numbers. I'm not a big fan of picking numbers in general. You could here if it helps you and say, well, the total's 100 and Mr. Zelinsky's 40. It's problem solving. I'm okay with picking numbers here. So in September, what happens? Well, he loses 20%. So 0.8 times that 40. He is indeed down to 32. But that means that he lost 8. So the family total is 92. You could do it algebraically. You could do it with variables. It doesn't really matter. I don't think either way is particularly difficult here. My point is, it's really, really easy to fall asleep at the switch and not recognize that the entire family's income is changing when Mr. Zelinsky's goes down. So now what's his percentage? 32 over 92. We know that this is going to be bigger than 32 by how much. You don't have that many answer choices here. I mean, you could probably just get away with saying, here's C, here's D, here's E. This is nowhere near 40%, pretty close to 35%, it's 34% and change. Definitely closer to 35, whether you decide to do the math all the way out or not. You could reduce here if you wanted to. Does that help? I think so. I mean, I can kind of look at this and go, it's a little bit more than a third. 8 over 24 would be a third. This is a little bit more. I'm pretty confident right there. I don't even need to do the long division out. So your answer is D. I got most D on that one. And again, this is, I wrote this version, but very, very close to what you see on the actual test in a couple spots. All right. Do we have time for 2 more? Let's go with this one. Let me give you a really hard interest rate problem next. All right. Good luck to you. And one quick PSA for anybody watching this live. If you have friends in countries where people are awake, please send them a message and say, hey, come watch this Poor Fool in America. You need some company. Audience is dwindling as Asia goes to sleep. So please bring your friends, get them to come support and say hi. So then the first 6 answers in the live chat, we had every answer choice pop in there, which is fantastic. Give you guys about another 45 seconds. If you're stuck, I'd love to know that too. Yeah, I think it's telling I've only got answers from maybe 10% of the people who are here live. And I realize it's late at night for a lot of people and you might be half asleep, but tough question. Okay. Here's the deal. So anybody with engineer's disease, which I've been talking about a lot today, and what I mean by that, no disrespect to engineers, because most of you guys know so much more math than I do, and I respect it a ton. It's kind of that drive to kind of do a bunch of algebra here. And that's exactly what this question is kind of driving at in a way is, well, yeah, okay, I know my formula for compound interest. So if I got $2,000 1 year compounded annually, 1 plus P over 100, and it's only 1 year, so I don't need to square it or anything. Like that's it, right? Like that's it, cool. And then I've got the semi-annually. So it's like, okay, there are some basic things that you could do wrong here. So one of the things we talked about, I think in the very first question, is not recognizing what happens to that interest rate. So you might say, well, this is $2,000 times 1 plus P over 100 squared because we're compounding twice, right? We run that interest twice in a year, but you're not getting that full P%. What you're getting isn't P% every 6 months, you're getting P over 2% every 6 months. So that's fine. Easy enough to fix that. This is an ugly way to write it, but just for the sake of illustration, that's really what you're doing. That's funny. So somebody put in the chat, thank you, Daniel. Feel free to disrespect engineers. No, I respect you guys a ton. I love it. Taught a ton of engineers, and this is the kind of question that tends to get them. So I'm going to write that as P over 200. So again, the concept here is if it's compounding twice a year, interest rate cuts in half since the period cuts in half. Great. And so now I just subtract and I'm great. I take this and I subtract this thing. And what the heck are we doing? So 2,000 times 1 plus P over 100. And I guess I can factor out the 2,000 and I get 1 plus P over 200 squared minus 1 plus P over 100. And I'm lost now, and I've got brackets inside brackets, and I guess the ones are going to go away, and you can do it. You can do it, right? Like it's not saying this is impossible, but when I talk about kind of that step 1, step 2, read the question twice, make sure you're not missing something, plot your path forward, I should recognize pretty quickly, way before I get into this stage, there's got to be a better way. Every GMAT question, there is a way to do it in under 2 minutes. We're not going to find it every time. I don't find it every time, not even close, especially not when I've been up for 24 hours. But you should recognize you're in trouble here. Think about where you're headed. I'm going to have these complex formulas and then subtract them out. Can you? Probably. Sure. I'm not doing this. I'm too lazy. Lazy American. Bad math training. Lazy. Not doing it. Instead, let's think conceptually. Why do you want... Think about this question, and I think almost any time you encounter an interest rate problem, unless it's super straightforward, what's going on? Like, what if you're the one investing here? What would you want? Do you want to compound annually or semi-annually? What's better for you as an investor, and why? Simple interest versus compound. Obviously, you like compound interest more than simple because you're earning interest on your interest. Same interest rate, I like compounding more often, right? If I can compound monthly, daily, great. That's the way credit cards work in some places still. They compound your interest charges daily. That stinks for you. Okay, so I'm happier here. Why? I earn interest on my interest more frequently. What does that mean exactly? I earned some interest in the first half. The only difference between these two, first 6 months of the year identical, right? Second 6 months, this guy over here earning semi-annually is earning interest on the interest in the first 6 months. So conceptually, what's the difference? Earn interest, specifically, P over 2% interest on the first 6 months. Once you recognize that, you are out of here. This is it. And exactly, this is the power of compounding. See people putting that in the chat. It's exactly it. This is the power of compounding. Once you recognize that at a conceptual level, there's very, very little math to this problem, and it all cleans up. Very typical GMAT. Okay, so what's my interest in the first 6 months? Well, it's P over 200 times 2,000. That's it. So 10P. And again, that's first 6 months interest. Well, how much do I earn on that? I earn P over 2% again. So P over 2%, P over 200, because that percent is over 100, times P over 200. My handwriting is falling apart on me already. And we got P squared over 20. That's it. Classic, classic, classic. Not to say that you're going to see a lot of this exact construction of the question. That's not what I mean at all. It's classic GMAT. How do they make it quantitative reasoning and not math, which they're so proud of saying when you talk to internal people there. It's that if you try to get too mathy with a lot of their problems, you can get punked. You get into a quagmire of really, really messy algebra that you just don't need. And there's a conceptual way out. That's their thing. All right, we're going to run through one more quickly. And then we'll be at the quarter way mark in the marathon. Oh, what do I want to do here? Questions here I love. Did those already. And good questions I'm getting actually a few times in the live chat today. Where are these questions? Some of these are official questions. Some of these are GMAT Club test questions. Some of them are from our guys at GMAT Ninja. So we might want to do something where maybe we put up all the questions from this, regardless of the source, into a file and put it on the forum somewhere. We can work on that internally a little bit. So stay tuned. We'll hopefully have an answer on that at some point during the marathon. All right. Come on back. A couple more minutes left in this lesson. For anybody who doesn't get the reference, this is a reference to Lady Gaga wore a dress made of meat when she was first becoming famous. And you know what's better than a dress made of meat? Stacey Blackman Consulting. Thank you so much again, Stacey, for sponsoring this, especially if you're together on short notice. My product placement needs some work, but it's a compliment. I love food, so saying you're better than a dress of meat is quite a compliment. Thank you again, Stacey. Gonna go through this super quickly because we're out of time. Really, the issue here is it's being literal. It's making those translations really cleanly. Not seeing a whole. First few people got it right, but then a lot of people didn't answer. So I think there were a lot of struggles on this. I'm going to start with this part first. Wholesale price is $33.60. Wants to make a 25% markup on that. That's pretty straightforward, right? We can just go that she wants the sale price to be I'm starting to lose it. 5/4 times 33.60. And we can cancel very nice, neat multiple of 4 here. So $8.40, I believe. Multiply that times 5. I think you get $42. And if she wants to offer a 25% discount on the marked price, what we're saying is that she wants to take that marked price, I'll call it M, multiply it by 3/4. Again, 25% discount, all about those multipliers. And that's going to give you the actual sale price, which is $42. Shake and bake, we got it. 4/3, if I'm not mistaken, that's 56. So again, intimidating to get through the text. I saw some people kind of complaining. It's like, whoa, my brain's hurting reading it. Typical GMAT. You're going to see that over and over and over. It's not to say that they're deliberately larding it with too many words. I don't mean to make it sound like that. But they're giving you the opportunity to say, if I break it down, if I'm nice and systematic with it, I've got one piece here. I've got the wholesale price. I'm going to take it one step at a time. 25% profit. Clean little multiplier there. 25% discount on the mark price. Clean little multiplier there. Not so bad. Take a breath, break it down. You're going to be okay. Later on, a couple hours from now, we're going to do a whole segment on scary GMAT math problems with unfamiliar symbols, tons and tons and tons of words, all about trying to overcome that intimidation. That's our next quant block coming up in about 2 hours. This is the end of hour number 6. I have survived 1/4 of our GMAT Club Crash Course 24-hour marathon for Ukraine. More verbal coming at you in a second. Hey everybody, Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 7 of our nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon fundraising for Ukrainian refugee charities. This session is going to be on critical reasoning. Critical reasoning session number 2 of this block. I'm condensing all of critical reasoning into 3 sessions today. And there's a reason for that, right? It's not just that we have a limited amount of time, but it's partly that, look, if you simplify your approach, it's a better way to handle it. Keep your process nice and clean. You don't need to memorize 800 different question types. It's not really how the test works. If there's a conclusion, so critical reasoning lesson number 1 that we did a couple hours ago, if it has a conclusion, find the conclusion. Don't take the passage for a walk. Their words are my words. Same principles apply here, but this session we're going to go through some of the, I guess, slightly more exotic question types, a little bit rarer, fill in the blank, boldface, accept questions. Each of those kind of has its own little thing. Same basic principles. Find a nice, clean thing to anchor yourself to. Their words are my words. Keep your process nice and crisp. And that's most of it. We're going to talk about that specifically for a few question types. And yeah, here we go. Let's talk about seafood. I like seafood. Give you guys a couple minutes here. As always, please put your answers in the chat. And I know we're kind of at a lull here. North Americans are all still at work for the most part. Asians are all asleep. But if you have friends that would be even vaguely interested in pretending to be here, make me happy. Keep the energy up. I got 18 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. All right, let's come on back. If you need to pause it, go for it. Okay, so critical reasoning lesson number 1 in hour number, whenever that was, hour number 5, I think. If it has a conclusion, find the conclusion, be precise. Their words are my words. Now we're kind of getting to that second tier of questions. Maybe there's not exactly a conclusion, but the question is going to kind of point you towards something. So in this case, it's asking you like, hey, what's going to most help to explain the surprising finding? It's kind of a close cousin to paradox or discrepancy questions. If it's a paradox, we might say, hey, there's thing 1, but thing 2. And it's a really simple thing. It sounds really silly. I just want you guys to be super precise about saying, here's thing 1, here's thing 2. There's the paradox that I'm trying to resolve. In this case, surprising find, I'm not saying there's a thing 1 and a thing 2, but what exactly is it that's surprising? What is the finding? Because if you botch that, I know it sounds really silly. If you botch that, you're in trouble, right? There's almost no hope for you on the question if you take that finding for a walk and use your words and not theirs and turn it into something that it isn't. I'm having fun with the promotions here. What is not surprising? Gatehouse admissions, wonderful folks. Liza, thank you so much for supporting. Gatehouse is the sponsor for this hour of the marathon, and thank you guys so much for your support of Ukraine and our charities. And once again, I think I might have said this earlier in this hour. It's all getting to be a blur. If you're watching this much later, Ukraine's not in the news anymore, not of interest, nothing going on there, which would be a wonderful thing to have happen. And you find this valuable, please donate to a cause of your choice. Find a conflict somewhere in the world. Find some refugees who need help, and donate whatever you think this is worth. 20 cents, 22 cents, whatever you think. All right, surprising finding with the barnacles. So the surprising part, just that last sentence, surprisingly, in areas where the tidal currents are weak, juvenile horseshoe crabs are not found to have barnacle populations, even though they seldom burrow. So the surprising thing, it's like, okay, the weak tidal currents leads to them seldom burrowing. But then somehow there's, let's say few barnacles. What's exactly the phrasing here? We'll say no significant barnacle populations. Well, why is that surprising? Well, we say kind of in the very, very beginning of this, and Javesh, good luck on your GMAT. We got somebody here taking the GMAT in 13 hours. Blessings to you, man. Thank you for sticking out for so long. Go get some rest. So why is this surprising? What we know about the juvenile horseshoe crabs is that when there are strong tidal currents, when they burrow, that leads to discouraging barnacles from clinging. So why is it that we know that burrowing in the sand discourages the barnacles? Then why is it that in a place where they don't burrow, in the weak tidal currents, why is it they're still getting barnacles? That's what we're trying to do, is figure out how that can be the case. All right. And one thing that's been asked a couple times on the verbal questions, I always write this down. I always write down 5 answer choices. I cross it out when I know it's wrong. If I'm not sure, I keep it in. There's no smiley faces, half cross-outs, question marks. It's wrong, and I've got a reason why it's wrong. I cross it out. If I'm not sure, I keep it in. Because sometimes something looks wrong the first time, you come back later, and you realize, oh, wait a minute, that one was right. Okay. A, tidal currents do not themselves dislodge barnacles from the shells of horseshoe crabs. I'm not sure why that would explain this, because weak tidal currents is where they don't have significant barnacle populations. So why would that have anything to do with, so how would it explain that they're not getting barnacles in weak currents if it is true that the tidal currents dislodge the barnacles? That doesn't make any sense at all. So A is out. B, barnacles most readily attach themselves to horseshoe crabs in areas where tidal currents are weakest. Well, even that kind of goes the opposite direction, doesn't it? Wouldn't we think there's weak tidal currents, you would think more barnacles, right? And so B doesn't explain this at all. It actually goes the other direction of actually kind of reinforcing the idea that this is a surprise if typically when there's weak currents, barnacles do attach. So B is out. C, strength of the tidal currents in a given location varies widely over the course of a day. That shouldn't have anything to do with it at all. It doesn't matter whether it varies or not. It's fundamentally, we need to explain why weak tidal currents, no burrowing, but there's still no barnacles, despite the fact they're not burrowing. So that doesn't make a difference. Hope we like either D or E. A very large barnacle population can significantly decrease the ability of a horseshoe crab to find food. Boy, you can get kind of crazy pants here, right? You can say that, well, okay, so if there's a lot of barnacles, then maybe the horseshoe crabs can't find food. We can get into some crazy thing there, but it's like, I still just don't see how this would really explain this. So large barnacle populations make it harder for them to find food, but then are we kind of implying that maybe there just aren't barnacles there at all? And you've just got to twist yourself into a crazy pretzel to get anything off a D. Cross that out. And E, until they're fully grown, horseshoe crabs shed their shells and grow new ones several times a year. Notice the language here. No significant barnacle population. What do barnacles do? Clings to their shells, right? It says that in the very first sentence. Discourages barnacles from clinging to the horseshoe crab shells. Well, if the horseshoe crabs are losing their shells every few months, no place for the barnacles to go, right? They shed it, and then it takes a while for them to come back on. So it could just be that no matter what, the horseshoe crabs losing their shells get rid of the barnacles, shed them every once in a while. And that's why E is the case. Doesn't necessarily matter if it's weak or strong tidal currents. Doesn't matter if they're burrowing or not. These juvenile horseshoe crabs specifically, that explains it. Because if the barnacles aren't sticking around for very long because the juveniles are shedding their skin or shedding their shells, then that explains why it doesn't matter if they burrow or not. No barnacles for these little guys. Fun times. All right. Once again, I know I'm a broken record on this. Cross elimination, don't fall in love with anything, and just make sure you're anchoring yourself in whatever the question gives you. It's paradox, surprising finding. Find that thing, be precise with the language. 80% of errors we see. It's just not being precise with the language. All right, let's do another. Let's get a nice accept question in here. Good luck to you. All right, screenshot if you need to, pause if you need to. And I left the old one up because I'm lazy. So part of why I chose this question is, part of it is an accept question. So very, very small bit of hygiene. This is great. And I said that and saw somebody making exactly the mistake. Very, very small thing. Again, name of the game, adaptive test. Don't miss stuff you know how to do. Miss all the hard ones you want, you'll be okay. Don't miss the stuff you know how to do. Accept questions. What I want you to do every single time, very small thing, but I want you to write on your page. I want this staring you in the face. Cross out anything that blank. Now the blank is going to be different depending on exactly what the accept question is, right? But I want this looking in the face. Here's the reason. If you have, let's say it's a hard question. I'm going to pretend that it's an assumption question. This one obviously isn't. And it's like, okay, I'm looking for, so which of the following needs to be assumed? All the following needs to be assumed except what? And I go, okay, well, yeah, it's not A because I know that needs to be assumed. B, I don't know. Can't understand B. Maybe that's the answer. C is assumed. D, I don't know. E, I don't know. Go back through. And then let's say you're down to 2 eventually, and you're sitting there going, okay, find the one that's assumed. Find the one that's assumed. It's like, D is the one I need to assume. And then you pick it, and it's like, well, no. D is the one you should have crossed out. It sounds really dumb. And I know that I'm seeing mostly right answers in the chat. And maybe they're going, I would never do that. I don't have very many students who I haven't caught doing that occasionally. It's a really, really, really easy mistake to make. Just do a very small thing, have this looking in the face so you don't make the mistake of, once you start to get in the weeds of the details of the passage and the answer choices, you don't make the mistake of picking the one that's the thing you should cross out. So in this case, what are we crossing out? We're crossing out the thing that supports the account. Great. So that's first bit of hygiene, accept questions. Just be religious about this. Whether it's critical reasoning, reading comp, doesn't really matter. You see the accept, cross anything that does what, keep it staring in the face. That's one of the few things I really think you should have on your page. Kind of mistake you can't afford. In this case, what exactly is the historian's account? What does that mean? So it's not like this is a clean conclusion. It's a little bit mucky, which I think makes it a little bit harder, not insurmountable. But what exactly do we mean by that account? Well, they're saying that they've kind of got this thing in the first sentence that they're trying to explain. So there's a sudden increase in the production of elephant ivory artifacts on the Mediterranean coast, North Africa, 10th century. Well, that's not the account. The historian's account here really is their explanation for it. So their explanation, basically what they're saying is, so why the increase? And we'll say ivory artifacts. And they're saying that it's because, so an area opening up as a new source of ivory, and argue on this basis that the important medieval trade between North and East Africa began in this period. That's the 10th century. Now, notice here, one of the other things I see quite a bit is people go, well, well, so supports the account. I get a lot of arguments on the forums that are I think are really productive. I think it's really healthy to ask these questions. Is but if this, then maybe it wouldn't support it. We're not looking for bulletproof. We're not looking for something that proves. Provides support. Provides some support, actually, is the way they frame the question. So we're crossing anything that provides, not just supports, but provides some support. Very deliberate phrasing. There's one of these things that does not provide some support. The others provide some support. It doesn't need to be great, just some support, right? Very deliberate phrasing on their part. All right. Hey, so I'm going to cross anything that does provide support. In East Africa, gold coins from Mediterranean North Africa have been found at the 10th century site, but an earlier site. So basically what that's saying is that gold coins were getting exchanged in the 10th century for the first time between East and North Africa. Definitely provides support for the idea that the trade began then. So we can get rid of A, again, crossing it out because it supports. B, the many surviving letters of pre-10th century North African merchants include no mention of business transactions involving East Africa. Does this prove anything? Oh, no, not at all. But does it provide some support for the idea that this trade began in the 10th century, when there was no evidence of it in the writing before that? Yeah, that's some support. I'll take it. C, excavations in North Africa reveal a 10th century change in architectural style to reflect North African patterns. So there you go. We see evidence of an exchange of some sort, trade route, information getting exchanged between these two places. More evidence that something was happening in this very important trade between these two in the 10th century. C is out. D, documents from Mediterranean Europe and North Africa that date back earlier than the 10th century showed knowledge of East African animals. Okay, so they show knowledge of it. It's not to say that's super strong, but how does that support this? It's saying that they knew, so in Mediterranean North Africa and Europe, they knew something about these animals. They knew something of East Africa before the 10th century. Well, that doesn't support the idea that trade began in the 10th century, right? It indicates there must have been some sort of information exchange happening before that. We can kill ourselves worrying about whether it weakens or not, but it certainly doesn't support it. So I can hang on to D, since it doesn't provide support. E, East African carvings in a style characteristic of the 10th century depict seagoing vessels, very different from those used by local sailors, but a type common in the Mediterranean. Once again, evidence of some sort of exchange happening between these two parts of Africa around that era. So that provides some support that that's when it all began. So E is out. D is your right answer. Okay. We're going to move on to BoldFace questions. These scare people. The quick hint on this, very much like anything else, I want you to focus on structure of the passage. So yes, you're trying to figure out what the BoldFace do, but first thing I want you to do is look at a BoldFace passage and go, is there a conclusion? How is this argument put together? Try to blind yourself to the bold. Try not to even see it at first, because in real life, so for most of you, if somebody drops a report on your desk at your job and something's in bold, or they give you a textbook, the thing in bold is pretty important, right? That is not the case here. We're wired to think it's in bold, it's important, it's a conclusion. The best way to fight that is when you look at BoldFace, try to wash your brains, try to look at it, not see the BoldFace at all, break down the passage structure and kind of say, is there a main point here somewhere? Is there a conclusion? And then once you have that figured out, then backtrack and figure out what the BoldFace is doing. If you can do that, that's all I can ask you on these, besides just being precise with your language. All right. I'm getting a question about pre-thinking. The answer is, that's more relevant for, people usually use that on assumption questions more than anything. I am not a believer in pre-thinking. And the reason why is that I think it risks biasing you. So this is a really good example of a question. And I'm actually glad you asked that, because we do get a lot on the forums, and I tend not to talk about it in these videos until somebody asks me directly. The reason I don't pre-think, really two things that can get difficult about critical reasoning. One is the language is just hard, and maybe you're having a hard time understanding the passage. So maybe for some of you watching, that's happening on some of these, maybe not to a ton of you, right? Or maybe it's little bits of it, but you're not getting obliterated for the most part, probably. That's one dimension of difficulty. The other dimension is right answers that look wrong, wrong answers that look right. Think about what that means. So a lot of the ones we've gone over today, I've been picking on you with fairly hard questions. It's things that don't necessarily feel intuitive. It's not the thing you would think of. Really advanced GMAT questions, it's not that the language gets harder. It really doesn't get that much harder as you get to an advanced question versus, let's say, a mid-level question on critical reasoning. The difference tends to be that right answer is not something you would ever think of, and it feels totally counterintuitive. And maybe they've done something where it feels like the scope is shifted a little bit on you. One of my favorite questions, actually an LSAT question, but it same idea on the GMAT. It's this whole thing where it's talking about the space station and astronauts going to the space station. And then there's an answer choice about robots. And there's no robots anywhere in the passage. And if you've pre-thought, I guarantee you were not thinking about robots. And the robots are in the correct answer. My argument here is that pre-thinking can bias you. It can get you thinking about something that you're not going to see in the answer choices, number one, in which case you've wasted your time. And more importantly, I think it makes it a lot easier for me to get you. So if I get you anticipating something, I can write an answer choice that's just a little bit different. It isn't quite what you were thinking, but you might look at it and go, yeah, that's what I was thinking, even though it wasn't. You were going to be more likely to misread it. Bottom line for me is pre-thinking induces, I think, has a risk of inducing reading errors. I think it has a risk of forcing you to pick something, or kind of inducing you to pick something that's not quite right because it resembles what you imagined. And it has a risk of kind of making you less inclined to pick the thing that flies out of left field that's actually right. So that's my take on it. Now, to be fair, an argument I've gotten into, I mean, productive, good-natured argument's probably the wrong word, discussion I've gotten into with some students is some people, when they say pre-thinking, what they really mean is analysis. I'm great with that. Look at all the time we spend breaking down the passage, breaking down the logic of it. Is that a form of pre-thinking? Well, it depends on your definitions. When most people say pre-thinking, they mean anticipate in an answer. I think that pre-thinking in the sense that you're kind of going through and saying, well, wait a minute, let me make sure I break down the passage. What's really going on here? What kind of thing? I'm trying to support this. Let me make sure I understand the passage really deeply. If that's your version of pre-thinking, I'm great with it. If it's let me imagine 4 answers here, I'm not sure it's that productive. I think it gets you into trouble on the harder ones. And again, different strokes for different folks, but I see a lot more harm than good done with pre-thinking in general. If it works for you, great. If you find yourself falling for things that are wrong, that sound like you're pre-thinking, that's when your pre-thinking is doing you some harm. So again, room for very, very smart people to disagree on it and to define it differently. I tend to be very, very leery of it because I do see a lot of students whose pre-thinking leads them to fall for answers that are wrong. If you see that happening to yourself, you might want to reevaluate your process. If it's not happening to you, then great, there's probably no issue and your pre-thinking is good. All right, rant over on all that. Next question. And thank you guys for the questions. Guys, 30 more seconds. If you're struggling, please pop that in the chat too. Good for me to know. All right, let's do this. I have a feeling a lot of you guys in the live group are getting kind of tired too. I see the response is coming slower and slower. Granted, long passage here. So again, boldface questions. There's a temptation to just start going right at the boldface and go, what does that do? And what does that do? And what does that do? And take a step back, try to blind yourself to the bold as best you can and think through, okay, how's this thing structured? Do we have a conclusion? If so, I'm going to run with it. So here, that last, I guess the last sentence, kind of first part of that last sentence, there's your conclusion, right? Like, what's the author's point? Really saying that museums would be rash to relax those standards. And then goes on to say some of the reasoning for it. I'm not going to write all that stuff down. But basically, because there's something other than the paint, right? There's the, I'm just trying gesso or gesso, a compound used by Renaissance artists to help the paint adhere to the canvas, that can't withstand the variations in humidity. So rash relax those standards. What standards are we talking about? It's those standards of temperature and humidity control. Okay, so now how does the boldface fit into all of this? So the second boldface, museums can reduce energy costs without risking damage to these paintings. Well, yeah, that's exactly that relaxation that the author's arguing against, right? So you can kind of look at that and go, well, what's going on in the, so first bold, second bold. How do we connect it to kind of this big picture of what's going on here? So museums can reduce energy costs without damage to these paintings. All I'm going to say here is that the author disagrees with this. And look, before we look at the answer choices, we know that it's not going to be a nice, clean language like that. Oh, this is an assertion with which the author disagrees. They're gonna make it, more messy language. That's what they do in these. That's fine. But as long as you kind of get the gist of what its function is. So there's the author's conclusion. This is the thing the author's arguing against. It's kind of the whole point. What's the first one doing? Well, this is kind of, this is support for the second bold, right? It's one of the things being said to kind of support this. So first bold, we can kind of say reason for, I'm just going to say argument in the second bold. So it paints the most sensitive subject in these works. First bold, therefore, museums can relax their energy costs. They don't need to keep up these strict standards of temperature control and humidity control. Author says, oh, no, because there's this other stuff, gesso, apologies for my pronunciation, that's going to cause a real problem here. Okay. So again, a lot of people shortcut this. You just kind of want to barrel through and go, okay, I see what it's doing there. Invest the time. So where time goes to die, critical reasoning, reading comp both, is when you haven't taken the time to understand the passage as fully as you need to. Now you can go too far and obsess over every word and get crazy. But if you shortcut and you don't get to the point of understanding it well enough, then your risk here is that you're going to get stuck in the answer choices and you're going to be back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If you look at, let's say, your practice tests or your error log or however it is you're going about studying, and you see critical reasoning questions that are 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, reading comp as well, unless it's the first one in the passage, things where you've taken a minute or 2 or 3 longer than you should. What I want you to do is go look at those and say, where did the time go? Was I rereading the passage forever? Or did I read the passage, reasonably quickly, but I spent forever obsessing over answer choices? Counterintuitively, if what you're seeing is the second one, that you're back and forth, back and forth, back and forth between the answer choices, odds are decent, at least, that you underinvested in the passage. Very, very common thing when people underread, they go too quickly through the passage. That's when they get buried on the answer choices. All right, let's go through these. The first is an objection that has been raised against the position taken by the argument. The second one is the position taken by the argument. One of the nice things about boldface questions like this, where there's two boldface statements, is that if you know that one of the parts of the answer choice is wrong, you can cross it out and move on if you're sure of it. I'm in hour number 7. My brain is, I wouldn't say it's applesauce yet, but it's kind of cottage cheese maybe. First is an objection that has been raised against the position taken by the argument. Too many prepositional phrases. Brain hurts. The second is the position taken by the argument. No, it's not. That's exactly the thing the author is arguing against. Right there, I can be done with A. And I don't have to overthink. B, the first is the position taken by the argument. Once again, very much not the case. I can stop right there if I want to. We can split some more hairs if you want over the second one. C, the first is a judgment that has been offered in support of the position that the argument calls into question. Let's see if something better happens on the second one. The second is a circumstance on which that judgment is in part based. Okay, I guess I have to read this again. The first is a judgment that has been offered in support of the position that the argument calls into question. Here's the thing, is that really a judgment in the first bold? Paint is the most sensitive substance in these works. Would I call that a judgment that's in support of the position? It is in support of the position. I'm a little uncomfortable with that phrase judgment there. And the second is a circumstance on which that judgment is based. No, the second bold isn't the thing. So second is circumstance. The judgment in the first boldface isn't based on the second. It's kind of the other way around, if anything. So messy, but C is out. D, the first is a judgment that's been offered in support of the position the argument calls into question. Beautiful. So that's the reason for the argument in the second bold. The second bold, that's the thing the author disagrees with. Let's see what we got in the second half. The second is that position. Spot on, right? Author disagrees with that position. This supports that. First bold supports the second. D's looking good. Open mind on E, just in case I messed up. E, the first is a claim that the argument calls into question. Nope. The author's not arguing that paint, isn't arguing against the idea that paint is the most sensitive substance in the works. Not exactly. Second is a position taken by the argument. Definitely not. Second is the one the author disagrees with. And our answer is D. Quick question here, or quick wisecrack about LSATs. Obviously, GMAT question, there's no boldface ones like this really on the LSAT, or very, very few. And if so, they manifest a little differently. But notice kind of this language that's a little bit, I don't know, it's kind of divorced from the content of the passage. The first is an objection that has been raised against the position taken by the argument. We're sounding like lawyers now. These questions, as much as anything, practicing LSATs really, really helps you with these. It helps you to power through this language, just get used to it. It's not that it's beyond comprehension, but I think for most GMAT test takers, unless you have experience with the LSAT or you just read really dense stuff, when you first see the kind of language that's in these answer choices, your eyes kind of blur. Once you see it enough times, you get used to it. So LSAT's really going to help you with this, even though this question type is not on the LSAT. You just get used to the language. One of the big reasons we're proponents of it. The other, of course, being that there's an almost limitless supply of LSATs out there. So there's thousands and thousands and thousands of questions, super high quality. So I know I'm beating that drum over and over, but big fan of the LSAT's going to make you better at kind of drilling into the meaning of these passages. Okay, I think we got time for one or maybe two more. Fill in the blank question on this last one. All right, seeing a ton of agreement here, which is great. And I think this one's arguably kind of more straightforward than some of the ones we've been doing. Again, kind of the theme of all the critical reasoning we're doing today, at least the first couple lessons, third critical reasoning lesson, hour number, I don't know, 22, something like that, 23. I'm just going to be doing really hard passages, really hard inferences, and kind of passages that are hard to categorize, where the question isn't anything straightforward, doesn't fit a category. We're just going to try to make your eyes bleed, make my eyes bleed, because I'll be exhausted by then. Fill in the blank. Again, I just want to keep your process clean on these kind of questions. Stop and go, what's the role of the blank? What's the role of the blank? Get that nice and clean first. Pretty straightforward here. Turns out it is a kind of a strengthened question. But I want you to be really deliberate about it, because there is variety in these complete the passage, fill in the blank questions, where it's not always an explainer. It's not always a strengthener. It could be all sorts of things. And I just want to make sure you take that moment and go, hey, what is the role for the blank? So explain or support this, that this finding, we'll talk more about that finding in a moment, does very little to show that computer use tends to reduce TV viewing. All right. So what's this finding that we're talking about here? So recent studies have found that in the United States, people who own computers watch less television than people who do not. So people with computers less TV than people without. Okay, great. And why are we even talking about this? It's kind of what you get in the first sentence. The growing popularity of computer-based activities was widely predicted to result in a corresponding decline in television viewing. This seems to support that, right? So people who own computers watch a lot less television than people without them, supports that initial assertion. But we're looking to support this idea that the finding actually doesn't show that. So why is this useless? Why isn't it the case that since we know that people with computers watch less TV, why doesn't that support the idea that computer use reduces TV viewing? Okay, let's take a look at A. So many people who watch little or no television do not own a computer. Many people, that's nice. It's pretty irrelevant here, though, because we're talking about kind of on average, right? So people who own computers that reduce their TV viewing, might be the case that there's variety in TV viewing habits among people with or without computers, but that doesn't change what we're going after, which is what's that relationship between computer ownership and TV viewing. So A is out. B, even though most computer owners in the United States watch less television than the national average, some computer owners watch more. Exactly the same issue as A, right? It's like, okay, there's exceptions here. There's a range within computer users and non-computer users. That doesn't change whether there's a relationship fundamentally on average between computer use and TV watching. B's out. C, computer owners in the United States belong to a demographic group that has long been known to spend less time watching television than the population as a whole does. This is pretty perfect, guys. This is kind of the correlation versus causation. People are fundamentally different who own computers. They never watch TV to begin with. If that's the case, then it's not the computer use causing the decline in TV viewing. It's that fundamentally the people who own computers just aren't really TV watchers. Hang on to C. D, many computer owners have enough leisure time that spending significant amounts of time on the computer still leaves ample time for watching television. Again, it's this many computer owners thing. While some people, many people, a few people, whatever, doesn't really do anything to help us explain that overall relationship that owning a computer will lead to, on average, a reduction in TV viewing. And E, many people use their computers primarily for tasks such as correspondence, leaving them more leisure time for watching television. That sounds nice, right? Because it would kind of indicate that if you have a computer, it would actually make you watch TV more, which would refute the idea that computer viewing or computer usage reduces television watching. But it doesn't do anything about this. The argument isn't that computer users are, that it's untrue that computer users watch less television. The point is that the finding does very little to show, the finding of this survey does very little to show, and E doesn't speak to that at all. All right. And C is our winner. Nice job with that, everybody in the live group. I don't think we had any errors in the people that spoke up. The other 90% of you, please speak up. Tell us if you're struggling. Let's do one more. Let's get some food in here because I need some food. Let's get some anchovies and soybeans. Delicious together. All right. Seeing some lively discussion. Love it. Also super interesting to see kind of the pattern of what happens on the live chat. First people in sometimes have a very different consensus answer than kind of the next wave of folks. And this is another example of that. So again, a lot of what I'm going after here in kind of this second hour of critical reasoning is part of the marathon. It's questions that are kind of that second tier. It's not necessarily a clear conclusion. There's something else going on in the question. It's a paradox, a discrepancy, a fill in the blank, a BoldFace, something that's a little bit more exotic. Just want to make sure you anchor yourself really cleanly in kind of what that question is saying. In this case, justification for the attribution of the increase in soybeans to the weather phenomenon. I'm not even sure what I would write down or analyze here. I'm not sure that there's necessarily a ton, but we're basically trying to justify the idea that increase in soy prices was due to the weather, even though soy yields actually increased, right? So soy crop was slightly larger. So we've got a weather phenomenon disrupts crops worldwide. But soybeans did fine, slightly higher crop than average. So then why is it that soy prices went up anyway, even though the yields actually went up? Okay, what do we think of A? This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about earlier. I think I was referring to kind of the robots and how kind of, depending on what you mean by pre-thinking, you can get in your way a little bit here. I am not anticipating anchovies in the answer, right? There's just no way. And if I pre-think and I get too locked into it, my risk is that I'm looking at anchovies and go, no, that's not what I was thinking. A's out. Let's think about it a little bit, right? Last year's harvest of anchovies, which provide an important protein source for livestock, was disrupted by the weather phenomenon. Okay, so another protein source disrupted, so less of that around. It also says in the passage, production of soybeans, an important source of protein for people and livestock alike. Well, if a competing source of protein declined in yield, then prices for all other kind of substitute products, so soy, other source of protein, are going to go up, right? So we can hang on to A. And again, really interesting conversation going about pre-thinking. Somebody asked about it earlier. Interesting to see kind of that conversation continuing a little bit in the chat. I want to be clear. I am not dogmatic about don't ever pre-think. I just want you to be very, very aware of whether it's working for you or not. This is exactly the kind of situation where I see people who are pre-thinking ineffectively. They'll get bitten by it. They'll cross that A. So just be careful. If that's not what's happening, you're pre-thinking and it's doing good things for you, cool. Just be very, very conscious of it. And don't assume that pre-thinking is always good, because it may not be. Okay, B. Most countries that produce soybeans for export had above average harvests of a number of food crops other than soybeans last year. Yeah, this is kind of your classic, like, well, some other things went up. How would that help us explain why the increase in soy prices was due to the weather? I can't see how that connects to it at all. B's out. C is the really popular one. World price of soybeans also rose several years ago, immediately after an earlier occurrence of a similar global weather disturbance. Okay, well, that's great. So there was another global weather disturbance. Soybean prices went up. But why does that tell us that that was the causation here? Because what we know about this particular time is soybean prices went up. Soy yields went up a little bit. Soy prices went up. So why is it that just because it happened another time, there was a similar global weather disturbance? Maybe that one did affect soybean prices, or soybean yields, I mean. We don't really know anything about it. It's really, really tempting. But how does that explain, how does that justify this idea that the weather was caused at this time, just because there was another similar disturbance? Really tempting. But A is actually something that speaks directly to prices, right? So A is something that says, here's a reason why, even though there's more soy on the market, there's going to be higher demand for it. We've got a concrete reason here. C, we've got to make a bunch of assumptions, right? That it's the same weather phenomenon that affects, the economy in similar ways or whatever. We got to make a lot of exceptions or a lot of assumptions to get C in there. If you want to be conservative, you could keep it. A makes a lot more sense to me than C. I'm going to get rid of C. D, heavy rains attributable to the weather phenomenon improved grazing pastures last year, allowing farmers in many parts of the world to reduce their dependence on supplemental feed. That would actually kind of do the opposite, right? It would imply that the demand for soybeans should be going down, prices should be going down. So this actually doesn't help us at all. If there's other grazing land that can feed livestock, less of a need for soybeans, shouldn't cause this at all. Prior to last year, soybean prices have been falling for several years, has absolutely nothing to do with whether the weather is causing that increase in soy prices, and we are left with A. All right, once again, thank you so much. Gatehouse Admissions, thank you so much for your support and the generosity. A ton of GMAT Club partners stepping up for us. Gatehouse in particular, Liza, thank you so, so much for helping us out. This is the end of hour number 7. Hour number 8, a little bit of sense correction coming next. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hey everybody, Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 8 of our nonstop 24-hour GMAT Crash Course benefiting Ukrainian refugee charities. This hour we're going to be talking about sentence correction. My job here is to give you the best GMAT lessons I possibly can. If you find it valuable, even if you're watching this months or years later, please donate. It doesn't have to be to Ukraine. Find a cause you care about. If you would have paid 10 cents, 20 cents, 20 bucks for these lessons, please find a cause you care about. Help somebody out with that money. This hour, we're going to be talking about sentence correction for the first time in the marathon. This one's called Subjects, Verbs, Tenses, and Things You Mistake for Verbs. My goal overall in this marathon is I want to get at the things that you tend to do wrong. It's not going to be all the foundations. You want the foundations of math, come to the GMAT Ninja channel. Branson, Harry, killing it over there. Sentence correction, we've done a ton already on the GMAT Club channel where we really kind of go through and say, hey, we're going to talk about verb tenses in painstaking detail for an hour and talk about every little thing. And we're going to talk about past perfect and present perfect and conditional tenses and all that stuff. That's another video we've already done. Here, what I'm after is I'm going to assume you got a little bit of the basics behind you. You know something about subjects, verbs, verb tenses. But what are the things you can still do wrong? How can you still mess this stuff up? So I'm combining a bunch of things all into one that are more about your process overall in sentence correction. Before I get into how I want you to think about sentence correction, yet another lesson here sponsored by one of our wonderful GMAT Club sponsors, Personal MBA Coach. These guys have been at it for 15 years, 96% success rate. That doesn't seem right to me. I think I know a lot of people that have worked with those guys, and I've never heard a bad thing. So I don't know what's going on with those 4%. Probably didn't listen. Personal MBA Coach, thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you for supporting Ukraine. Back to sentence correction. Big picture, a lot of ways you can complicate. So if you were here for hour number 3, I talked about the 10 most apocalyptic mistakes people make when they study for the GMAT. Memorization is one of them. Memorize, 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 memorize. I've learned all these rules, simple versus complex gerunds, absolute phrases, technical definitions. That's cool. If it helps you, if you feel like it's moving the needle for you, by all means do it. I'm not against those things by any means. For a lot of people, it doesn't help. It gets your brain in the wrong system. I like simpler, stripped down approaches. If you want to add more to it and you find that it helps, follow the data. If the data in your error log is telling you that all these extra things you're learning are helping, wonderful. But for most people we meet, certainly in private tutoring, we see a lot of people who come in, they've memorized everything. They can vomit out a grammar book back at us, and they're still struggling, right? And maybe they're slow, maybe they're missing, questions that aren't super hard. Well, why is that? One possible thing that we see a lot is that they're just overcomplicating. And 2 really simple steps. I want you to get your priorities right on sentence correction. Thing 1, eliminate anything that's a definite error. What do I mean by that? This is where it gets complicated. I'm going to talk about this as we go on, through 5 or 6, 7 sentence correction lessons over, today and tonight. If you're sure it's wrong, maybe it's based on a rule, maybe it's based on something where you look at it and it's meaning-based and you know for a fact it's wrong, knock it out first. So if you see something, for example, you see a subject-verb agreement error that is absolutely no doubt about it wrong, cross out as, if it appears in 2 answer choices, knock them out. Look for the stuff first that is most likely to get you a quick elimination. I'm not going to rehash what all those things are. Examples would include things like, obvious pronoun errors, obvious parallelism errors, obvious modifier errors. You see misplaced which and you're certain it's wrong. Fantastic. Subject-verb agreement sometimes is that kind of error. Great. And then once you're through crossing out all the things that you are absolutely certain are wrong, I want you to compare the remaining answers. And the focus here is on meaning. And I think the thing, so we've answered, I don't know, over the last 5, 6 years, kind of in a role as GMAT Club Verbal experts, 3,000 sentence correction questions we've answered, something like that. The most common thing I think we see, if I'm kind of zooming out and saying, where do people really mess up on sentence correction? It's this part, right? It's struggling to connect the meaning, and people want to kind of shoot for these rules that apply in all cases. And the bad news on the GMAT is there are very, very few rules that are always, always absolute. Even subject-verb agreement, I can kind of come up with exceptions, and I'm not going to do that because it's not going to be very productive for anybody. But you can't divorce completely from meaning. Same thing with verb tenses. There's the temptation to go memorizing definitions of them or memorize exactly how they work. And it's like, right, but you have to think about it in the context of the question. What are verb tenses for? The purpose is to express that 2 things are happening. If there's 2 different verb tenses, they need to be happening at different times. In some ways, it's really that simple. And if you try to get too reductionist to just break it down to rules and say, well, when you see this, it should always be this tense, that's where it can get you into trouble. So yes, can those rules be useful? But think of them as guidelines. They can be useful, think of them as guidelines. If you're sure that in the context that it's used, that it's wrong, by all means, cross it out. But keep your human brain on. You can't go just straight rule fundamentalist, certainly not if you're aiming for a 40 plus on verbal. So I'm going to pick on a little bit today. I'm going to get through a couple of the basics here on subject verb agreement, verb tenses, a little bit of that. I'm going to get some next level stuff in there a little bit too, where it's like, yeah, kind of what you think is happening might not be quite what's happening. All right. With all that, let's get into our first question. This one's a classic. A lot of you guys have seen it. Try to wash your brains if you've seen it before and try to look at it nice and purely. A little bit of foundations here, and then we'll ramp up the difficulty. All right, let's bring it on back. I know we're getting a mix in this kind of crowd where some of you have been studying GMAT for a long time, in which case you might find this question pretty easy. Pretty new to the GMAT. One of the biggest things that we can do is kind of get our ear involved, especially if you're a native speaker, actually. This is where sentence correction sometimes is harder on native speakers in a certain way, right? Which is, we don't necessarily know why we do what we do. We just say it a certain way. We write it a certain way. And that can kind of screw with us a little bit. I would never write, like, if I'm going at this with my ear as a person and not as a GMAT tutor. That was a weird thing to say. GMAT tutors are people too, apparently. But if I'm going at this just as a normal person who's never seen the GMAT before, what I would have said 20 years ago is like, D and E are just ugly. I wouldn't write that. That's terrible. Why would you say there's little water services available? Or there are a few services. We could just say, few services and little water exists. Sounds so much better, right? If you're new to the GMAT, especially if you're a native speaker, get your ear out of it. Get your ear out of it. Can't say it enough. Your ear is never your friend on GMAT sentence correction. Okay. Now to the nuts and bolts. If you have an or, it's that last noun that's going to conjugate your verb. They're giving you low-hanging fruit here. Even if you are totally new to the GMAT, that should jump out at you. We've got a verb changing form. It's exists and exists. Everything else is the same. Is it services exist or services exists. If I have to choose just on that basis alone, services is plural. And we've got the or. I don't care about the water when it comes to conjugating that verb. So services exist or services exists. Well, I can change if I can't hear it, or if I'm not thinking clearly about singular and plural, I can say, well, they. You wouldn't say they exist. You would say they exist. For that reason, I can cross out B. But look, we've got another problem here. Little water, little services, countable versus non-countable. Very little water, we're talking about quantity. If we're talking about a countable noun, services, 1 service, 2 services, 3 services, I can count it. Just like I can count dogs. If I say very little dogs, I'm not talking about quantity. I'm talking about little yappy type dogs. I'm talking about very little donuts. I'm not talking about quantity. 1, 2, 3 donuts, little donuts, those little tiny ones they serve at Starbucks, they're pretty silly. 1 bite. Little services, very small services. That doesn't make any sense at all. That's why you can get rid of A. You make the same case here for D. Little services available. That's weird. We can argue about this. I don't think I love the is there, but a little unclear to me what happens when it comes before. But either way, little services, I know I can get rid of that too. Now I got few services and little water exists, and I've got this thing in E that sounds like an epic mess. I don't like the sound of E. Let's look at C in isolation because it looks like I can kind of do the subject verb thing and just make sure it's right. Few services and little water. So because it's an and compound subject, it gets the modifier right. Few services, little water. Good. But now this is a plural, right? They exists. Wait a minute. No. Plural, singular, problem, C's out. The thing I'm tempted to say here is that I hope you like E. I don't like E. Just saying. I don't like this at all. There are a few services and little available water. I don't see any mistakes there, but I don't like it. Doesn't matter if I like it or not. I think it sounds weird. Not terrible, but kind of weird. But just by kind of doing the process right, again, fairly easy question, fairly straightforward, very much a classic. By follow the process just nice and cleanly, find the definite errors. I got subject verb problems. I got modifier problems. You land on E. Ear plays no role here. All right, that was your warm up. Here, have another. All right, Lifeguard, let me know what you're thinking here. So see maybe 6 or 7 people commenting. What's up with the rest of you guys? Struggling, down to 2. Which 2 are you debating between? Tell me what's going on there in your heads. I'm assuming that the lack of responses so far is a sign of struggle. Give another 30 seconds. Wow, okay. I think lots of struggles here. Great conversation going on in the chat. Thank you so much, everybody. So how do you make subject verb hard, right? I mean, it almost sounds like a silly thing to study because it's so basic, right? Plural noun, plural verb, singular noun, singular verb, right? It's so basic. But if you bury it enough, it makes it really hard. Our intuition falls apart. The thing they teach us in school is nice basic sentences like, the pig eats corn. Pig is the subject, eats is the verb, singular, singular. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we learned growing up, right? But then you get a sentence like this where it's, 50 words long. And what's the game? You've got to really think hard about, well, where is the subject here? What is it exactly for this verb that we see shifting? So the thing that obviously should jump out at you, a lot of what sentence correction is about is the important thing needs to jump out at you. What does that even mean? But you can drive yourself batty right at the gate by thinking about meaning. And instead, I want to look for something I can sink my teeth into. Here I see the, let's switch camera views. A test, a test, a test, a test, a test. Must be a subject verb thing going on there somewhere. I should recognize that right off the bat and pray that it's going to get me somewhere and I can eliminate some stuff. Now, what this question does really, I guess, artfully, cruelly, I don't know, depending on how you want to think about it, is it buries the subject in so much stuff. It's really hard to think through what does the attesting. And again, great discussion. Thank you so much, live group. Seen a really cool discussion about that word attest and what it means here. I'll get into that in a minute. Bottom line here is my starting point here, what I think is going to be my easiest entry point is to say, what's the subject for that verb attest? What is it that does the attesting the way the question is written? In answer choice A, I've got waterlogged balls, found at El Manati. Okay, well, the found at El Manati is just a modifier. So it's the balls and representations. And then we modify the representations, right? Representations of all players playing on the ceramics found at San Lorenzo. So really it's balls and representations. There's my subject. All the rest of it is just modifiers. The fact that it's found at San Lorenzo. San Lorenzo is singular. You could say, well, San Lorenzo attests, but that's not the subject. That's part of a modifier. Your subject is right here. Balls and representations, plural. Did they attest? Sure. In terms of your subject-verb agreement, we'll get into the meaning in a second. So just in my my first pass through the question, I'm trying to find the easiest things to eliminate. I'm going to run with the subject-verb thing as far as it's going to get me. Maybe it gets me nowhere and I'm going to be a sad, sad puppy, but I'm going to do my best with it. So A, doing okay on the subject-verb thing. What about B? Again, a lot of words there that make it really complicated. The way it's written, what does the attesting? Balls, found at Almanati. The painting, balls and the painting, plural again. Do they attest? Nope, they don't attest. They attest. B's out. C, similar deal. Waterlogged balls and ceramics attests. They attests. And as people are pointing out, we do need to fixate on balls in this question. D, the finding of waterlogged balls and the painting of representations. I'm going to be honest. First time I saw this question, my temptation was to kind of get down the road of like, oh, the painting attests. How can, are we talking about the act of painting? Is it physical paintings? It doesn't matter right now. I should not be, that's going to be much harder to deal with. I shouldn't be worrying about that. I should be focusing on subject verb. Maybe it gets me something easy. Still plural. The finding and the painting, they attests. Still wrong. So don't overthink it. I go down the road of meaning too early here and hurt my efficiency. What about E? The finding of balls and of representations at San Lorenzo, a test. My temptation is to say it's the finding and the representations, but it's not. We're going to talk about parallelism at some point in the next few hours. And of representations, what is this doing? That's not part of the subject exactly. We've got the of representations is parallel to the finding of waterlogged balls. So now what's our subject? What's our modifier? It's the finding of a bunch of things. Finding of waterlogged balls, finding of paintings, representations. The subject is now the finding. All the rest of this is a whole string of modifiers, modifying the finding. The finding, now it's singular. It attest. Nope. It does not attest. And E's out. Okay, so wonderful. I mean, is this something that's really important for your MBA? I'm not so sure. But it's a great example of how the GMAT can take a really basic concept, subject-verb agreement, and just bury it, right? I mean, it's simple. Singular subject, singular verb, plural subject, plural verb. Easy, but it's so buried. Everyone was kind of struggling here. Now I'm seeing a really good discussion here about the word attest. And this actually comes up fairly often. I get this question a lot on the forums. Can an object do things? What do you mean, right? Can, balls and representations attest to something? Feels like a stretch to me. I don't think I would write that sentence in real life. That feels a little bit strange to me, but it's not that crazy, right? So that some fact, so the fact that something was found, that proves something, it provides support for some idea, provides support for the idea that the Mesoamerican ball game was well established by the mid-13th century BC. Okay, if you're thinking of the word attesting as somebody's saying something or yelling something, yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But is it really crazy to suggest that some inanimate object or some idea attests to something or supports some other fact or some other idea? Not that strange at all. Here's my point. Don't get caught up in that stuff early. So there are going to be plenty of questions, and we're going to be dealing with a ton of them as the night wears on. I'm going to do a whole hour on meaning and sentence correction. I'm just going to give you some of the questions where it's just judgment call after judgment call, and really drilling into what exactly does this one mean versus this one. I'm going to do a whole hour of that later on. So yeah, there's plenty of times on the GMAT on sentence correction where you just got to drill down over and over into those details of meaning. Here, why? Why drive yourself crazy with that when that problem is the same in all 5 answer choices, right? All 5 of them have some inanimate object attesting. Shouldn't be wasting your brain space on it. It's in all 5. Nothing at all you can do about it. All right. That was fun. These are your warm-ups. Let's do one more. Actually, I think this one might be a little bit easier. We'll see what happens. All right. Loving the comments. Please keep the energy up, guys. Hour number 8 nonstop for me, about almost a third of the way home. So thank you for keeping the energy up. If you know people who are still awake in their part of the world, please send them an email, send them a message and say, hey, come watch this, pretend to be part of it, keep us going. Okay, I'm seeing pretty good answers here. The reason I picked on this question is it's sort of a combination of a modifier thing and a subject verb thing. We've got this phrase, this individual satellite, the AM1, is one of many new satellites that, should we say are or is? Well, it depends, right? So if my meaning, if kind of the thing I'm saying next is that these satellites collectively are part of this effort, then it should definitely be are. If I'm saying that it's just that one satellite, yeah, then maybe it should be is. Depends a little bit on context. Don't get too mechanical with it. We get that question a lot on the forum. Now, in this particular case, think about the meaning here. So the AM1 is one of the many new satellites. Is it the only one that's doing the rest of the sentence? So part of the 15-year effort of subjecting the interactions to detailed scrutinies from space, that writing towards the end of the sentence is very, very deliberate there, right? So it's a 15-year effort to subject the interactions of the Earth atmosphere to detailed scrutiny from space. We probably mean all the satellites, right? So it's not just the AM1 that is doing this. It's one of many new satellites. All the satellites are doing it. So sure, the AM1 is one of them, but it makes sense to have a plural verb there. So for that reason, I can get rid of A. Really subtle. And there's a whole family of questions that are like this. Again, not to say that's that common, but there's probably a good handful floating around out there that have some component of this, where you can kind of, I don't know, you can kind of break your brain going, well, is the rule that it has to agree with this, the satellites, or it has to agree with this? It just depends on the context, right? So my 1-year-old is one of many babies screaming their heads off all night. Okay, should be plural. I could say something like, my son is, one of the rare babies who, and now maybe I'm going to say something specific about him that should be singular. Very, very possible. Not the best example, but you're going to sometimes say plural here, sometimes say singular. It just depends on what's going on. So you can't totally divorce from context. And that's kind of my point here with the subject verb. I could bombard you with just easy examples here. There's plenty of those around, but it's kind of these ones that get a little fiddly where you have to kind of think about like, what's that intersection of meaning and the mechanics of it. B, same deal, satellites. You get a couple problems here. We can kind of focus on the subject verb and go, well, it's not the satellites. It's not that just the AM1 is a part. We're kind of saying that all of these satellites are part of it. We can also kind of get into the overall sentence construction here. The AM1 is one of many new satellites, comma. And then we have this non-essential modifier. Kind of weird, right? Because then your main clause is just the AM1 is one of many new satellites, period. And the rest is extra information. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. We're saying that it is essential to this effort, right? So a couple reasons to get rid of B. C kind of gets into more of a construction problem, less subject verb. AM1 is one of many new satellites. Okay, we've got that kind of weird main clause again that is just AM1 is many new satellites. Okay, great. Now here comes extra information, comma, part of 15 years effort of subjecting how, and then it gets awkward and stuff, but doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like you don't really get to the point of the sentence, much clearer in some of the other options. D, satellites that are part of an effort for 14 years. Subject verb, we're good. Comfortable there in terms of the meaning and how the subject and verb interact. That are part of an effort for 15 years that has subjected the interactions of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, I don't see any smoking guns there. Maybe we can argue about it, and maybe there's things you look at in D and you really don't like. I don't. I kind of look at it and go, sounds weird. GMAT sense correction, not about sound. Let's look at E. I'm going to keep D in to be conservative. I don't see any smoking guns. Satellites that are part of a 15-year effort to subject the interactions of Earth's atmosphere, oceans, and land surfaces to screening from space. Now, this is where we could go super crazy on this and get really granular. But bottom line is, hey, we've done our job. We got the 3 relatively easy eliminations, right? These are the 3 that are mechanical. D and E, now it's just a comparison. Sometimes it's a judgment call. Welcome to the GMAT. It's not to say that it's fuzzy exactly. Like there is an unambiguously better sentence here, and there's reasons for it, but they're not necessarily grammatical. It's not that I can point to the wrong answer of these 2 and say definitely wrong because of X, Y, Z. We can just say, look, clearer, better. Satellites that are part of a 15-year effort. Satellites that are part of an effort for 15 years. If I have a choice between saying part of an effort for 15 years or a 15-year effort, oh, what would you rather say? I'd rather say the 15-year effort. More succinct. Smoking gun? No, it is not that. Based on this by itself? No, no, no. But I can at least say, hey, let's vote in favor of E. I like to put a little plus sign there. That's just my habit. Not saying you need to do that. But if you're struggling between these two, you just say, okay, well, here's one difference I found. Part of an effort for 15 years that has subjected. How about part of an effort to subject? Much cleaner here again. To subject versus that has subjected. Big deal? No. Smoking gun? No. But I got two things now where I'm pointing to E and going, yeah, clearer, better, more succinct, easier to read. All the difference are pointing in the same direction. So for that reason, I'm going to pick E between those two. Everybody having fun? Make sure I'm watching the time. 25 minutes left. Is that correct? Yep. Okay, that's subject verb. I'm going to let you guys off the hook on that from here. And we're going to switch over to talking about verb tense a little bit. And then I've got kind of a, we'll see how this goes, but I want to talk a little bit about verbs, verb tenses. And I also want to talk about non-verbs. Very common mistake is that sometimes you mistake things for verbs that are not actually verbs. We'll get into that on the next one. Hopefully we've got enough time in the next 25 minutes. And once again, just want to thank our sponsor for this lesson. Scott, thank you so much for donating to Ukraine. Personal MBA coach, been at this for a long, long time, doing it right for 15 years. Need help with your admissions, give Scott and his team a call. Lovely, lovely people. All right. Not so lovely. Sends correction. Good luck to you. All right. Seeing some disagreement here once again. Means I chose a pretty good one, hopefully. All right. Obviously when you watch a video like this and I kind of make that initial statement that, hey, this is a video about subjects and verbs, the title, your brain's already kind of thinking about subjects, verbs, verb tenses. I'm prefacing the questions, helping you out a little bit with that. So hopefully you're thinking about what's going on with the tenses. I'm going to say that we're always looking for those easy eliminations. Here, hopefully you notice right away the it's, there. You can say, well, what exactly is that? Is that referent for the pronoun? It's the 7-store retailer singular. So very, very quick, easy elimination on D&E. We don't have to worry about it. Very nice. Okay. Verb tenses. I've got a whole video on this from a bunch of years ago, maybe 4 years ago. I looked about 15 years younger then. I didn't have kids yet. And I go through kind of all the verb tenses, sort of. But the punchline is you don't need a very intense understanding kind of mechanically or clinically or mechanically of verb tenses. There's, I forget what the number is, 14 different verb tenses and a bunch of additional moods and blah, 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 blah. Who cares? Don't worry about the jargon. The two tenses that you're most likely to have issues with on the GMAT where there's something sort of semi-technical about it you need to think about. Here they are. It's part of why I chose this question. Had been, has been. I don't care about the jargon, but if it helps you, present perfect, has been, that's something that starts in the past, continues into the present. If we have time, we might get to a question that kind of deals with that a little bit. This is not strictly past. It's not strictly present. It spans both. When we say has been, has done, had studied, you might say something like, I have studied the GMAT since 1999. Okay, great. It means that I'm probably still studying, right? I started back then, still going now. Had been, this is the one where you can get into trouble. This is the verb tense that I would argue is the most important in a way, the thing that's most likely to lead you to eliminations on actual GMAT questions. What's the use of this tense? It's something that starts in the past, but also ends before something else in the past. You really couldn't use it in isolation. Wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, not generally, to say, oh, well, the problems had been this. Well, that the implication there has to be that there's some marker where that ends. So, had problems, if this is a timeline, and then sometime in the past, I got to stop using the screen marker. Sometime in the past that ends. I had problems with the GMAT until today. Some sort of time marker, or until I found, here we go, personal MBA coach. Some sort of marker that is still in the past, right? I had problems until something happened. Generally speaking, you're going to see that past, again, if you like the jargon, past perfect, had done, had study. That's actually not right the way I did this. I had problems. I had struggled. Let's do it that way. So I had struggled. So had plus that past participle, struggled. Don't worry about the jargon. Had done, had studied, had struggled, had something. Generally, if you're going to use it, has to also end in the past. You could think of this as the past. Generally, not always. Don't get too rigid. Generally, it's going to go with something that is, there's going to be a simple past tense. I found personal MBA coach. That happened after I struggled with my MBA applications. Then I found these guys stopped struggling. Very nice. That's the most common usage. But this could be something that's just some sort of marker that indicates that something else is over in the past. So I had struggled until, could be a date, 1999. Great. Okay, with that in mind, when I see that tense here, so I see that had been, its problems had been. What I'm looking for there is there something later in the past? Is that marker there somewhere? And again, I don't want to be too rigid and say that it always has to be a simple past tense verb, but that's what you'll see most of the time, some sort of marker. Do we have it? Where people get tripped up here is they don't notice the word said. The retailer said something. When did they say that? In the past. There's your past tense marker. So does A make sense? Reporting that it's one of its many problems had been this. So they had this problem and they talked about it in the announcement. Cool, that makes total sense, right? Have to have the problem before you can discuss the problem. So A seems legit. B, reporting that one of its many problems has been the recently extended sales slump. In isolation, not bad. Sounds pretty good to me. Again, don't use your ear. But it doesn't make sense with the rest of it, right? Then the retailer said in the past, but then we have this thing that it was saying, but it was talking about something that happened more recently because it's the tense that indicates past that moves into the present. That doesn't make any sense. Timeline's all off on B. We can get rid of that one. And then same idea in C. Why would we say is there when there's that set? How could it be the current problem? And we're making a statement about talking about it in the past. Okay, so bottom line on verb tenses. If you're fairly new to the GMAT, so one of the questions I've been getting a couple times in the chat, hey, where's the master list of rules, or what's sort of the beginner stuff you need to learn? I think you could probably go through, I've got a ton of sentence correction videos on the GMAT Club channel. That gives you a pretty decent sense of kind of what I would define as the things you really need. I can't think of anything in sentence correction that I think is really essential that I never discuss in the other videos. So that's one definition of it. If we're talking strictly about verb tenses, what do you need? I need you to be able to recognize what these tenses are doing. I don't care if you know the jargon. The had been, had done, had studied, past perfect if you like the jargon, had plus some verb if you don't. And then has, recognizing starts in the past, continues in the present, has to happen before some other marker of some sort in the past. That's it. Beyond that, I don't need you stressing over, oh, well, this is the past progressive catheter truncheon winch tense. There's some words in there that aren't real. Don't worry about that stuff. Don't stress about it. This is really all you need from kind of a semi-technical perspective. And then from there, it's about logic. What's the timeline? What's the intended timeline? What's the meaning trying to say the timeline is? You get that, you're in good shape. Okay. And yeah, there's an interesting conversation, and thank you for chiming in on that, Ian. There is a conversation we can have about the recent versus recently. I'm not going to get into that here. Plenty of comments on the forum about that. You could go down that road. You don't need to. The verb tenses take care of you here. All right. By the way, all the questions I do here are official generally for verbal. Might be LSAT, might be GMAT if we're doing critical reasoning or reading comp, GRE if we're doing reading comp. This is, I'm not going to say anything else. Sentence correction, I almost always go official. Very, very rare exceptions where I might mess with you a little bit and change a question. But take a look at this and we'll talk about the verbs in it. I don't think this one's too hard, but let's see what happens. And one more quick comment. Got Ian Stewart and Andrew N., two of my very favorite people from the forums. Ian Stewart, GMAT tutor, outstanding up in Canada. Good guy to follow on the forum. Andrew N. as well. And of course, you see personal MBA coach Scott Enberg, knows this stuff, been out a long time. So if you are a GMAT Club person, hit the follow button when you see those names, all outstanding posts. Okay, so this is, I think, the only time you're ever going to see a non-official question in one of my sentence correction videos. This is actually derived very closely from an official guide question. I messed with it just to make a point. Very, very, very common fallacy. So title of this video, subjects, verbs, and things you mistake for verbs. Something I get all the time. I don't think I saw this mistake. Maybe. I see some wrong answers there that might have been from this. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm seeing plenty of them. Not trusting themselves. I think we look at this, some people look at this and go, this is present tense. Therefore, we need to have something that's present tense here, are turning, or maybe turn, right? Careful, careful, careful. ING words, not always verbs. Actually, pretty rare that they're verbs. So if we think about what an ING word can do, it could be a noun, right? So gerund, if you like the jargon, I could say something like eating is my favorite hobby. Eating is the subject of that sentence, right? It's a noun. Swimming is fun. That's a noun. One possibility. Possibility number two is it could be a verb, but if it is, it's going to have some form of to be. I am depriving myself of sleep right now. Am depriving, that ing is part of a verb, but only because there's a form of to be. Am depriving. I was eating when I fell asleep, right? That's the only time that your ing is a verb. So don't make the mistake of looking at ing and automatically going, it's present tense. It is not a verb at all here. This is a modifier. Not trusting themselves. Okay, what's that doing? Well, that's modifying the investors, right? So be very, very careful. There's plenty of content on the forum about this, but be very, very careful. Don't assume that because it's an ing, it's present tense. If this said, is trusting, well, then maybe, sure. But in this case, not a verb at all. So don't be fooled into thinking that that's present tense. It has nothing to do with tense. It's a participle. It's a modifier, whichever term you want to use, has no tense at all. In this case, context, modifier, and then we're clearly in the past here. So your verb better be past. So that eliminates A, B, and D. Look, I don't want to split too many hairs over C and E. I was making up answer choices. I don't see any really, really good reason. Why would you use the more complicated tense here? There's no reason for it. Turned is fine. We can argue about whether E is wrong. I don't think it's wrong, but I think C is cleaner. Again, not an actual official question here. Point is, don't mistake that for a verb. We see it all the time, especially off of beginners. Okay, we got time to cram in one more. Let me pick one that's pretty short. We've got about 8 minutes left here. None of these are super short. Let's do this one real quick. All right, guys, last question of this block. Hour number 8. Thank you again, personal MBA coach Scott. Thank you so much for helping us out and for supporting refugees in Ukraine. Give you guys a couple minutes here. All right, loving the conversation in the chat. Seeing people kind of start to struggle in kind of the second wave again, which is great because it means we struck some nerves here. You know, this is one of those questions that I'm pretty sure I missed the first time I saw. This one was released a long, long time ago. Because I back then I was kind of still going off the ear, you know, cocky native speaker, where it's like, oh, pick the one that sounds good. Really easy mistake to make. I don't know that the GMAT Club crowd does that a lot. Get a lot of hard work and non-native speakers who try to approach it mechanically. And the funny thing about this question, I mean, one of the reasons I kind of like it so much as a teaching example is if you're following your ear alone, probably not going to work that well for you. If you're going totally mechanical, I don't know how well that works for you either. You kind of have to think about, well, what's the timeline here? And one of the unfortunate things about verb tenses is there's kind of a gray area, right? So sometimes more than one tense could be appropriate. So if I say, for example, I have traveled to Kiev, well, I'm not traveling to Kiev right now, but that tense implies starts in the past, continues into the present in some way. But that's kind of the convention, right? We say I have, and I don't know why we say it that way. The implication being that I might do it again, right? I guess. Would it be wrong to say I traveled to Ukraine, traveled to Kiev? No, not at all. But there's kind of that gray area, right? We have a lot of choice sometimes in some of those tenses that are maybe adjacent to each other. So here, what's going on? Okay, the vintners have cut prices. So that's a thing that kind of started in the past, is ongoing. Okay, they chose not to put it in the past. That's fine. Their wines have been priced to sell, and they are. I'm not so against the verb tense here. So their wines have been priced to sell, and they are what? They are delicious. They are red. They are filled with alcohol. They are selling. I've got to kind of impute an extra word there. I've got to kind of make up a word and shove it in. I don't think that's such a good idea. If you want to be conservative, you can hang on to it. In the interest of time, I'm not going to. Same kind of comment on B. I've got a couple issues there. I think one is half-cut prices are priced. So past into the present, your present perfect tense, straight present. And two issues here. Now we're kind of back to that. I guess we're back to that present perfect. Have, I guess, sold. But where's my sold? They have sulfates. They have been infused with grape juice. Who knows, right? A couple of reasons to discard B. Their wines are priced to sell, and they do. Do is a funny little word. Do kind of stands in for another verb, at least in this context, helping verb in general. Here it's like, and they do, well, it's standing in for the word sell. So, and they sell. It's kind of spiritually similar to using a pronoun for a noun, right? This is not a pronoun, but it kind of feels the same way, right? Like, okay, and they do and they sell. Okay, fine. What about our tenses? Have cut prices, past into the present, maybe implying that they're still cutting them or still running with them or whatever, are priced. Okay, now they are priced to sell, present tense, and they do sell, present tense. Cool. D, are being priced to sell. I'm not crossing it out based on that. Being is not always wrong. Got an article about that in the forum if you're curious to read more about that. But there's no need for it here. Little strike against it. And have back the same problem as B. Either maybe we're switching tenses here in a way that doesn't make sense. And again, we have to assume a word here. And they have sold. They have bits of cork floating in it. I don't know. D's out. Had been priced to sell. Okay, forget it, right? How does that make any sense at all? If they had been priced to sell, but then they have cut prices more recently, that's out. Okay, bottom line here. Don't mistake an ing automatically for a present tense verb. It in most cases will not be, certainly can be. Most of the time when you see it on the GMAT, it's usually a modifier, sometimes a gerund, occasionally, but fairly rarely a verb. Verb tenses, don't get too technical. It's all about kind of anchoring yourself in the meaning and thinking through what's the sequence of events here. All right. Hour number 8 is in the books. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. And once again, thank you so much, Scott, personal MBA coach, one of the best in the business. Thank you so much. Hour number 9's coming. Hey everybody, Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 9 of our nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon. 24 hours straight to benefit charities working with Ukrainian refugees. once again, if you like our content, even if Ukraine is no longer in the news, if you like this, you would have paid for it if it was a course. Please donate whatever you can to your charity of choice. Go help people in a conflict zone somewhere else in the world if Ukraine's not your cup of tea. This hour, my job is to talk about quant again, and I was lazy and left my sentence correction on the board. So goal of all of these sessions, we're talking about not just the foundations. If you want foundations, great foundation series done by guys that are smarter than me at GMAT Ninja. Branson and Harry doing great foundations of word problems and algebra and exponents and geometry. Not doing that. I'm trying to get at the things that most people do wrong of any level. So you might be pretty advanced, you might be kind of semi-advanced, you might be really struggling. But what are the things that everybody kind of has in common when they do quant? What are the things that people tend to do wrong? This lesson is going to be on scary symbols, walls of words, things that intimidate you. One of the things we see quite a bit is you see an unfamiliar symbol, an unfamiliar phrase, and people kind of freak out, even if they're pretty good, or they start lunging at stuff. And we're going to give some examples today that are basically going to get at the idea of be systematic, follow your process in a nice, clean way. You're not going to get yourself into trouble. Same idea on super long word problems. As I get the question all the time in the forums, even in the verbal forums, hey, what do I do in these really long quant problems? I'm going to give you some super long quant problems. And the goal is just to get you breaking things down really, really cleanly. A little bit of a companion to what we were talking about earlier with percents and interest rates. If you get the chance to be literal and translate cleanly, by all means, absolutely do it. I am super excited. Sponsor for this session, Stratus Admissions. Some of my favorite people there. Again, Jeremy, thank you so much for going to bat for us across the board. Huge, huge support. We've had individual consultants at Stratus support our fundraising efforts. Donna Bowman, one of my very favorite people. Try to send her as many of my students as I can. One of my favorite things at every admissions decision round is when I start getting emails from Donna over at Stratus saying, hey, I'm not sure if you've heard from this student, but here's what happened, and always get students who are getting in places that go beyond what I would expect. So by all means, call Stratus, some great people there. Susan knows what she's doing too. Some of my favorite folks in the industry, give them a call, get your intro session. Great people to start with. All right, let's get to some math. Scary math. Again, I'm not going to melt your face off with difficulty in this. I just want to get you not intimidated, being really clean and systematic, even when something's long or scary looking. Not going to be the hardest session we're going to do today, I don't think. And here we go. As always, if you're in the live group that has been hanging on for 8 hours plus, keep the chatter up, guys. Let me know what you're thinking. If you're stuck, let me know. The more I know about what you guys are thinking, the better I can help. I've heard from maybe 10% of the live crowd. If you're struggling, please just punch in a message that says ouch or something. Maybe 90% are asleep at this point. Nothing. Crickets. Okay, coming back. Again, I'm not going to melt your face off with this lesson. It's more just kind of a getting your mind right. So a lot of people look at this and go, it's a whole paragraph, and they kind of freak out. And it's just keep your information organized. Keep your information organized. Thank you so much. Now I'm hearing people kind of chiming in and saying they're struggling. So it's really easy to kind of try to do too much on this, and you kind of swallow it whole. One of the things I've kind of used in a bunch of different contexts so far today. Take it one little chunk at a time. So all we're doing is we're combining ratios. If I organize my information nicely, it shouldn't be too bad. So I can do this in kind of any order. If I'm being super enterprising about it, maybe there's certainly are better ways and worse ways. I'm an hour number 9, so I might not even pick the best way here. But all right, I'm trying to get to first and third into the same ratio. The first thing that kind of jumps to mind here is, well, I can equate kind of second and third through fourth. I can get to first and fourth through second. Okay, let me just start kind of combining some of these ratios, and let's see where that gets me to. So first, second, third, fourth, first to second, 3 to 4, second to fourth, 8 to 5, just lining up my information till I can, as somebody just said in the live group, keeping it clean and hygienic. Very well put. So, okay, ratio of 3 to 4. So I would like kind of that second. It's kind of like a least common multiple sort of concept there, where if I can get these ratios kind of scaled up or scaled down or whatever I need to do to get this number to match, then I can kind of equate it. If this ratio were 3 to 8, then I could say, okay, well, 3 to 8 to 5. So all I really need to do here is multiply this entire ratio by 2. 3 to 4, that's the same exact thing as 6 to 8. Great. Now I've got my 6 to 8 to 5. Wonderful. Now I need to get my third grade in here. So I've got 3 to 2 for third to fourth. Same deal. All I have to do is take this. I'm going to multiply it by 5. So I get 10 here. I get 15 here. And I'll do the same thing with this guy. Multiply it by 2. 12, 16, 10. Nothing fancy. Nothing too technical. Just keep your information really organized. Take a breath. Read carefully. I know, broken record. And that's it. I got my ratio of everything, and I can answer whatever the question is. What do we want first to third? 12 to 15. We can reduce that, divide both by 3, and we get 4 to 5. And that's it. These questions where you look at it, wall of text, funny symbols, take a breath, be methodical, translate what can be translated. Don't panic. I know it sounds really silly. Every GMAT question meant to be doable in 2 minutes or less if you find the best way. Hard to do. You're not going to do it 100% of the time, but it's probably there. Don't get intimidated. All right. Let's do one more. Got people making Outcast references there. Very nice. Seriously, I'm seeing the live group split down the middle. Give you 30 more seconds. If you're struggling, please let us know. If you're lost, great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for letting me know when there's an ouch. Super helpful. Okay. Getting some great comments here. Thank you so much, guys. My brain's getting scrambled too. Hour number 9. Anybody who's been here the whole time, love it. Thank you so much for sticking with me. Keeps me energized. Thank you again to Stratus for sponsoring this hour. It makes me happy to know that folks are willing to support, especially guys at Stratus, just because they do such a great job, and they love some of the consultants over there. All right. When you get a question like this that I look at, hey, part of what's going to happen here, hour number 9 straight without a break, really. Even though obviously I've seen this question before, I selected it, but I look at it and I'm glazing over, right? Just like some of you guys are, might be for a different reason, but I'm looking at it and going, oh wow, I got to read this 6 times. What's happening here? Now, for me, 20-something years of GMAT under my belt, yeah, it's the sleep coming through there. My memory's shot by hour number 9 going straight here. But that's kind of a similar feeling if you've never seen it before and you struggle to break this stuff down. So what do you do? I mean, I feel like I'm seeing some of the comments in here where it's like, oh, my brain scrambled, I don't know what to do first. That's how I feel right now too, to be honest with you. And so I'm just going to be super methodical. Like this is going to sound kind of weird. Like I want to kind of get a visceral feel for my math sometimes. And sometimes just writing stuff down until it makes sense to me really, really helps. And this isn't me being gimmicky teacher guy. This is me being brain dead guy who's legitimately struggling on this right now because my brain is applesauce. So I got John, I got Mary. What do I know? So we'll say their starting pay. So it says they each got paid X dollars in advance. Cool. John worked the job for 10 hours. Mary worked for 2 hours less than John. Okay, so hours, 10 and 8. Where am I going with this? I don't know yet. But that's kind of the point. Okay, I'm starting to make sense of it. I've kind of already, I'm halfway through. I've got something here. Mary gave John Y dollars of repayment so that they would have received the same hourly wage. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Sentence is getting too long for my scrambled little brain. Mary gives John Y dollars. Okay, so we'll say ending pay. John's getting X plus Y. Mary's getting X minus Y. I still haven't done anything yet, but at least I'm being methodical. And I've got something maybe coming. So if they would have received the same hourly wage. Okay, well, what's an hourly wage? This is going to sound really silly, but these are the things that bail you out of these questions that feel complicated. What's my hourly wage? My total pay divided by the hours worked. That's it. So total pay. Hours worked. Now I'm basically done, right? Here's my total pay, X plus Y, or John's total pay, hours worked. Mary, total pay, hours worked. They're equal. Now all I have to do is just do a little bit of algebra thing that I'm not sure I can still do at this hour. It's not even that late, but 9 hours straight. My algebra is bad. Yell at me if I make a mistake. 8x plus 8y equals 10x minus 10y. And we're solving for x is all we're doing here. So I'm going to add 10y to both sides. I got 18y over here. We get 2x over here. X is equal to 9y. That's it. So bottom line here, it's that intimidation. So are you getting scared and kind of starting to get squirrely and you do crazy stuff or you're kind of paralyzed because you're trying to do all bits at once? Took it one phrase at a time. That's it. Once you do that, none of the math is super hard. Anchor yourself in the concepts. Keep your information nice and clean. And it's not so bad. All right. I think I'm going to veer back and forth a little bit between walls of words and funny symbols. We're going to go funny symbols next. And these have nothing to do with each other, kind of on a mathematical level. But where I think they do have something to do with each other, it's like the kinds of students that struggle with the walls of words tend to be the same kind of people that struggle with sort of these funny symbols. It's intimidation, right? They give you the instructions here. Follow them carefully, organize your stuff, you're good. All right, as always, if you're struggling, punch something into the chat just so I know, helps me guide the content in the right ways. Okay, really easy to look at this and kind of go, well, I've never seen that symbol before. GMAT's going to give you the instructions. That's their deal. And this hurts my brain. And again, I'm not playing. I'm not playing dumb. I'm not playing like, oh, well, I'm pretending to be a struggling student. No, I've been standing up here for 9 hours now. Greatest integer less than or equal to 0. There's greatest, less and equal to, all in the same phrase. I don't know what's happening here. So take a moment, like if you're having that experience, either because this kind of thing intimidates you, or because you struggle a little bit with the reading, or because you're tired, or because you're seeing this on an exam and the time pressure is getting to you, all of those feelings are normal. They kind of all feel the same, right? For whatever reason, we don't have the clarity of thought. Take a moment, come up with examples, maybe, whatever you need to do to kind of get your head around it. Here I'm saying greatest integer less than or equal to x. Okay, so if, for example, this is 2.5 inside there, I want the biggest thing that's less than or equal to it. Oh, okay, I'm rounding down. That's it. Now I got it. So if it's 2.5, this is going to be equal to 2. Oh, okay, not so bad. That's the greatest integer that's less than or equal to x. If this is 2, then inside the little brackety thingies, still 2. All right, cool. Not so bad. So I'm going to start with the positive ones here because negative numbers increasingly hurt my brain at this hour. It's not even that late. It's 5 o'clock here, but yeah, brain. 2.7. Well, this is just 2. 3.4. That's 3. I'm rounding down. This is -1. Anybody else make that mistake? Really easy on the negative to say I want the greatest integer less than or equal to x. I'm just kind of lopping off the decimal bit. Not the case here. You need to go for the next number down, which isn't -1. It's -2. Add these guys up. Hopefully you get 3, and that's it. Okay. Next one. Again, I'm going to veer back and forth a little bit between the walls of words and the allegedly scary symbols. Here's a wall of words. And by the way, I'm having a lot of fun with this product placement thing. You want to write a really good wall of words for your MBA applications? Stratus. You're not allowed to work with Donna because she's reserved for my students. Kidding. I'm half kidding. All right. Not seeing much disagreement here. I'm not sure if it's because the people who are struggling with it are just paralyzed, not saying anything. But again, classic question where you might look at this and go, it's really long. It's 50 words long. Oh, super scary. Fair enough, right? I mean, I get intimidated by it too. I get lazy about reading it, frankly. But not so bad here. So amount that you invest doubles in approximately 70 over our years. If you're fortunate enough to have studied, maybe economics or finance or worked in finance, you might already know something like that, 72, 73, depending on the framing of that rule. Doesn't really matter though, even if you've never seen it before. Classic GMAT question, follow their instructions, you'll be all right. So what are we saying? The interest rate in this case is 8. So how often does it double? Approximately. It's my favorite word. So divided by 8, 9-ish. About 9 years to double. Well, that's convenient. So in 18 years, what happens? Well, it doubles twice. So it starts at 5,000. Kind of mistake I might make here is it doubles twice, so it triples. That's not true. Doubling twice means I multiply it by 2 and by 2 again. And again, one of the things, it comes up a lot, right, is it's like, well, the people who do really well on this test don't make mistakes like that. Don't do dumb things like 5,000 times 3 in this case. Yeah, people with really great scores do that. They just catch them, right? So I am sloppier than probably 80% of you watching this. Part of how I kind of got into tutoring, actually, in a way, or part of what appealed to me about teaching, or where I thought it's something to add value, was I am naturally very, very sloppy with my math. But what's always going on in my head is that as soon as I do something, I'm checking it again. I'm trying to look at it from a different angle. And because I was such a sloppy mess as a kid, I kind of trained myself to do that. That's what I want you guys to do. If you're catching yourself, if you notice you're making a lot of sloppy errors, how do you reprogram yourself so that every little step you take, instead of multiplying this by 3, I'm thinking, no, wait, is that right? Is that right? No, doubling twice. What does that mean? It means times 4. Answer is 20,000. So answer choice A. So don't be ashamed if you make those silly errors. The question is just train yourself to catch them before you move on. All right, back to funny symbols. Good luck to you. Okay, this is great. So again, I think what's happening is that there's a handful of people who are getting this right away, and I think a whole lot of people are struggling, and a few that are being vocal about it. And I really appreciate the vocal ones who are struggling. This feels really opaque, right? I think even more so than the previous examples we've had, where it's like, wait. What do I mean by a to the k? Because this is abstract, right? Like a to the k is divisor of b. I can't really get my head instantly around like what that would mean. What do you mean that some integer raised to some integer power, all positive integers, is a divisor of some other integer? Like that hurts. But then what does that mean? It means the next higher power of that thing is not. Okay, maybe I'm getting somewhere here, but it's abstract when you look at it at first until you kind of try to put some meat on it. Interesting misreading going on too. So what we're asking for is k, this exponent. So what does this mean? What we can do is we can take this, maybe the best thing to do is just to be super organized, a little bit kind of almost mechanical at first, and just translate as literally as you can and just say, well, okay, maybe I don't understand really what's happening here. But maybe I can kind of write this out in this form, kind of punch it into sort of what this definition of the symbol is and see if that helps the light to turn on. So we're saying that 2 to the k is a divisor of 72, but 2 to the k plus 1 is not. Now, a couple reasons you might struggle here. One is just getting intimidated. Another is you might be kind of misreading in some way, and I saw a little bit of that in the live group. Another might be that you're not super clear on number properties and kind of the divisibility stuff. We're going to talk about that in a couple hours here. Have an hour on remainders and divisibility. 2 to the k is a divisor of 72. A bunch of ways you can handle that. Some people will just kind of take this and automatically prime factorize it. So this is 8 times 9, 2 to the third times 3 squared. So if 2 to the k is a divisor of this thing, so 72 has 3 2's in it. And again, I'm not going to go over the basics of this right now. Hopefully this makes sense to some degree. So 2 to the k is a divisor of this. It means that we could have up to 3 2's. So k could be 3 here. K to the k plus 1 is not. Okay, well, great. That fits. That k has to be 3. Another way you could frame this to help you kind of think about it, okay, and we'll get into this in a couple hours. If 2 to the k is a divisor of 72, what we're saying is that 72 divided by this gives you an integer. If this helps you, go for it. And then you can kind of see that this is 2 to the third times 3 squared. Prime factorize it again. If this helps you to see what's going on in terms of the number properties, that's fantastic as well. So what we're saying is that if this is an integer, that 2 to the k has to get canceled out. We're looking for the biggest number where this would happen. So once again, k has to be 3. I know I'm whipping through kind of the number properties divisibility portion of this pretty quickly. If this is something that's really comfortable for you and you're like, whoa, divisors, remainders, multiples. Again, we're going to cover that for an hour up ahead here. Also on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel. Once again, Harry did a fantastic job with that, really kind of breaking down the basics. 2 videos on number properties, good for beginners, good for intermediate folks, a little bit of challenges for the advanced folks. So if you need the remedial stuff, go see Harry do a number properties over there on our channel. Okay, so there you go, answers 3. One mistake I saw people making that I thought was really, really interesting and not uncommon at all is here's your answer choices. And we have 2, 3, 4, 8, 18. And we had somebody who commented, and I really appreciate the honesty on this, that all of these are divisors of 72, so WTF, right? But we're interested in k, and the answer is k, which is 2 raised to these powers. 2 to the power of 18 is not a divisor of 72. 2 to the 8th is not a divisor of 72. Neither is 2 to the 4th. 2 to the 3, 2 to the third and 2 squared is. We're looking for the biggest one. So your answer is going to be B here. All right. Let's do one more. How much time do we have? We have 20 minutes. Outstanding. This next one from the legend himself. This next one's from Benuel. GMAT club test. Nice. Wall of words. Intimidating. When he sent this to me, partly because he sent this to me, I was scared. But I swear it's not that bad. So if you're struggling here, you are absolutely not alone. We have our first person chiming in after 3 minutes in the live group. So we give it another minute or so. And again, even Buñuel's questions. So yeah, he writes hard stuff. The guy's brilliant. Even this one, if you can find the best way through, can probably get through it in 2. It's really hard to see, but if you can do it, it's not so bad. Okay, so far I've only got 2 people. We're pushing the 4-minute mark here. And I've got 2 people who've got answers of any sort. Okay. Okay, great. All right, we got number 3, but he is a tutor who's one of the best GMAT math guys in the world. Appreciate you, Ian. Okay, and I once again I want to make sure I keep thanking the people that are donating to support this hour. So Stratus Admissions, you got some of my favorite people in the industry. Thank you guys so much again for generous contribution. Engineer's disease, one of my big themes for our math lessons today. Really, really easy to get super algebraic here. And we're going to have to ask Buñuel later. Did he mean to make this spell out flaw? Was that kind of an embedded joke, or was it kind of random? I'm not sure. I'm guessing it was kind of a joke, but who knows? All right. So we know that, what are the names again? Fritz, Franz, Fritz owns 2/3 the number of all the other guys put together. Now I can do this. What's the other guy? Luis. 3/7 of all the other people put together. Alfred is 4/11 of all the other people put together. F plus L plus W. And now you're sitting here looking at this and going, well, all right, cool, man. I got a system of 3 equations with 4 variables. Party on, Wayne. This is fantastic. So when I talk about kind of those 4 steps that everyone's probably tired of hearing of if you've watched any of our quant content, where I say, okay, read twice, plot your path, check your work, et cetera, read again, be careful, watch your back, be honest if you're making silly mistakes, work on this so you stop making them. Right here, so I started down one path here. Hey, I'm in trouble. What am I doing? Am I going to keep bashing my head against this wall forever? Now, so I got 2 choices here. I got 3 choices. One of them's a terrible idea. Choice number 1, I fight this algebra into the ground. I'm going to be miserable. Why do that? Time test. Not going to do it. Horrible mistake. Worst thing you possibly do is get stubborn here. Well, it's just algebra. I'm going to battle into the ground. Look, you're not going to get all 31 questions right. Or if you are, you probably shouldn't be watching this because you don't need this. You're going to struggle on some of them. If this happens to you in real life and you don't see another way, walk away. Don't battle this into the ground. Going to kill you. Option number 2, walk away. Perfectly good option. Option number 3, give another 30 seconds. See if you can find a better way. My algebra is not working here, so I'm going to take a step back and go, can I intuit something that's going to help me? Hard to see here, but if I can see it, maybe I've got some hope because the algebra is not getting me anywhere. Maybe somebody who's better than me at algebra or more patient or more well-rested can find it. I don't see it. I'm going to think of this a different way. If this said that Fritz has 2/3 of the total, it would help me to get my head around it a little bit, right? Like that would feel more intuitive to me. But I can kind of use that to my advantage here a little bit. That kind of thinking and say, well, if he has 2/3 of what those guys have, it's kind of like saying, well, wait a minute, they have combined, these guys have 3 parts and he has 2. So they have 3 parts, he has 2. So for example, just to get at kind of the underlying math of what's going on and try to get some intuition, it's kind of like saying these guys put together, let me get a different color out. It would work to say these guys have, $3 or 3 parts and he has 2 parts for $2, however you want to think about it. Wait, okay. So now I can start to say, here's the fraction that Fritz has of the total. Because I know that these guys have 3 parts, he has 2 parts. So now we can say Fritz has 2 parts of the total 5 parts. He's got 2/5 of the total. And we can keep doing that. What's this saying about Luis? Luis has 3 parts. These dudes have 7 parts. So what does Luis has? He has 3 of the total 10. So 7 parts here, 3 parts there. Luis has 3/10 of the total. Turn that into a T. I don't really need the T, but I'll go with it for now. Alfred, same idea. These guys, 11 parts. Alfred's got 4. Alfred's got 4/11 of the total. Well, now I can just add all these puppies up. I'm sorry, I messed that up. 4/15. My bad. All I have to do is add these up. Very nicely done. So nice little thing that Buñuel put in here. I do think it's a fantastic question, by the way. Another little nugget that Buñuel put in here in the GMAT Club test that I think is a really nice little thing is in adding up these 3 fractions, you could go into autopilot and get a really big common denominator and say, well, okay, 15 times 10 times 5, the common denominator is 150. Nice little detail. I'm guessing it was deliberate. My best common denominator here is actually 15. So great. So I've got 2/5 plus 3/10 plus 4/15. This is going to tell me the total that the other guys have. So this is 12/30 plus 9/30 plus 8/30, 17 plus 12, 29/30. Okay, so these guys have 29 of the 30 parts. The other dude, I forgot his name now, Werner. Great name. That's what we want. We don't know how much Werner got. Werner's got 1/30 of the total. The total is this. And all we have to do is do a little bit of math here. We got it. Divide this by 3. 1.2 million. Lop off a 0. 120,000. And the answer here is C. So congrats to the 3 people out of the 100 and something watching live that got that right, one of whom is a tutor. Okay, we got time for one more, and then I'm super excited about this next chunk. Bringing on Dr. Jenny Foreman, expert in test anxiety, mindfulness coaching, psychologist, knows a ton of stuff, been working in education for a long, long time. Going to talk about how to perform your best on test day. Been excited about this, been wanting to bring her on here for a long time. Okay, one last question. What do I want to do here? Let's talk about our guy, Henry. And I'm getting a question about whether Buñuel is going to make an appearance. And I will both surprise and say directly no, but if you stick around till hour number 24, it is going to be all of Buñuel's hardest questions that he's selected for me. And we're going to see if in hour number 24, I can actually answer them and explain them in anything resembling a coherent way. So stick around for that. Special treat, Buñuel unleashing stuff on me. This one is not Buñuel's, but have at it. Give you 2 minutes. Okay, coming back. I'm kind of enjoying seeing sort of how the answers are evolving with the live group. Kind of had a wave of one answer, or a wave of a different answer, or now a wave of that first answer again. Not sure what that means. Another one of those classic, third or fourth one we've done here. Funny symbol. Don't get scared by it. Anchor yourself to whatever you can. If there's a way for you to translate this in a way that makes it more intuitive, that's the game, right? That's all algebra is really too, right? Is how do you rearrange things until something that you can get your head around starts to emerge from it. You isolate the thing of interest. Kind of same deal here. That's the skill they're kind of testing you on is, can you look at this, follow the instructions, make sense of it intuitively? None of this is going to be super advanced math. I can pretty much guarantee GMAT's not going to have any symbols that you need to know that you haven't already learned. It's just not what they do. All right, so this thingy, brackety thing, n, denotes the product of integers from 1 to n inclusive. That's a fancy way of saying n factorial. So that's one bit of demystification, right? 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 all the way up to n. Great, that's just a factorial. So now I can translate this. And so I wonder how many primes are between 6 factorial plus 2 and 6 factorial plus 6. I did see somebody, one of my favorite people, in fact, in the live group, who I think multiplied all this out and got 722 maybe here or something like that. That should be setting off alarm bells in your head, probably, unless your arithmetic is so spectacular that that is not a big deal to you. And you're so good that you can kind of look at this and figure out whether it's prime automatically. If that's the case for you, awesome. For most people, should be some alarm bells in your head that maybe you're doing something that's harder than it needs to be. You can probably get through it. So that's 722, and this is 726, I believe, and we're inclusive. So are we serious? Am I going to sit here and try to figure out whether each of these numbers is prime? And I shortcut the arithmetic here, 6 factorial. That's rough, man. Like, I can tell that, like, okay, that's not prime. That's not prime. I don't know about that. That's a multiple of 2, so not prime. I guess maybe it's not so bad. I mean, I just have to investigate 723, figure that one out. Multiple of 3, you can add up the digits. It's a way to do it. It's not terrible. It works out for these specific numbers that it is not so bad. But I'm a little leery, right? There's so many opportunities to make errors. Multiplying out 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2, adding to it, trying to check whether these are prime, kind of a pain in the butt. Better way to do it. And again, I'm not going to go too crazy on the number properties right now, but think about what's going on here. So 6 factorial, multiple of 2, correct? Also multiple of 2. So this thing combined has to be multiple of 2. You could factor a 2 out of it if you'd like. So that can't be prime. What about this? Well, this is a multiple of 6. This is a multiple of 6, obviously. Factor out of 6 can't be prime. That's going to be true of everything in between. So I don't have to do all this stuff with the involved arithmetic. You can, not a terrible way. Again, especially if arithmetic is pretty slick. Maybe not so bad. You'll get there. Slightly better. Again, very typical GMAT. There's bad ways, there's good ways, there's pretty good ways. Nice variety here. Once I recognize the property here, that I've got this thing, multiple of 2, add another 2 to it, still a multiple of 2. 6 factorial plus 3, got to be a multiple of 3. 6 factorial plus 4, got to be multiple of 4, and so on. There's no prime numbers here. There's no way for there to be. And that's it. Answer's A. All right. We are at the top of the hour. So thank you again to Stratus Admissions. Thank you so much for the donations, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Got some really nice notes from some of the folks there too. So thank you so much for supporting Ukraine. This is the end of hour number 9. And hour number 10 coming up, probably the one I'm most excited about. Everybody, Charles at GMAT Ninja here. Hour number 10 of our nonstop 24-hour GMAT Crash Course, benefiting Ukrainian refugees. We are here with a really special guest today. This is a session I've wanted to do for a very long time. One of my favorite people, Dr. Jenny Foreman, mindfulness coach, psychologist, knows a ton about the works of the human brain, knows a ton about test anxiety. And if you've been watching the whole time here, talked a bunch about what are the most common things we see people struggle with, what are the most common destroyers of GMAT scores. It's not math, it's not funny symbols, it's not grammar, it's test day performance has gone wrong. I'd say about 60% of GMAT students I encounter have some sort of test anxiety. We've got a full hour with Dr. Jenny to talk about what are the roots of it, where does it come from, what you can do about it. So Jenny, thank you so much for coming on with us.
Thank you, Charles. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, getting a little bit of kind of background noise, a little bit, but not too bad. So this should work.
Let me move a little bit closer. Our HVAC system is on. Sorry.
And you're getting a little grainy too, but yeah, I think you're kind of chopping up just a little bit. I don't know if there's a better internet. Yeah, we've got a little delay, I think.
My internet is, it looks like my internet is on full Wi-Fi.
Okay. We will do our best to run with it.
Okay.
All right. So I guess the first thing I kind of want to start with is just kind of that general, when we talk about test anxiety. So as a longtime tutor, and I think this is true that we've got, other people who are practitioners in this area, we'll look at students and say, hey, you're performing much worse on your real test than your practice test. There's something going on, and very likely there's anxiety there. And one of the things we run into all the time is that students will say, well, wait, I didn't feel anxious on the test. I felt fine. So one of the kind of discussions we get into is what exactly is test anxiety? And when we say that there's something that's kind of hurting somebody's performance on a test, what does that really mean? If they're not feeling anxious, how can that be anxiety? So how would you think about that kind of from a professional standpoint?
Well, certainly a lot of things can be going on there. I mean, it is certainly possible that they don't have anxiety. Maybe they have something else going on. But it's also possible that sometimes people don't recognize what anxiety is. So can you hear me okay? I'm just checking the volume. Okay.
Yeah, you're perfect.
Yeah. So, anxiety can manifest in many different ways for many different people. And primarily, anxiety manifests in the body, immediately in the body. And so whenever we have some sort of a trigger where there's some sense of fear or nervousness, our body will immediately respond to that. So what happens is that when we sense danger or when we sense fear, what happens is that our sympathetic nervous system activates, and we start to have a rise in body temperature. Our heart rate starts beating faster. We often start breathing more shallowly, and so forth. And also our digestive system gets put onto hold a bit. And so these are all kind of signals in the body that can indicate that, in fact, our nervous system is being activated, our sympathetic nervous system is aroused, and our stress level is starting to come up. And a lot of times we might not even notice that, especially if we're caught in our head. Like we're thinking a lot about the test, maybe we're going over problems in our head, or we're worrying about something in particular. So we might even miss these signals in our body that this is happening. And if we miss it or we resist it or avoid it, what can happen is that our body will continue to run with it and sense that, in fact, there is danger. And our nervous system will continue to activate, and our stress arousal will continue to go up and up. And then what happens is that we get to a point sometimes where we're at what's called a stress threshold. And when we go over that stress threshold, let's say something happens where something unexpected. So for example, maybe there's something wrong with the testing situation, or we realize we're running out of time, or something is going on. We could easily put ourselves over that stress threshold. And then that's when our thinking brain goes offline. And we have problems accessing our frontal lobe, which is where we use, like I said, our thinking brain, which is where our working memory lies, our ability to access our memory and that type of thing. And so we can have a tendency to blank out. We can't think clearly. We get fuzzy. And we might not even realize that we're actually under kind of acute stress. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. So I think we see that in our students all the time, right? And I think plenty of the people who are watching right now kind of feel that all the time, right? Where it's like all of a sudden their brain goes blank. They might not feel anxious, but they kind of feel their brain going offline. And some of the people that are watching right now have been here with us for 9+ hours and are there out of exhaustion. But a lot of them also just work their butts off and they're stressed about doing well on this test and their brains just go offline sometimes because of all the stress. Now, how can you be better? How can people be better about recognizing that? And what can they do about it? So how do you get people to recognize, first of all, that brain going offline is something that they can address, that it's a form of stress response? And second, what should they do when they start to notice it?
Yeah, so, well, and of course there are many answers to that, but in the context of mindfulness meditation, which is what I work with GMAT students on, is mindfulness. So even though I'm a psychologist, I'm a licensed psychologist in California, I don't work under my license when I work with GMAT students. So I work as purely a mindfulness meditation teacher and coach. And so we work with utilizing mindfulness strategies, exercises, and meditation to help us recognize what is going on in our bodies moment to moment. So mindfulness, and I don't know, a lot of people might not know what mindfulness really is, but mindfulness is really the moment to moment awareness of what is going on in our internal world. So what is our felt sense of the experience? What are our body sensations? What are our thoughts? What are our feelings? And so, and it's also an acceptance of a neutral observation and acceptance of what's happening in the moment. So we're not judging what's happening. We're not resisting it. We're not trying to interpret it or analyze it. We're just witnessing it. And so there's this receptiveness that allows us to see accurately, clearly what's happening. And then in addition to the receptive part, there's also the active part, which is that we're able to then respond to ourselves in a skillful way. So one of those things might be to just allow and accept it to be there, to have some discomfort with what's happening in the moment. And when we can allow and we can build that capacity for discomfort, then we don't get so thrown off, or our stress doesn't go up so much when we do feel nervous and we are in a high pressure situation taking a GMAT test, right? That is high performance, high pressure. So we should be nervous to some extent, and that's okay. But if we resist that, or that triggers memories of poor performance or whatever, then again, our stress level can go up. So one of the skillful ways is to just see if we can allow whatever discomfort is there to be there. And we do that by practicing mindfulness exercises and mindfulness meditations. And then another thing, is that sometimes we can't allow it to be there. Sometimes we're on the verge of a panic attack, right? And we just can't allow ourselves to feel that sort of acute stress. And so then we can choose some strategies to help us deactivate, down-regulate our nervous system, so that now we're in a place where our stress arousal is lower and we can work with it. So things like deep breathing, like 4 counts in, 4 counts out. Deep breathing signals our parasympathetic nervous system, the nervous system that helps us regulate. So deep breathing is one strategy to do that. Another strategy is to put our attention in our feet, where the contact point of where our feet and the ground are. So the sense that we're grounded, we're moving our energy down, we're grounding, we're anchoring, we're centering ourselves. Because what happens with panic and acute anxiety is that our energy starts going up and we want it to go down. So noticing the contact points, the bottom of your feet, the sensations in your feet, putting your attention there, putting your attention on the back of your legs, even where the contact point is between the leg and the chair, feeling that the chair is supporting you. There's nothing you have to do. It is supporting you. You are supported. Putting your attention in your hands, where your hands meet your lap, and feeling the sensations in your hands, or even your breath. Although I will say, if you're nervous, putting your attention on your breath can sometimes be a problem for people. So these anchoring strategies, these breathing strategies are examples of ways that we can support ourselves when we're starting to get too activated, our nervous system and our stress arousal is starting to go up too much.
So what I think I'm hearing is, so when our stress starts to build, let's say in a testing situation, or we're studying for a test, getting more and more stressed out, if we ignore that stress, it just makes it worse. And what you're suggesting is that what we need to learn to do is listen to it, pay attention to it, and develop active strategies that don't need to be time consuming to start kind of reducing that arousal.
That's right.
Excellent. So if anybody has questions for Dr. Jenny, please punch them into the chat. One of the questions we've gotten so far is, well, can't I just increase my stress tolerance in some way? Is that a possibility? So instead of sort of bringing my stress levels down, can I just get better at handling more stress?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And the answer to that is it depends, So yes, in some ways we can increase our capacity for, like you say, stress arousal, for discomfort. If you're really sensitive to anxiety and you get thrown by it easily, then for certain, a good strategy would be to be with the discomfort of being nervous, of being anxious, of having your I'm not used to having the chat come up. Of having, your temperature rise, your heartbeat faster, and to just allow it to be there, to build that capacity for discomfort can be really important. However, I would also say that oftentimes, when we talk about stress or chronic stress, there might be many things going on in our lives that are contributing to stress. We might be stressed by our jobs, our family, the pandemic, the situation in the Ukraine, the news. I mean, all sorts of things can come at us and can build up that chronic, what we would call chronic stress. So we might sort of be at this high level of stress arousal continuously. And if we're not able to recover, if we're not able to down-regulate our nervous system and it's always up like this, then it doesn't take too much for us to just then go over that stress threshold. And in a high performance situation, that will do it. So if we're already up here, then instead of trying to increase our capacity for more stress, probably what we would want to do is recover, nurture ourselves, so that our stress generally goes down.
So we've got a very kind of pragmatic type A, lot of stuff in people's lives. So pretty much anybody watching here, they're trying to go for top MBA programs. They've got full-time jobs, kind of, fairly early in their careers in most cases. So a lot of folks here aren't working 40 hours, they're working 50 or 60. They're trying to take this test, they're studying, 10, 15, 20 hours a week for it. They've got all those pressures of being young adults, and they whatever the social pressures are, and you've got to do extracurricular stuff to get yourself into business school, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, so we can kind of go down the road of saying like, hey, I want to be more mindful and I want to have less stress in my life and I want to be more present in my life. Well, how do I find time for that if I am insanely, insanely busy and I do crazy things like 24-hour marathon live stream sessions? What are the quick things I can do? So as I study and I'm trying to cram my 2 hours of studying into my evening, how can I make progress with my anxiety if I really can't afford to spend more than, let's say, a few minutes a day on it?
Yeah. So, again, I think the thing with mindfulness is that we are attuning to ourselves. We're attuning to our moment-to-moment experience in the present. And so as we learn to move our attention inward, then we're better able to make a choice. What is needed, in these moments? And sometimes when we start attuning more and more, we recognize that, instead of going out with these friends, maybe what I really need is to go to bed early tonight. Maybe I need to get some more sleep. Maybe I shouldn't drink tonight. Whatever the case is, it could be that, or it could just be a sense that maybe, I have some free time. I have a moment. I'm getting tired. So instead of picking up my phone and like scrolling through social media or the news or something, maybe what I need is to give my eyes a rest, is to move my attention inward, to pause and to take a few deep breaths and to see if I can down regulate. And maybe what I need is more spaciousness. Maybe I need to look outside and look at the trees or walk outside and smell the fresh air and open my senses so I can create more spaciousness in my body. So there's many ways of responding to ourselves, but first we have to attune to ourselves. So if we're not attuning and we're not recognizing what's going on internally, where our mind state is, where our emotional state is, what our physical state is, then it's really hard to know what to do unless we first attune.
I had a great question from a couple folks asking, so when you're suffering from chronic stress, what's the best way to recover from that? Because we're kind of talking about these things that are, part of mindfulness that we might integrate into our daily life. Be conscious of maybe I shouldn't be doom scrolling on the Ukraine news every night. Maybe I should just close my eyes or go do something else or go for a walk. But once your stress gets chronic and you've been stressed out and exhausted for months, what's the best way to deal with that? Do you take a vacation? Is there something where you can kind of make that change en masse, or is it just a matter of kind of a bunch of little moments that you integrate in your life?
And it's different for different people. But there's certainly, if you're already at a state of chronic stress and you're just like right below your stress threshold, then really what it might take is, you might need to take a vacation. You might need to take an entire weekend of resting and, sleeping and eating nutritious foods and going for walks in nature. And you might need that. But the trick, with mindfulness, or the strategy with mindfulness, is that we don't get to that place where we're just right below our stress threshold. So with mindfulness, there are mindfulness moments or mindfulness exercises that we can incorporate throughout our day, which only take, a moment of time. And then there's formal meditation practice, which is the longer sitting, for at least 10 minutes, up to however long you want. And when we do formal meditation practice, typically what we would do is we would be sitting in silence and stillness, and we'd be watching what's going on internally. But these days, a lot of people find that listening to apps, meditation apps, not necessarily mindfulness, but guided meditation, is helpful for them, and they can start to gain a sense of relaxation and down regulation with these apps or videos. There's many videos, teachers online as well.
One of the questions we got kind of early on was sort of this idea that, okay, there are people, so anybody who's watching a live stream for 24 hours straight probably is taking the GMAT super seriously. It's important to you. You're studying a ton. That's most of the people who are watching this kind of thing. And somebody made the comment earlier, and I can point to a lot of examples of that of people I know who kind of went into the test and they didn't really study a lot. They didn't really care. And they really kind of outperformed what their ability levels were. And we've got all these stories about people who are just like, I just took it for practice, or they were done, they applied, and they took it later. Like, I'll just take it one more time for the heck of it, and all of a sudden their score goes up by 50 points. What is that? Why is it that it feels like the harder, it's not true for everybody, that it can feel like the harder you try and the more you care, the worse you do. And then all of us have kind of watched these friends that just kind of, slouch into the test and crush it. Right. Psychologically, how is that possible?
Well, it's a good question. And of course, again, it's different for different people, why that's the case, why that phenomenon happens. But primarily, it's probably because, we would have to look and see what we're telling ourselves. What are our beliefs about this test? What are our thoughts? What are our thought patterns around it? So, for example, when I work with GMAT students sometimes, they put a lot of pressure on themselves. The meaning behind this is so great for them. They've invested so much and the stakes are very high. And so, and even as I'm saying that, I'm thinking, wow, I mean, it's just those thoughts and the thought patterns and the beliefs around how they're holding this test can create anxiety, and it can create this what I call anxiety cycle as well. Because what happens is that these triggers come in, like, I have to do well, my life will be over if I don't do well, I will never get into the right school, my career will not advance, I will disappoint myself, will disappoint everybody else, those type of things. Or it could be something like, I'm not good enough, I have to prove that I'm good enough, this is where I'm going to prove, these sort of thoughts, these kind of negative thoughts will come in as triggers, and that will activate, again, our fear, our sympathetic nervous system, which it starts to create this cycle then of more fear-based thoughts, fear-based actions, which then reinforces that we are in danger, that we are in a threat, and that then our stress goes up even more. So it's again, this cycle.
So how do we break the cycle? So if and I've seen some really kind of interesting comments that are things we hear from our students all the time, people I meet through the forum, that'll say, oh, well, my parents are putting all this pressure on me, or yeah, but if I don't get into a good business school, like, I won't be taking care of, my future family the way I'd like to. I've heard that that phrase dozens of times, right? And so that pressure mounts, they study too much, they don't sleep enough, don't get their exercise, right? We see that feedback cycle all the time. And I know that plenty of people who are watching right now have experienced that. Now, how do you arrest it? So is there a way, is there some sort of wholesale change that you can make to your mindset? So there's the things that can kind of reduce your stress, where you're more mindful in your daily life. But is there a way that we need to change our mindsets? And should we care less about the test? Should we tell ourselves that? Would that help? What else can we do to kind of stop that cycle, that feedback loop of putting more pressure on ourselves, not performing well, feeling worse about ourselves?
Well, so there's a lot of answers to that question. And there might be some investigation about, is that true? Is this belief true? Is it really true? And, potentially to reframe it in a way that is more supportive of oneself, that's more compassionate, that you are doing your very best, you're putting in as much effort as you can put in, and you're going to, perform the best that you can, and, and that's all you can do. So there's many ways of working with it. There can be, if there's some underlying belief about yourself and about who you are, that is something around that you have to be perfect or that you can't fail, or whatever the case is. These are things that are a little bit. I mean, the GMAT is kind of the symbol here, but it's a little bit of a bigger problem probably that you're experiencing in other parts of your life as well, that you might want to investigate more, either just through your own sort of discovery, or maybe with the help of a therapist or something like that. But having said that, just working with the thoughts, working with these core beliefs is hard to do. So going back again, if we can't work with the beliefs, or we're not going to change the beliefs or the thought patterns, or we don't know how to change that, we don't know how to do that on our own, we're not going to go into therapy, we don't have time, whatever the case is, we can again go back to our body. So again, if we're having these thoughts, these thought patterns, we can recognize, first of all, that we're having these thought patterns, these beliefs of what we're telling ourselves, and notice, how does that manifest in our body when we tell ourselves, I have to perform, I have to get this score. If I don't get this score, this is going to happen, this catastrophe. What happens internally? How do we feel? What are the signals that our body gives us when we have that thought? So if we start to recognize how our body is reacting to these pressure thoughts and beliefs, then we can, in some ways, instead work with the body. Okay, well, I'm starting to contract. I notice that I get a lump in my throat. I'm feeling tightness in my chest. So let's see, I wonder, so maybe now what I can do is some progressive muscle relaxation. I can see if I can relax and soften the areas around my throat. See if I can soften the areas around my eyes. My jaw's feeling really tight. Maybe I can soften the areas in my mouth or my jaw, my lips. See if I can bring some softness, some spaciousness, some relaxation in my body. And oftentimes just working with the body will then affect our mind.
And I had a great question earlier. Can exercise work as a form of mindfulness? Like, as you really focus on the exercises you're doing? I've had people bring up yoga specifically, but also had somebody, I think, mentioned weight training and just kind of the things we think of as sort of normal, quote unquote, gym exercise. Can that be part of your mindfulness practice to bring you back in your body and help alleviate that stress?
Absolutely. I mean, mindfulness, you can practice mindfulness at any moment in time, and certainly any sort of movement. You can practice mindfulness. For example, if you were to go on a mindfulness retreat, you would probably experience mindful walking. So just noticing the sensations of movement and feeling your feet against the earth. Also, if you go outside and you exercise outside, then what I encourage people to do is to open their senses. So what we tend to do is like, okay, we got to go for a walk. Okay, we've got half an hour. It's time. Let's go. We go out, power walk, get our exercise in. And that's fine. That's good. That can be really good. If what you really need, though, is more spaciousness and more relaxation, then I encourage people to really open your senses when you're outside. So really see what's going on. See the light in the trees as the light's coming through. Smell. What do you smell? Can you smell the flowers? And it's spring here in the United States. Can you smell the trees and the grass? And open your ears and hear the birds. Maybe you hear children laughing. Feel the wind, the touch against your skin.
Wait, Jenny, so you're saying that I should leave this room sometimes? I had a good question pop up from Debsy, who's making all kinds of really kind of interesting and cool and insightful comments and bits of advice here. What about daily affirmations? And then we had kind of a follow-up to that from Vubar, which I thought was cool. Part of his journaling. So can you talk about those things? Again, what I think is helpful is, are there certain things you'd like to see people doing every day, or things that people can think about integrating like that, where it's like, no, I'm going to sit down for, I don't know, a minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, do affirmations, do journaling. Can you talk more about those sorts of tools and whether you think they sort of help with the mindfulness and the stress responses?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Journaling, affirmations, not everybody loves to write or to journal. Affirmations don't work for everybody. But if it works for you, if you find it really helpful to have an affirmation, one thing that people sometimes do is when they're meditating or when they're in stillness, if there's a phrase that really resonates with them and that creates spaciousness or creates confidence or creates whatever the case is that you might practice breathing in as you breathe in, watching your breath and breathing in that affirmation, and then breathing out what you don't want, which would be negative thoughts or like negative future fantasies or whatever catastrophes are going to happen. And then breathing in that affirmation or that positive thought.
One other question we had. So can anxiety ever be good? So
Yes.
We had somebody who weighed in earlier and said, yeah, I was more nervous for my third test and it went better. So when is anxiety good or stress good?
That's a good question. So yeah, anxiety to some degree is good in a high performance situation. So there's what's called the optimal stress level. And if you think about just stress, like down here, you're asleep. Okay. You're totally relaxed. You're at the beach. You're practically asleep. Can you see this? And then slowly your anxiety comes. Can you get that? And then probably somewhere right in the middle, this is your stress threshold, is kind of where you want to be when you're taking the GMAT. Because what happens, again, to keep going back to this neurophysiology of anxiety, is that when we activate our sympathetic nervous system, things start to contract, right? And our energies start to come in so that we can focus, right? We're getting ready to activate to whatever's happening. Like in our brain, we're thinking there's something we need to fight or flee, but really we're just gathering our focus, right? So having some level of activation is important. We don't want to be taking the test when we're so relaxed that we're like almost asleep or, like we just came from the beach or something. We want to have some degree of nervousness and anxiety for sure.
Interesting question from Domenico, my long-lost Italian brother. How could we use this to help other people or students in our community at large? Does being more mindful and kind of practicing mindfulness, do you think that helps people to connect better with other people?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. So mindfulness. So mindfulness it's about attuning to ourselves and our thought, like I said, our body, our thoughts, our feelings, but it's also about attuning to those around us and the world, the environment around us, and having a skillful, effective, nurturing response to others and to the environment as well as to ourselves. So absolutely. And if we're more attuned to ourselves, if you think about if you're in a conflict with somebody and if you've ever had the moment where instead of just reacting, that you paused and you maybe just took a few deep breaths and then responded, rather than just immediately, automatically, habitually said whatever was on your mind, or just tried to relieve the discomfort that was inside of you because you were uncomfortable with what this person was saying to you. But you allowed yourself to be in the discomfort, to pause, to notice what was going on internally. And then when you got yourself down regulated to a certain level, then you can respond in a skillful way, effective way.
So it's mindfulness as tools for self-regulation in all contexts. The test taking is one of them, obviously, the one that we're all concerned with here. But I think it's that in general, if that can give you that moment to pause and be thoughtful about what you're doing, it makes everything in your life better.
That's right. Yes. And so the pause, it's the sacred pause, is really what we often refer to it as just that moment. There's sometimes doctors will go through trainings, mindfulness training. And one of the things that I've learned that's often taught for doctors is that of taking a moment of mindfulness, of pausing before they open the door into the room where the patient is. So instead of just keep rushing around like they do and opening doors and so forth, is that transition into the room, it's a pause, it's an inward reflection, it's a taking a deep breath, centering oneself, and then going in.
Okay, these questions are starting to get juicy. So I like this because this is something that comes up a ton. How to remove the fear of the unknown. And that can mean a lot of things, and I'm not quite sure what you meant by that, Abhishek. But that's a thing that's really common, right? It's like, I'm afraid of what will happen behind that door. What can you do about that?
Yeah. Well, again, anytime you're talking about a fear of the unknown, a fear of anything, maybe you're afraid of heights, maybe whatever the case is the more that we are familiar with our triggers, and how our body and mind react to these triggers of stress, of danger, of threat, of which could be for some people the unknown, which is for many people the unknown to some degree. So the more that we can be familiar with the triggers, then we can sometimes in some ways prepare ourselves for what's going to happen. Right. So the unknown is kind of big. I mean, we could be talking about death. We could be talking about the unknown of how you're going to perform on this GMAT test. But regardless, it's becoming comfortable with what's going on internally whenever we're faced with a situation that is maybe novel or that is unknown, is that the more that we can build the capacity to be with discomfort, and if discomfort is the unknown, can we allow ourselves to be in the discomfort, in the unknown, without having to resist it, to avoid it, to flee it, or to get caught up in it and start perseverating? Oh my gosh, what's going to happen now? Okay, let me think about the 30,000 different scenarios that could actually happen, and just start obsessing and obsessing and obsessing and obsessing and trying to control the unknown. So instead of controlling it or resisting it, let's see, can we just be with this discomfort? Can we allow it to be here? And the more that we practice that, again, this is all just about practice. I mean, we're talking a lot of conceptual ideas here, but it all comes down to practice. The more we practice with being in the unknown, the more we gain confidence in ourselves to be able to handle situations that we're not prepared for.
And I think that's a perfect segue to another question from Vubar. And apologies for any mispronunciations, everybody. How often would you recommend practicing mindfulness? So is that something you're trying to build into everything? So you're doing dishes. So we talked about things like exercise, where it's fairly obvious to see how you might exercise, again, even if it's not yoga or something we associate with mindfulness, that you could say do weight training or walk in a way that's mindful. But what about things like doing dishes, or as you're just answering GMAT questions, these things in daily life? Like, how do you integrate that? And how often is good? What's the dosage? So the questions we get all the time: how much should I study? How much should I do this? Busy people. How much mindfulness should you be doing? Is it something where once an hour you should be doing something? Is it reminding yourself several times a day? What would you recommend?
Well, as often as you can. But to be honest and to be practical is that, when people are starting out with mindfulness meditation or mindfulness exercises, is that usually you have to schedule it. Because if when I tell people, like, what I want you to do for homework is to do one formal meditation in the morning or somewhere during the day, in the evening, of at least 10 minutes, and then throughout the day to do X, Y, and Z mindfulness exercises, nobody will remember to do that, or they'll kind of remember or do some of it. So you have to schedule it on your phone or on your device or whatever, or however you schedule. Most people schedule things on their phone. Sometimes people have, these little reminders, these little dings or whatever, and it's like ding every hour. Oh, pause. Okay, pause, take a deep breath, bring my attention inward, do some progressive muscle relaxation, see if I can soften the areas of my body. Notice my breath. Just watch my breath for 3 breaths. So everybody, right now, just if you're comfortable, close your eyes. And if not, you can cast your gaze downward and just in stillness and silence, just notice your breath for 3 breaths. That's it. And then as you transition out of that moment, seeing if you can just kind of slowly transition and keep some awareness in your body, some internal. So whatever the case is, whatever sort of mindfulness exercise you're doing, it only takes a moment. And if you do it consistently throughout the day, it'll become a habit.
And one of the next questions I was about to put up is, how do you stick with mindfulness, even if the benefits start to stick to it? And I think you just answered that, where it's making a point of having that practice deliberately some amount of the time until you start to build that habit.
That's right. I forget what there's research on how long it takes before something becomes a habit, and it's just lost my mind. I think. Do you know what it is, Charles?
No, and I want to say, like, my boss's name, Charles Duhigg, I think wrote a book about it and kind of got into summarizes some of that research on it. And it's a disturbing number, I think, for most of us, right?
Yeah, it's right. But if, of course, if you're just doing this for the GMAT and then this is all you care about, then probably what I would recommend is focusing on mindfulness exercises, mindfulness practices to regulate your nervous system and to stick with mindfulness of the body. It's the first foundation of mindfulness. And honestly, it's the most effective, in my opinion, of working with anxiety. So really focusing on bringing your attention into your body, taking these deep breaths, relaxing, these type of things. If you're interested in generalizing mindfulness to other parts of your life as well, and you have more time and you want that, then it's definitely worth it to invest in a book. Introduction to Mindfulness books, which I unfortunately don't have just with me right now. I didn't think to put them up in the chat or anything, but there's all sorts of introduction to mindfulness books that I recommend with different exercises, or get a mindfulness coach. There's also all sorts of content out there. You can just Google anything and you can learn mindfulness exercises and practices and strategies and concepts and so forth. And then schedule it. Schedule it regularly and see what resonates with you and work with what resonates.
I love this question from Whitney. For people who identify with the faith, what's your advice on incorporating faith into mindfulness? And part of what I find really fascinating about this question is I personally, I think of faith as, in a way, a form of mindfulness. But I don't know if you have any thoughts on kind of how to incorporate faith into that mindfulness and how to blend them more.
Well, many faiths, in fact, I think probably most faiths, have mindfulness exercises that are incorporated into the faiths. I know for certain Buddhism does, because this is where mindfulness came from, is Buddhism. Also, Christianity has different parts of Christianity has ways of working with mindfulness. So does the Jewish tradition, Islam. Really, all faith traditions utilize mindfulness, or contemplation is probably the word that's used more often. And I mean, that's kind of a big question. There's many ways of working with faith. It's kind of too general, I think, to really answer that. But I would encourage, you to look at your faith and to ask, ask that type of question of what sort of contemplative or mindful exercises or meditations might you use to incorporate your faith. I don't know if that was.
No, that's perfect. And Whitney, if that didn't answer your question, feel free to put in a follow-up, and we'll toss that back in. This is a big one, and Tommy, lots of respect for asking this, because this is something that we see all the time. How do we overcome obsession with negative thoughts? Tons of students have it. It's something we see every day. It's like they kind of go down that road of, well, if I don't do well, then my parents will hate me, and if my parents hate me, I'm not going to get a good business school, and et cetera, right? It's really, really easy to get caught in that loop. How do you beat it? How do you overcome it?
So again, this is a really hard question for me to answer in a short time. It's hard for me to kind of give a soundbite on this because, as a psychologist and as a therapist, how do we overcome obsessions with negative thoughts is kind of a bigger question, because there's a lot that's probably going on. How did these negative thoughts begin? Why do we have these negative thoughts? How are these negative thoughts serving us? And even kind of trying to break it down a little bit more and see, like, are these negative thoughts serving us? If they are, how do they serve us? Where did they originate from? Are these thoughts that I want to continue? An antidote to any sort of judgment, self-criticism is self-compassion. And so seeing if we can be mindful of what it is, first of all, we're telling ourselves, what sort of judgment, I shouldn't, this is wrong, this is bad, this is good, like black and white thinking, and noticing how many times we are using this kind of language on ourselves, and seeing if we can reframe it, or seeing if we can bring a sense of compassion and kindness to ourselves. And, the limitations that we all have for being humans, as well as the suffering that we all have to endure, just being alive. So just seeing if we can bring in some softness and some compassion and kindness, and reframing these black and white judgments, should, shouldn't, good, bad, right, wrong, into something that's actually more evolved, quite honestly, into like, well, I'm going to try my best, I'm going to effort as much as I can, and I'm going to, be kind towards myself, however you would want somebody to treat you is honestly how you should be treating yourself.
And we're starting to get to the top of the hour here. Two last questions that I think are really kind of these brass tacks, pragmatic kind of things. I really like this one. So thinking about anxiety, like, what are the things that we shouldn't be doing? What are the things that make anxiety worse? We've been kind of talking about a lot of the, kind of the psychological roots, right? Like maybe I've got a lot of kind of self-doubt, or I feel pressure from my family, or I start having negative thoughts. There's ways to take ourselves and our body to make it better. But what are the things that we might not think about that we shouldn't be doing? So exercise, we actually brought a personal trainer on a few hours ago. Exercise, I think, makes it better in general, within reason. I suppose you could torture yourself. What about caffeine? What about other things that we do that we kind of just are part of daily life we don't think about, that make our stress work, elevate our cortisol? Are there things that we should be thinking of consciously to avoid doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. So caffeine is a stimulant, and anxiety is a stimulant. So if you're already hyped up and you're anxious and your adrenaline is going, and there's too much adrenaline being produced, and then you pour a bunch of caffeine on that, then you're now kind of in some ways overtaxing your adrenaline system, and you are making your body sort of compensate in some ways, and it can become harder to then kind of regulate, which isn't true for everybody, honestly. I mean, as I'm saying that, I'm recognizing that everybody has different physiology. And for some people, caffeine actually helps them to relax. But in general, it can heighten people up. Yeah. So again, if it's sort of common sense, if scrolling through the news makes you anxious and you're already anxious and stressed, then don't do it. You know, if talking to somebody who, a family member or a friend or a coworker or something who continually adds stress and negativity into your life, then see if you can maybe try to at least notice the triggers. If you can't avoid the person, see if you can say, okay, this person adds stress into my life. I'm going into a conversation with them. Just first of all, prepare yourself. This is a trigger for me, right? So there's some practical things we can do, but again, it all comes back to a tuning in. What are these triggers for us? What are the triggers? What are the things that we notice amp us up, makes us more anxious, makes us more upset? And then either avoiding those or lessening those, or at least going into the situation with mindful intention. My intention is to remain calm. My intention is to keep my focus in my body, to keep myself grounded, whatever the case may be.
So probably our last question of the hour. So Evan's one of the guys here at GMAT Club, does a lot of debriefs with students that have gotten good scores and goes and interviews them on YouTube here. Question that comes up quite a bit is, how would you handle stress during the test in the middle of the section? How do you not allow yourself to spin out of control? One of the things we talk about quite a bit with our students is reset routines. I have a great story about one of our tutors. This guy's been doing this for 16, 17 years. Went and took the test a couple years back, freaked out, couldn't make any sense of the reading comprehension passage. He's one of the best writers I know. And he physically pushed himself back from the table, closed his eyes, took 3 deep breaths, and then brought himself back in. That's what works for him. Can you say more about what those options are? And remembering, everyone's under time pressure, right? You've got about an hour for the key sections on this test. You can't take 3 minutes. What are the things we can do in 30 seconds, maybe 60 seconds, 20 seconds, that can help stop us from spinning out of control in the middle of the exam?
So what I recommend is so what he did essentially was he shut off the external around him, and he brought himself into another space, another situation. And so that's in essence what I'm suggesting, is that instead of bringing your attention out, is bringing your attention in. So notice, like if you're blanking out and you can't even read what's in front of you, you need to stop. Just stop, pause, the sacred pause, bring your attention in, close your eyes, take a couple breaths, feel your heart, see if you can get your heart rate down just a little bit with these deep breaths, deep 4-count breaths. Pause. Okay, I'm starting to come down. Okay, now I can maybe open my eyes and see if I can focus. If I can't focus still, then you're going to have to go back into your body. I mean, it's not going to help you to sit there and like tell yourself focus, fight the right. You've got to do something. So bringing your attention. That's why I think for me, what was helpful when I had to take my license, I had to take a couple licensing tests, is I would just quickly check in with myself throughout the test. Where am I? Where am I? How's my heart? Where's my heart? Just kind of doing a few deep breaths. And it only takes a couple seconds to do that.
Excellent. All right. So Jenny, where do people find you? Tell us a little bit about what you do and what coaching looks like. If somebody wants to get better at mindfulness, help reduce their anxiety, give us a quick snapshot of what that process typically looks like, and where can people find you if they want to reach out?
Yeah, so you can find me. You can email me. My website is www.jennyforemanphd.com, and you can email me on my website, or you can email me at, should I write this in the chat or should I?
I think Evan's put it in there. So
Is it in there? Okay.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. So we'll repost it.
So the mindfulness sessions for people that I work with at GMAT range. I've worked with people at GMAT for 1 session. I've worked with people who come from GMAT for 10 sessions who've wanted to really integrate mindfulness into their lives. And the way that the mindfulness sessions work is that I try to work with specifically what you're interested in. So as you've been hearing all these questions and ways that anxiety manifests in different people and ways they're struggling with it, sometimes it's panic in the test, sometimes it's negative thought patterns, sometimes it's problems focusing, whatever the case is. I try to work specifically with the area of need, and I structure the session so they're very structured. It's not this kind of free form as we're doing now. There's a talk on mindfulness of whatever it is you're interested in, a bit of a talk, and then exercises and practices that we do together, questions and answers, and then homework, very specific homework. And I provide a summary of what we've talked about and the homework, and then checking in throughout the week as well is, I think, important part of it. And I also can provide resources, other resources, books and videos and other things as well. So yeah, I try to tailor the sessions very specifically to people and what it is their challenges and what their time constraints are in terms of when they're taking the test, as well as their financial resources and all sorts of things. So I just try to work individually.
Outstanding. Jenny, thank you so much for doing this with us.
Thank you.
This is so much more fun than what we're going to do next, which is a bunch more number properties and remainders and divisibility. So thank you so much for the breath of fresh air for an hour. Anybody wants to get in touch, you can do through Jenny's website. You can also contact me anytime. I'll put you in touch with her. Before I wrap up this hour, I even think I mentioned this is another sponsored hour. MBA Mission, been absolutely wonderful through this whole fundraiser. Had a ton of people, so both the individual consultants and the company itself going to bat for us. So thank you guys so much for being a friend of Ukraine. Jeremy, come to Denver. I'll get you good Eastern European food. Jenny, you too. Bring your friend Sonia. She's pretty cool. All right. Thank you so much, Jenny. And we've survived 10 hours of the marathon. We'll see you at the next one. Thank you, Jenny. All right, Charles with GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 11 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon, raising money for Ukrainian refugee charities. So this is another quant block. We're going to do remainders and divisibility. Again, my job here is to give you the best quant content we possibly can. If you're watching this down the road, Ukraine is no longer in the news, and you find this valuable, you would have paid for a course for this kind of content, whatever it's worth to you. Please find a charity you like, donate to them, let us know about it if you're really excited about it. Okay, so we're going to lead off with another 10-minute quiz, 5 questions on remainders and divisibility. These are going to be mostly kind of foundational. There'll be a Google form that should be up in the comments already. So if you're watching this live, punch in your answer. It's going to get about 2 minutes per question, and then we'll see how you guys do and go from there. Thank you so much. See you guys in about 10 minutes. is divided by 10. So I'll give you guys another just moment or two here. Let me pull over to my slides, which I hopefully are not having the same problem. So if you're watching this live, again, part of the experiment we're doing here today, want to get these quizzes in so I can kind of see what people are struggling with, because a lot of the time what we're reacting to in these sessions is the folks who happen to be vocal in the chat. What I'd rather do instead is get some real data. So this very last question here is, why isn't this showing up? I think we're having a little glitch here. There it is. So this is, what is the remainder when 3 to the 37th is divided by 10? So I'm gonna leave this on the screen for another minute or so. So go ahead and punch your answer to that Google form so I can get some data, and then we will clean up whatever carnage there is once I have the data. Thank you, guys. And if you're stuck, go ahead and just guess, because even that is useful information. Okay, go ahead and punch your answers in. If you're stuck, just hit something in there so I can get the data from the rest of them. All right. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. I don't have a ton of responses in there, but it's interesting as I kind of see the later responses coming in, you know, sort of the accuracies going down. So I think some of these things that kind of look foundational to us, I think are causing some trouble. So we'll rifle through these pretty quickly. It's not horrendous numbers. I'm getting about a third of folks are getting the kind of the first 4 questions wrong. So I'll hammer through those fairly quickly, then we'll get to some richer ones. A little bit of preface here. So number properties, divisibility, remainders, pretty broad topic. So when we talk about number properties, that can mean a ton of different things. Different test prep companies are going to kind of define that in different ways. None of those ways are necessarily wrong, right? We can, you know, some people kind of call exponents and roots maybe part of number properties. Here, I'm just going to focus on kind of the things where we're dealing with divisibility, multiples, factors, all that kind of stuff, remainders. And there's a bunch of things I'm trying to get at. One is the word soup. So when you see things like, you know, divisor or multiple, and the phrasing is a little bit inverted from what you expect, can you fight your way through it? So that's thing one, is just getting accustomed to the phrasing, getting good at translating it. Second, one of the things we're going to talk about here is sort of least common multiple, and just getting the basics down very, very quickly. And I'm going to spend a ton of time on it. But then how does that manifest? There's a whole family of questions where they kind of take the concept of least common multiple, do funny things with it, disguise it in funny ways. So we're going to play with that a little bit. More broadly, remainders, divisibility. Sometimes these questions feel like you're nailing gel over the wall. And basically, the overall tactic is, if there's a way you can be systematic with it and turn it into something that sort of looks like algebra or can be manipulated, I kind of call it quasi-algebra sometimes, by all means do it. But a lot of these number properties questions, remainders in particular, really it's just about pattern recognition. And I joke about doing things the dumb guy way. And sometimes all I want you to do is just find the pattern, see what's going on there, and that's really it, and just follow that along until you get somewhere. So sometimes that intuition is a lot stronger than the mechanics. So those are going to be the broad themes over the next 45 minutes to an hour. And again, I'm going to try to rifle these foundations really, really quickly. My goal is to kind of get at the things that people tend to do wrong at any level, whether you're, you know, intermediate, advanced, beginner. If you want more of the foundations, come see us on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel. Harry did a great job with the basic number properties. Go see him over there. Did 2 videos worth, so, you know, 2.5 hours of kind of everything from soup to nuts on remainders and divisibility. I'm going to cover it about an hour here. So I'm going to cut some corners. And also, I'm in hour number 11. I'm a little groggy. So least common multiple of 40, 45, and 48. There's a lot of gimmicks out there for least common multiples, you know, where you create little boxes or create Venn diagrams. All those are fine. A lot of them don't work very well as soon as we get 3 things. So very basic question here with just 3 numbers. But I just want you to think just a little bit more kind of in a little bit of a purer way about, well, what are we doing when we think about a least common multiple? What is it really? I'm going to prime factorize these real quick. I think this is 2 to the third times 5, 3 squared times 5. Somebody please yell at me if I'm making a mistake. 2 to the fourth times 3. Now, what we're looking for is a number that is a multiple of all three of these things. We could just multiply. That gives you a number that is a multiple of all three. We want the smallest one. That's not necessarily going to be the product. So what I would do here is say, okay, I'm going to take any of these numbers, doesn't really matter which one, and say, well, this least common multiple thing has to be a multiple of 40, which means it has to have all of the prime factors of 40. So 2 to the third times 5 is the starting point. And now all I'm going to do is I'm going to walk my way through all the numbers. You can give me 6 numbers, and it really doesn't make it any harder. And I'm just going to say, all right, so this thing's a multiple of 40. Now, if I want it to be a multiple of 45 as well, what am I missing? I've already got the 5 in there. What do I need? I need the 9. I need those 2 3s. So times 3 squared. So this thing now must be a multiple of 40 and 45. And essentially the concept here is I'm eliminating the redundant extra prime factor I don't need. Okay, I got this guy left, got the 48. What am I missing? I already got the 3. I got 3 of the 2s. I already got 2 to the third here. I just need one more 2, and that's it. I can multiply those out. So let's see, 40 times 9, that gives me 360 times 2, 720. So your answer is E. Very quickly, next question. Again, getting about, let's see, let me check the stats here. Yeah, getting some struggles here, getting about 40% incorrect on this. So this is striking a nerve. Bunch of components to this question about remainders. The biggest one is just how do you think about a remainder? If I were to ask you, so we've got the integers from 0 to 50 inclusive. Well, if I asked you how many multiples of 3 there are, maybe you'd struggle, maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you could look at this and go, well, this is 51 integers. 51 consecutive integers. Well, 3 of them have to be multiples of, or sorry, every third number is a multiple of 3. That's a fatigue setting in. So I divide this by 3, 17 have to be multiples of 3. Really same idea here. When they have a remainder of 1 when divided by 3, think about what that series of numbers looks like. So numbers that give you a remainder of 1 when you divide by 3. So if you take 4 would be an obvious one divided by 3, remainder of 1. 7 gives you a multiple of 1 when you divide it by 3, and so on. 1 is going to do the job too. If you take 1, you divide it by 3, you get 0 with the remainder of 1. So really what I'm looking for here, it's every third number as I go through from 1 all the way up to, and you can probably figure out what that is. So it's going to be, you can do it a bunch of different ways here. We're adding on every 3. I'm having a little bit of a brain glitch here. I think 49 is going to be your last one. Is that correct? Yes. So how many numbers are there from 1 to 49 if we're taking every third number here? It's going to be 17 of them. And there you go. Answer to this guy is C. And again, we'll get into more of that remainder patterning in just a moment. Question number 3, official guide question. Again, 40% incorrect here as well. So I'm seeing some struggles. Let me toss this one on the board real quick. All right, so here's the question again. Worker carries jugs of liquid soap from production line to a packing area carrying 4 jugs per trip. If the jugs are packed, I'm sorry, I'm starting to slur. That's the fatigue. Jugs are packed into cartons that hold 7 jugs each. How many jugs are needed to fill the last partially filled carton after the worker has made 10 trips? Okay, so 4 jugs per trip. We've got cartons that hold 7 each. And we're taking 17 trips. Math is easy enough here, right? So 17 times 4, so 34, 68 total jugs packed. And now we're going to have some partially filled partially filled carton at the end. If each of the cartons hold 7 jugs each, so 70 jugs would be in 10 cartons. So after we're done taking 4 away, or bringing 4 in 17 times, we got 2 spaces left. That's it. I don't know what happens here with most people. I think some people kind of invert it, and they do some funny thing where they say, okay, I'm going to take the 68 divided by 7, and then they get that remainder and they stop there. That's one of the mistakes I'm seeing. I'm not quite sure what's going on with everybody else, but that's all it is. It's really a remainder question. Just instead of it being sort of framed in remainder language, it's intuitive, right? It's kind of brought into the world of just crunch through these numbers, you're okay. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Seen a lot of errors on it. Not sure how much of it is kind of getting twisted in the language, getting twisted in the translation, maybe making a careless error somewhere. But seeing quite a few struggles there, which I think is interesting. Question number 4. Toss that one back on the board here real quick too. So least possible value of x plus y plus z. So one of the themes that I teased at the beginning here is it's least common multiple. It's that concept recycled, and about half the live crowd missed this one. So what has to be true here? These guys are positive integers. 3x equals 4y equals 7z. So feels a little bit like doing a least common multiple problem. This thing has to be a multiple of 7, right? This thing has to be a multiple of 4. This thing has to be a multiple of 3. Now, if that's true, so does everything else, right? So if this is a multiple of 7, this has to be a multiple of 7 or else it makes no sense. If we leave this out for a second, bare minimum, y has to be 7 and z has to be 4 if these are positive integers. There's no other way for it to be true unless z is a multiple of 4 and y is a multiple of 7. Same thing is true as you extend it out. Each of these terms has to be a multiple of 3, 4, and 7. So at bare minimum, 3x would have to be equal to whatever this product is, 12 times 7, 84. And then we can kind of take it from there. So least possible value of x plus y plus z, we can kind of rotate that around and get there. So 3x equals 84, 4y equals 84, 7z equals 84. I won't do the arithmetic from here, but that's basically it. Okay, last one. How'd we do on this one? Perfect, you guys nailed it. For anybody watching who hasn't seen this kind of question before, the remainder when, and I'm going to go through it pretty quickly, 3 to the 37th is divided by 10. Obviously, all we're asking for there is the units digit. So take any number, divide it by 10, what's the remainder? It's just going to be that units digit. So same phrasing of the question you see pretty commonly. What's the units digit of 3 to the 37th? Same exact question. So how does that work? Well, 3 to the 1st is 3. That's a units digit. 3 squared, units digit's 9. To the 3rd, it's 7. 3 to the 4th, 7 times 3 gives me a 1. 3 to the 5th, units digit is 3 again, because 1 times 3 gives me another 3. 3 times 3 again. And now hopefully you're noticing that this pattern is just going to repeat forever. Since it repeats every 4th, 3 to the 37th, so 3 to the 36th, multiple of 4, we're going to land back on 1. So 3 to the 37th, we're just going to land back on 3. So not uncommon. I think people are drilling this. I think a lot of the test prep companies out there, I mean, Target Test Prep, I think, does a really nice job with this, Manhattan, all those guys. So I think people are pretty comfortable with it. Again, if you need more of these foundations, come watch Harry's video over on the GMAT Ninja channel. All right, let's get into some harder stuff here. Or we'll see if it's harder. This next one's a little bit of word soup. And yeah, there was a problem with the slide, guys, on that. On number 5, it should have been 3 to the 37th, not 337. Okay, no typos here. This one's good. Have at it, and once you have an answer, please pop it in the chat. Oh, this is juicy. Getting all the answers. Lots of disagreement. Give you guys another 30 seconds or so. If you're struggling, please let us know that too. The more feedback, the better we can make this. This is great. Really enjoying the live chat. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating. Makes my day, especially now we're number 11. Need the energy, and glad we struck a nerve here with a lot of disagreement. Okay, a lot of number properties questions. These remainder not remainder, divisibility, factor, multiple questions. It's pulling that word soup apart, making some sense of it, turning it into something concrete for yourself. Whatever it takes to visualize it, give you something that you can hold on to give you some intuition. X is a two-digit odd integer. Okay, lots of little modifiers there. Note to self, don't forget about those. I'm not quite sure where it's taken me right now, but okay, fine. Noted. There's a lot of stuff there to pay attention to. What's the value of X? Okay, two-digit odd integer. Lots of those around. X is a multiple of 5. This is the one thing I don't think anybody in the group got tripped up on. X multiple 5, we got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and so on. Hey guys, don't be afraid to visualize it. Sometimes that's what helps you get the intuition. How long did it take me? No time at all. Not a bad thing to do if you need it. Obviously here we got tons of options, even with all these modifiers, 2 digits. So it's not 5, odd, not 10, not 20. Obviously tons and tons of things there. Doesn't hurt to write it out. How long did that take me? An extra 15 seconds to be sure. Go ahead and take that time if you need it. But pretty obviously not sufficient. Can cross out A and D. Now the party begins. 30 is a multiple of X. Uncomfortable, right? This just doesn't feel right. That's not how we talk. 30 is a multiple of X. We say X is a multiple of 30. This is the inverse. So what does that mean? I think the easiest way to think of this, again, you're doing whatever you can on number properties, on the ones that challenge you. You're doing everything you can to try to turn into something intuitive, something you can get your head around. So 30 is a multiple of X. What if I try to reframe this as something is a factor of something? Would that help me? So if 30 is a multiple of X, that I can kind of flip this statement around, right? So X is a factor of 30, right? So if 30 is a multiple of X, that means X is a factor of 30. Fair enough. Now, what does that tell me about X? I think what I want to know is, hey, what are all the possible values of X? I'm going to ignore all this stuff for now. It's just going to hurt my head. X is a factor of 30. So what are all the possible factors of 30? Now, that's a good skill in and of itself. There's plenty of questions where it's good for you to be able to get all the factors. I didn't say prime factors. A mistake you can make here is to say, well, okay, I'm going to prime factorize this. I get, 2 times 3 times 5. Well, that's nice, but I did not get all the factors. I got the prime factors. Sounds really silly, but those little tweaks of language can totally change your day on something like this. I want all the factors. How can I do that and be systematic? I'm going to start with 1 in itself, work my way down the line. So obviously 1 in 30. I'm just going to keep going up incrementally. Nothing fancy here. So the subtitle on this video, sometimes the dumb way is the smart way. Yeah, there can't be that many factors, right? Let me just walk it up and make sure I got everything. It's not going to take me that long. 2, 15, does 3 go in? Sure. Does 4 go in? No. Does 5 go in? Sure. And now that I'm at 5 and 6, they're just going to start repeating. So 6 and 5, and then it's just the same factors over and over. 2-digit odd integer. So 2 digits, so not these guys. Odd, not these guys. X has to be 15. That's the only factor here of 30. That is 2 digits and odd, and B is your answer. Fun times. Okay. Next one, this one's a little more mechanical. So now we're going to kind of get into the chunk where we're talking about how do you kind of take the language and turn it into something nice and fairly concrete that you can translate and manipulate a little bit. I think this one is gentler, and I'm sorry, there's been a problem with these slides. For whatever reason, the exponents aren't coming up right. So this should be 6 raised to the n power at the end. So what's the smallest? Sorry, you guys can't see that yet. My bad. This question, what's the smallest positive integer n for which 288 is a factor of 6 raised to the n? So it is not 6n, it's 6 raised to the n. Go ahead and give you guys a couple minutes on this. And again, apologies for some of the formatting issues here. Okay. All right, real quick, I'm going to answer a question. I'm going to stay on the slide presentation for just a second before I reload it. So here, some of you guys very astutely caught, there's actually another mistake in here. Technically, you're correct that this should say 2-digit positive odd integer, and that's an oversight on our part in writing this question. Technically speaking, if we're talking about factors of 30, let's say, negative factors are included in that. The GMAT's always going to be really good about specifying that. That was absolutely our intent, and apologies for the error here. That was an omission on our part and just leaving a modifier out. That should say 2-digit positive odd integer. So apologies for that one. And yes, we are dealing with some issues with rendering on the exponents on the deck. So I'm going to reload that, and it sounds like Buñuel has caught all those mistakes. I heard that he's also caught Bigfoot. You never know with Buñuel. He's amazing. All right. So we're going to come back to this guy. Again, this is supposed to say 288 is a factor of 6 raised to the n power. I'm going to bring us back to the board, reload that deck. Okay. So smallest positive integer n. For which 288 is a factor of 6 to the n. So the key here is that nice translation. So whenever you get the opportunity anywhere on the GMAT, really, it's a lot of what we talked about in kind of the scary word problems and crazy symbols, like when you can translate directly, do it. Percents, I'd make the same argument. Number properties, again, for me, it always kind of feels like nailing jello to the wall. I want you to take this and see what you can do with that last chunk in particular. Can you turn that into something you manipulate? 288 is a factor of 6 to the n. Think about which one of these is likely to be larger. Is it 288 or is it 6 to the n? So if 288 is the factor, 6 to the n is the multiple, 6 to the n is the bigger number, right? So if that's the case, so 288 factor of 6 to the n, 6 to the n is a bigger number. This thing has to be an integer. Okay. So if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and prime factorize this and hope something emerges that gives me a little bit of intuition. So 6 to the n, I can break that up into 3 to the n times 2 to the n. And I can take this denominator. I'm not real happy with it, to be honest, but prime factorize that. I get 2, 144. If I'm not mistaken, that's 12 times 12. So 2 squared times 3, 2 squared times 3 again. Very, very likely at this hour, I'm going to make some funny mistakes. So we've got 2 to the 5th times 3 squared, I believe. Now again, this thing has to be an integer. And we're looking for the smallest value of n that makes this an integer. So what do we need? Well, what happens if n is 2? So I think that's the answer I saw some people picking in the live group. So if n is 2, this is not an integer, because then 2 to the n's not canceling the 2 to the 5th down there. We don't have an integer. What do we need it to be? At least 5. If it's a 5, that whole denominator cancels out if n is 5, and we've got an integer. So your answer here is 5, and that is answer choice D. Okay. So my point here is, if you've got the opportunity to be nice and mechanical and methodical, take it. You always have that chance in every number properties question. This one you do. Now I'm going to give you one that is a Buñuel special. And hopefully the deck is reloaded properly. Looks good. Nope, still having the issues there. So this needs to be raised to the n. Yeah, something funny still happening there, but that's all right. Okay. So bear with us here, guys. This is actually correct now. I mean, I prefer that we have a superscript with the n, but in both of those terms, 5 to the n and kind of that mess toward the end, in both of these, that n is an exponent. So that n is, so 5 factorial is raised to the n and 5 is raised to the n in the question. So again, apologies for the typographical errors here. And we'll give you a few minutes. Again, this comes from the brilliant-minded Buñuel. And we're going to do a whole hour of nothing but Buñuel's hardest questions in hour number 24 here. So enjoy this one while it lasts. It's not as bad as some of them. Give you a couple minutes. Okay, getting almost universal agreement here that the answer is A. Let's see. So again, if I get the opportunity to translate, I'm going to take it and see if it gets me somewhere that I can do something nice and clean that I can prove. Makes me happy when I can do that. 5 to the n is a divisor of this thing. So 10 factorial minus 2, 5 factorial raised to the n. 5 to the n is a smaller number. This thing has to be an integer. So I'm interested in basically what this is asking me is how many 5s are in the prime factorization of this bad boy. That's it. Pretty simple and straightforward sounding. I'm a little freaked out by the number. Not freaked out is probably the wrong word. I don't want you guys to get freaked out by it. That kind of a big number. I mean, the obvious thing that comes to mind here is to say, well, where are the 5s in here? Let's think about that 10. That's interesting. I got the 2 there too. So this is cool. I can do some stuff with this and say, I'm going to rewrite this part here so I get the 5s out of it. So I'm going to write the 10 as 2 times 5. Do I like that? I think I like that. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to factor out that 5 factorial. I think that's going to be nicer. So I factor out the 5 factorial. That n isn't supposed to be there, I don't think. Something's funny there. Anyway, factor out the 5 factorial. So we get 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6. Special guest, Apologies, going to take a quick pause. Come here, buddy. Want to do some math with me, dude? It's my son, Kian. Bedtime. Not going to ditch my dad duties. Kian, say hi. Nothing? Okay. So I can handle this a couple ways, and I'm running out of space. So I'm going to put you down. It's hard to do math with you. Night, night, dude. Night, night. Night, night. Nothing? Okay. And now he's stealing all my dry erase markers. So where I'm struggling, I'm having a little bit of a brain lock. I don't think that n is supposed to be there. Is that correct? Or if somebody can check. Oh, it's a 2 instead of an n. I was going to say something was wrong there. Thank you so much. That makes a whole lot more sense. I was like, there's no way that's solvable if it's an n there. Much, much better. So, okay, now I feel a lot better. Now I can start factoring this guy. 5 factorial. I want to do it. I think that works. Times 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 minus 2 times another 5 factorial. And that's squared. That's not squared, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys, I'm starting to struggle here. So here's the mess we get over here. So I know I've got 1 5 here. I've got another 5 there I could factor out. But the question is, what happens to the rest of this? And that's where I don't trust that the answer really is 2 here. And I'm struggling a whole lot with this arithmetic now. Told you guys I'd start making mistakes at some point. Hour number 11, here we are. This is what saturation feels like. Absolutely. I'm going to start over. I'm just going to take out the 5s. So I know I have 2 5s in there. So I know I've got a 5 squared there. I know I've got a 5 squared there. I'm left with something that's kind of ugly. So I get 9, 8. I'm sorry, I get 2. So I took the 10, I divide it by 5, I get a 2. I get a 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, minus, and then I got all the other stuff here. 2, and then I got a whole bunch of 4s, 3s, and 2s. 4 squared, 3 squared, 2 squared. This is horrible, but this is going to start cleaning up in just a second. I love it. People are sending stickers every time I trip up. Do that. We're going to raise a ton of money for Ukraine here. Every time I make a mistake, please donate, guys. I love that. So I'm really suspicious no one gets a Buñuel question, that there's some way that this arithmetic is going to clean up. So I'm going to start pulling stuff out here. I got a whole bunch of 2s and 4s. I'm starting to feel this now. So I'm going to rewrite this as a 4 and another 4. There's an 8 there. That's going to come out. I got a 4 here, that's coming out. I got a 2 here, that's coming out. I got a 3 there, that's coming out. I got a 6 there. There we go. This whole thing factors. Check that out. So I've got a whole bunch of 2s and 3s and 4s and 8s. So what we have here is 5 squared times 8 times 6 times 4 times 3 times 2. I'm sure there's a more elegant way to do it. What do I get? 2 times 9 times 7 minus 1, I believe. And now our question is, do we get a multiple of 5 here? And I think we do. 7 times 9, 63, times 2, 126, minus 1, that's 125. So once we break down this whole thing, and again, I'm sure that somebody can come up with a much, much better way to do this. And I think I'm seeing some answers here in the live chat. That what you end up with out of this is you get a 5 squared. You get a whole bunch of other stuff factored out. That's a bunch of 2s and 3s. And then you get 125 here over 5 to the n. And there you go. Once you factorize that, we get 5 5s in there. Answer is not A, which was our almost universal agreement of the live group. We had maybe a couple people say D. And there you go. Okay, that was my worst moment so far of the 11 hours. Thank you so much for putting up with me. I did get to bring my kid in, which was nice. All right, we have time for maybe 2 more real quick. These are going to go smoother, I swear, because Bunnywell didn't write them. Next question, remainders. So this is where I'm going to start applying the dumb guy way and start looking for patterns. Key statement, worst moment so far. It'll get worse, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this one's getting juicy. Seeing a pretty even mix of a couple different answers. Let's see where that takes us here. So 7 different numbers selected from the integers 1 through 100. Each of those is divided by 7. What's the sum of those remainders? We get a little conceptual with this and kind of say, well, what do remainders end up looking like? So we could do that and kind of say, well, I'm going to start at some random chunk of these numbers. Let's say from 20, 21, 22, and so on. Let me give myself a little more space here. Let's go from 21 upwards. And think about what happens to these remainders as we divide by 7. So remainder, we divide 21 by 7, we get 0. And then they just keep increasing by 1 until you hit the next remainder or next multiple of 7, remainder 0, and it resets. So the principle here that is helpful is that if you're dividing by 7, the remainder can't be any bigger than 6, right? That's the maximum remainder. So you can use that for good on this question. You can use that for not so good. The range of the 7 remainders is 6. So that might prompt you to say, yep, cool. Okay, so that means we're covering all of them. So if the range of the 7 remainders is 6, that means we've got all of these dudes covered from 0 to 6. And that must mean we have each of those in there. So the sum of the remainders must be whatever the sum of all the integers from 1 to 6 is. Makes sense, right? Except here's the thing. We know the range is 6. That doesn't tell us anything about what's in between. All that means to us is we know that we have one number in there of those 7. We know that one of them is a remainder of 0. We know that one of them is a remainder of 6. Only way for that range to happen, considering you can't have a remainder any bigger than 6. What about the in-between? What do we know about it? Could be a bunch of 6s, could be a bunch of 1s, could be a bunch of 3s, could be one of everything. It's going to give us a different sum. That's why A is not sufficient. Statement 2, not seeing a ton of confusion on this one, which makes me happy. So the 7 numbers are consecutive integers. And that's basically exactly the case we're kind of going through here. They're all different numbers. Oh, you're right. They're all different. 7 different numbers. Okay, question that just came up in the chat that confused me for a moment. We know that the numbers are different. It doesn't mean that the remainders are different. So we could have 7 different numbers that in theory all have the same remainder, or 6 numbers that have the same remainder. So back to statement 1 for just a second. Those 7 numbers, we know that one is a remainder of 0, one's a remainder of 6. So this could be, for example, 21, and this could be 27. But we could have a whole bunch of other numbers with a remainder of 0. Talking about statement 1 here still. So we could have 28, 35, remainder of 0 again. So that's why statement 1 is not sufficient, because it could be true that you have one of everything, but you could have a whole bunch of other stuff going on between there. Now for statement 2, that's where it does say that these numbers are consecutive. And if that's the case, we're exactly in this world up here. Notice what happens if we keep going. It becomes pretty obvious pretty quickly. Remainder of 0, remainder of 1, remainder of 2, remainder of 3. And off we go. It doesn't matter which 7 you pick. If we keep sliding this over, we keep getting the same answer that we've got one of everything. Remainder of 2 goes to remainder of 1. Either way, that sum is going to be the same for that reason. Answer is B. Okay, I have one more question I would love to get to, but we're kind of down to the end of the hour. So I'm going to call it quits here. So again, if you want more number properties, I'll probably do a couple hard number properties questions in Buñuel's hour of power at the very, very end here. If you want to go through more of the basics, again, our guy Harry, who's a lot smarter than I am, also sleeps more than I do, has a sexier accent, he's taller, has better hair. Yeah, he's awesome. GMAT Ninja YouTube channel, he's done a whole bunch of number property stuff. It's fantastic, a lot better than I just did. He doesn't make these ridiculous mistakes. All right, that's the end of hour number 11. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm getting kind of tired of that picture of me. Oops, did I say that out loud? Hello, everybody. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 12 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon. Raising money for Ukrainian refugee charities, 5 of our favorite organizations, International Red Cross, Caritas, World Central Kitchen, Come Back Alive Ukraine, and Save the Children. All have good infrastructure on the ground, can put your donations to work right away if you're watching this much later. And if you're enjoying this content, you've got something out of our live lessons. Please donate to something you care about. Find a conflict zone somewhere in the world and please donate. All right, no more math for a little bit here. This session, we're going to talk about parallelism, finally back to sentence correction for a little bit. Thank you so much for the encouragement, everybody. So parallelism and other contact sports, some of my favorite stuff. I have no idea what I mean by the contact sport stuff. But again, my goal here is to kind of get at common pitfalls. We're not going to go through super basic parallelism. Give you a couple of fairly straightforward ones, but what I really want to get into is where is it that you can make mistakes on parallelism, even if you're kind of an intermediate to advanced student. So let's jump right in. Here is question number 1. Thank you so much for that, Donna. Really appreciate it. All right. Getting decent consensus in the group. Got maybe 60% going one way, maybe 40% going a different way. So what's going on here? Okay, so parallelism. Really, this first question, what I just want to remind everybody of is kind of how, like, what are you looking for? What's a trigger? What's the thing you can look at and kind of hang your hat on? So it's really easy to kind of think of parallelism as 3 things need to sound the same, or 4 things need to sound the same, or whatever. Oh, the things in a list need to be the same or similar. And it's like, well, that's kind of hand wavy. What do we really mean when we say that? What we mean by it is, okay, well, when we see the word and, that's always got to jump off the page at you. So I talk a ton about, okay, you're looking for those definite errors and looking for those opportunities for quick eliminations first when you do sentence correction. Then you're breaking things down based on meaning. So when you see that and, you should go, all right, parallelism's happening here. What comes after it? We have a weakening of the dollar. Okay, fine. So we've got a nice little noun going on there. So everything else that needs to match it logically should match it. So let's see what does that. So we've got one view of the economy contends that a large drop in oil prices should eventually lead to, in A, lowering interest rates, as well as lowering fears about inflation and a weakening of the dollar. There's all kinds of stuff that's pretty funky here. There's also a rally in there too, I apologize. So a rally in stocks and bonds. So really not very good parallelism there. So drop in oil prices should lead to lowering interest rates. Shouldn't it be something like a lowering of the interest rates? Because if we say lowering interest rates, it kind of sounds like it's the interest rates themselves that it leads to, and they happen to be lower. It almost feels like that's an adjective. And we're saying that the drop in oil prices leads to interest rates. Yeah, okay, they're lowering, but it's the interest rates themselves that it leads to. That's pretty odd. If you want to be conservative, you could keep it in, but this really isn't ideal, especially if we have other options here, which you'll see in a second. So a lowering of interest rates and of fears about inflation. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Now we've got embedded parallelism here, where we have kind of a list inside the list. So the drop in oil prices should lead to a lowering of the interest rates and also a lowering of those fears about inflation. Makes sense. So a lowering of the fears about inflation, fantastic, and a weakening of the dollar. We've got a whole bunch of nice nouns parallel to each other in the broad structure. We've got a lowering of these things, of 2 things. We've got a rally and we've got a weakening. Can't beat that. I'm going to hang on to B. C, pretty good in the beginning, right? A lowering of interest rates along with fears about inflation. Now, this is really subtle. The along with fears about inflation, now this is no longer part of the parallel list. So this is something that's a modifier. Once we say along with fears about inflation, now we're modifying something. So what's going on there? Does that make any sense? I'd argue that it really doesn't. So a lowering of interest rates, so a large drop in oil prices should eventually lead to a lowering of interest rates. Sounds like we're saying a large drop in oil prices should also lead to fears about inflation, which logically isn't right. Now, maybe you can look at that sentence and go, I know what it means. I know that it's trying to tack the along with fears about inflation to the lowering part, that it's a lowering of fears about inflation. The structure doesn't give us that, though. You got to read that a couple times to go, well, wait a minute, is that trying to say that the drop in oil prices should lead to a lowering of interest rates? And the other thing the drop in oil prices leads to is fears about inflation. We can argue, but it sounds to me like what it's saying there is that the drop in oil prices should lead to fears about inflation, which is the opposite. Oil prices go down, we should be less afraid of inflation, right? So as what happens a lot on sentence correction is you can look at this and go, well, it's not so bad. I can make sense of it. Yeah, true. Fair enough. Is it wrong? Absolutely wrong. I would not argue that it is. But look, I've got this nice clean parallelism here where there's no doubt about what's going on. Lowering of interest rates, a lowering of fears about inflation makes logical sense, nice and clean. Here, I'm not quite sure what that along with fears of inflation is doing there. I'm not sure if it's saying that the drop in oil prices should lead to fears or a lowering of the fears. Since that's not clear, I'll take the nice, clear, concise type format any day over the one that's kind of muddy, C's out. D, interest rates being lowered, kind of back to that same issue that we had in A, really not very clean parallelism, should lead to interest rates being lowered, a rally in stocks and bonds, don't have clean nouns there, no need for that. Have the same issue there too with the along with fears about inflation. Kind of sounds like it's the drop in oil prices that might be leading to it. Unclear at best, broken parallelism at worst. Same thing in E. Drop in oil prices should eventually lead to interest rates. That doesn't make any sense. Interest rates being lowered, that's not what's happening here. It's a lowering of it, a rally in stocks and bonds, weakening of the dollar. So for that reason, B is right. Okay, we're going to make this more interesting. Yeah. Next question. Give you guys a couple minutes. All right, seeing some nice juicy disagreement here, especially as time goes on. It seems like the more time I give you guys, kind of the more you start arguing with each other, and I think that's really, really healthy. I'm going to cut a couple corners here in the interest of time. I don't want to obsess over the if versus whether thing, but generally speaking on the GMAT, and there's other potential issues with A and D here, but that's not the part I really want to focus on. So we're saying that something. So if is generally used for if-then statements on the GMAT. So if X occurred, then something else might happen, usually conditional statements. That's not the case here. Put in a really, really hyper oversimplified way, if you have the choice between if and whether on the GMAT, and both of those are present, if whether makes sense, you don't want to use if, generally speaking. So A and B aren't our winners here. Now, part of why I picked on this question is for some of kind of the richness of the parallelism here. Not because it's the hardest example, it really isn't. But one of the misconceptions I run into quite a bit on sentence correction is we feel like parallelism means that we have to have the same verb tense if we have multiple phrases or multiple verbs. And that's not the case at all. So when we're talking about parallelism, noun, 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 verb, 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 as long as that function is the same, we're good. We compare past to present to future all the time. So I could say something like, I ate 4 burritos yesterday. I am eating 12 more today, and I will eat 14 burritos tomorrow. Totally parallel, right? It's just 3 verbs. Doesn't matter if they're different tenses, as long as that makes sense logically. Same deal here. As you look at C, so art historians are using a process known as infrared scanning in analyzing the Mona Lisa to determine whether it has been altered since completion. So we've got the has been altered, and whether Leonardo da Vinci first sketched the figure in black. 2 different tenses, no problem at all by itself. That is absolutely not an issue. A practice employed, well, that's fine too, right? So a practice employed by many artists at the time, no problem. We're talking about that sketching the figure in black. We're kind of reconnecting to that practice. Not a problem there at all. D, whether it was altered since completion. So I'm going to hang on to C. No problem. Sounds a little funky, arguably, if you have a problem with the tenses not matching, but here it makes sense, right? Has been altered since completion, and whether he first sketched the figure in black back in the past, no problem there. D, whether it was altered since completion. Well, it's not the worst thing. I'm not discarding it out of hand. So just to clarify, getting some questions about this. I'm not saying tense doesn't matter. Tense matters enormously for meaning. Parallelism, you can have different tenses, no problem. So I don't want you to look at parallelism and say, because there's an and, those 2 tenses need to match. Parallelism has nothing to do with tense. You have 2 different tenses be totally parallel as long as you have 2 verbs. Not a problem. So I don't want you to look at this and say, has been altered. So that's a form of the present perfect tense, a little more complicated than that. And we have sketch, simple past. That's not a problem as long as it makes sense with the meaning. So it is not a parallelism issue to have different tenses. So that's what I meant by that. D, whether it was altered. The reason I don't love that is, what are we saying? We're studying this painting in the present. And what we want to know is, has it ever been altered in any time from some point in the past when Da Vinci drew it until the present? So it makes a lot more sense to have this, again, if you like the jargon, a form of the present perfect tense. Starts in the past, continues into the present. I don't love having straight past. I'm not sure it's wrong, but I'm not sure it's ideal. And whether the rest of it, I think, is the same, and whether Da Vinci first sketched the figure in black, as was done by many artists at the time. This is one of those classic things. So as we keep talking about these sentence correction examples, first roll through, you want to find things that you're certain are wrong. Again, typically on the GMAT, you got the choice between if and whether. It's going to be whether. In the interest of time, I'm going to cut that short and just say if is reserved for conditional statements, typically on the GMAT. Whether is preferred when in a situation where we're kind of asking, did it happen or did it not happen? As you look at D, it's like I've got 2 things that are different between C and D. I don't love the was, little vote for C. I don't love the as was done. It makes it a lot clearer to reconnect this and say, well, what part of it are we saying was done by artists at the time? We're talking about the alteration. Are we talking about this entire phrase? Here, it really helps to reconnect it to that noun, to say this was a practice that was employed. Does it sound funny? We can argue. But this is actually quite a bit clearer to say this particular practice, sketching in black, was employed. So huge, not necessarily, but I've got two things here that I like a little bit better in C. For that reason, I'm going to cross out D and keep C. Again, I'm not saying anything in D is absolutely wrong. And E, whether it had been altered since completion, that's a problem. So had been altered, that suggests that it's something that happens before something in the present. And that's kind of the opposite here. We're saying had been altered since completion. It was completed centuries ago. Had been altered since then. No, that should be has been altered since then. Right there, we can ditch E. And our answer is C. All right. Next question. And apologies, guys, I've been asleep at the switch. We've been chatting with Donna a little bit from Stratus, but this is another block sponsored by Stratus. And if you've been with us for much of the day, Donna is one of my very favorite people in the industry. Jeremy, absolutely going to bat for us. Susan's one of my favorites as well. Some just great people, great process going on at Stratus. You're curious about admissions, please go talk to those guys. Some of my very favorites in the industry, Donna in particular. Thank you so much for being so supportive. Both in terms of supporting the fundraiser and just as a person. So love you guys. All right. I think it might actually be easier to leave this one up on the board, which is not what I just did. There we go. And I will mark up a little bit on my board a tiny bit, but it's a parallelism question. It's also a punctuation question. And it's one of those that I think kind of throw you. And it was interesting, again, this was another kind of case where the first batch of people kind of all agreed. And then as time went on, we had a lot more doubts kind of come in. Kind of the key here is to really think about the meaning and go, what exactly is this list? Wait, there's a second half of the marathon? Oh no, just kidding. So if you look at this list and think about what's really going on here, because you've got all these modifiers kind of embedded in the list, it's really complicated terms inside the list. So I'm going to read the sentence. I'm going to read it kind of carefully to sort of emphasize what the elements in the list are. Self-compassion is made up of, now here starts our list: mindfulness, definition; common humanity, definition; and self-kindness, definition. So one of the ways you can anchor yourself, if you look at this kind of thing and you struggle and it kind of turns into a whole bunch of swimming in your head, one of the ways you can always anchor yourself on parallelism is to say, hey, I got the and, what follows it? I got another term, and then that's followed by a definition of it. Self-kindness, comma, what do we know about it? It's a recognition of your own suffering, solving the problem. Okay, great. So what's the rest of my list? I got 3 of these things, and then they're modified. Now, once you have that in mind, the question becomes, what's going to clean up that list? And there's all sorts of little twists and turns in this question that we could dive into that I think kind of get a little bit messy. But bottom line here is I start to look at these semicolons. Once they give me the options, I kind of scan through the answer choices and I see that option of semicolons in some of them. I'm going, you know what, that's going to clear it up a whole bunch, because as I look at this sentence, is it wrong to have commas the way you do in, let's say, A or B, where it's all commas, no semicolons? It's not wrong. But the deal is we only have 3 items in the list, and we have, what, in A, we have 6 commas, something like that. I'm exaggerating. But you kind of have all of these little phrases just burying this thing. And it's really, really hard to understand. Is it wrong? Again, not exactly that. But I'd much rather see it broken up. So as I go down and I look at C, D, and E, the ones that have semicolons, that's where I kind of go, okay, now are these semicolons in the right place? Thank you so much, Vibar. Absolutely an honor. Thank you so much. So in A, we have just the 1 semicolon right here. This is it. And I realize I'm blocking the screen now. We only have the 1 semicolon. That makes no sense at all. We got 3 items in the list. Once you anchor yourself in that logic of what's actually trying to be said in this sentence, it makes no sense to have 1 semicolon. Then we're breaking up like 2 things that are together with a whole crap load of phrases. And then the second part is separate. That doesn't make any sense. Eliminate C for that reason. I'm not necessarily eliminating A and B yet, by the way. As you look at D, pop it back on the screen real quick. As you look at D, now we've got it, right? So everything that comes before that first semicolon, so mindfulness, definition, semicolon; common humanity, definition, semicolon. And then after the underlined portion's over, and self-kindness after that last semicolon. It's exactly what we want. Going to be awfully hard to beat. As I look at D, I'm pretty much eliminating A and B at that point, because now I've got a nice clear sentence that's going to eliminate that mess of 6 different phrases separated by commas, when really there's only 3 things that are in the list. So now I'm getting rid of A and B because I know I've got a better option. And then E, kind of the same deal as we saw in C. We only have the 1 semicolon right here. There's no semicolon here at all. There's nothing. There's not even a comma. So self-compassion is made up of mindfulness, definition, semicolon; common humanity, to empathize with the suffering of others; and self-kindness, all one big old messy run-on phrase. For that reason, I'm out on E, and we can pick D. Plenty of other little things you can look at in this question that actually get pretty interesting. But bottom line for me is anchor yourself in that intuition of what exactly this is trying to say. What is this really composed of? Once you recognize that, the parallelism cleans up, and so does the punctuation. And your answer is indeed D. How much more time do we have? Got about half an hour. Awesome. Okay. And quick thought, getting a lot of comments in live chat about punctuation in that last one, about semicolons and how they work. We do have a video on punctuation from a few years back. It's just an hour talking about punctuation on GMAT, what to focus on, what not to. If punctuation is something you're worried about, check that out. It's kind of a simplification of that issue. Okay, we're cooking now. I'm getting really, really interesting cool doubts on this one. This is exactly what I want. So I'm still getting questions from that last one with the semicolon. I don't want to rehash that here, probably because I want to stay focused on the parallelism. Again, if you're interested in punctuation and the semicolon issue, semicolons do not always have to separate independent clauses. They can also separate complex items in a list. Again, we have a whole video on punctuation on the GMAT Club YouTube channel. Maybe if one of the mods can post that in the chat, that'd be great. So check that out. It's a whole hour on it, not just on semicolons, but that'll clear up everything, hopefully, if you aren't tired of watching my face and don't want to ever watch one of my videos again. All right, this one, seeing great doubts here that make me kind of happy because it means that there's good productive learning going on. So there's a lot of ways you can tackle this question. It's part of why I just like it fundamentally. I wouldn't be surprised if I've stuck this in a couple of videos before and just don't remember doing it. Here for parallelism, what I really, really like about it, that's kind of the habit of mind I want you guys to build for the GMAT. Again, we're looking for ways we might get an easy elimination. That's what we're chasing. So I see that and it's not underlined. It's pretty buried in there, right? I mean, it's kind of end of that first line, but that's what indicates I got to have parallelism somewhere. Something going on there. I got the and. What's the phrase that follows? I got this clause that starts with that and that the government spends beyond its means, and then off we go. So, all right, for this to make sense, I pretty much have to have something else. It's not pretty much. I do need something in the same structure. I do need something else that's a clause beginning with that. Maybe I could get away with something like a who or a which or something like that, possibly. But I need something along those lines that's going to be in the same structure, else it doesn't work. So right there, A and E are possibilities, but B, C, D are out. Do we want to have a conversation about whether these make sense from a meaning perspective? We certainly could. Other stuff to look at in B, C, and D that we can debate. But if I'm under time pressure on the test, I'm looking at this and just going, yeah, hey, wait a minute. I got to have parallelism there. Something's got to be parallel to that government spends beyond its means. It's got to be the phrase beginning with that in A&E. So that there is waste in government. Voters agree on two things, that there is waste in government and that the government as a whole spends beyond its means. I got to have that or else it doesn't work. So right there, I'm down to A&E really, really efficiently. Now, we've talked about this a little bit earlier today. There's a lot of gimmicks out there where it's like, oh, you should spend no more than 60 seconds on sentence correction. Don't get caught up in that. Spend the time you need. Do it the right way. But one of the things we're into a lot is people that maybe struggle a little bit with their reading speed. So it's really tight for you to finish all 36 questions in 65 minutes. Reading comp and critical reasoning might be a little slow for you. If that's the case, if you can find ways to gain 20 seconds here, 30 seconds there on sentence correction, it's going to help improve your scores on the other ones if you're somebody that struggles a bit with time. Okay, now between these two, again, we can get into a meaning conversation on this question. It's actually a pretty fun one to dig into on that level. I'm not going to do it because I can highlight a faster way to do it, which is just parallelism knocks out 3. And now as we look at E and A, structured very, very differently. E, there is agreement among voters that there's waste in government and the government as a whole spends beyond its means. Independent clause, right? We're just starting a sentence. There is, off we go. What happens after the comma? It is difficult. Here comes another independent clause. Can't have two independent clauses, full sentences, separated only by a comma. That's bad news. So for that reason, E's out. Now, a lot of people look at this and go, what a mess. Well, this is a dependent clause, if you like the jargon here. However much voters may agree that there's waste in government. Okay, now what? We're not done with the sentence. We need another independent clause there, which is exactly what you get. So structurally, A is way better than E. E is just straight up wrong. Comma splice, if you like the jargon, two independent clauses stitched together. B, C, and D, pretty easy eliminations off the parallelism. So this question, they can get really murky. And part of what I'm seeing in the live chat, and I've seen from probably dozens of students on this specific question over the years, it is really, really easy to get kind of caught up in like, however much, well, that's awkward. I don't like the sound of that. I don't either. I wouldn't say that in real life. Not that anybody cares what I would say in real life, but the GMAT definitely doesn't care. Don't use your ear here. It's really easy to get caught up in that stuff. When if you're looking in the right places where you may not think to look, and those key triggers, the and is jumping off the page at you, this one cleans up awfully fast and isn't too painful. All right. Go ahead and take a couple minutes on this guy. Okay, looks like we have to end. This could be our last question here, I think. Because it looks like YouTube is about to do weird things to our video if we don't cut it in the next 10 minutes or so. So, okay, I think I set you guys up really well for this, and I'm kind of sad. I'm actually kind of sad I chose this one. Not because it's a bad question, but because I had a couple others that kind of get into some funky issues. I was setting you guys up to struggle on a question that's probably one of the most active. So one of the questions that kind of bred a very active thread on the forum. That's going to have to wait for another day. But here, I think I set you up decently for it. I'm seeing some pretty good answers. Some people struggling a little bit. But once again, think about kind of the way the parallelism works out here. Industry reps said that this thing and expected. So industry reps expected piracy to increase in A. That's fair enough, but it's kind of weird to say the reps said this thing. So said that there's 1 million copies, and then the reps expected piracy to increase. It's not saying they said it. It's saying they expected it to increase. They said this other thing about the 1 million copies. It's not to say that that's wrong. It's reasonable to say that these guys expected piracy to increase as internet became more available. That's fair enough, but it really doesn't make any sense with the sentence. We're trying to say that the reps said this thing at the end of 2021, and they also said this other thing. They said two things. There's 1 million copies available of Hollywood movies online, and we're also saying that they said that they expect piracy to increase. For that reason, again, we can split some hairs over the verb tenses too here, but A and B are out. As we look at C, this starts to sound a little bit better in a way. And again, your ear is not really your friend on sentence correction. So industry representatives said there were about 1 million copies of Hollywood movies available online, comma, and they expect more piracy to increase. So there's a funny redundant thing there that I don't like. With the wider availability of high-speed internet connections. Here's the part I want to focus on. You could eliminate it because of they expect, I didn't put it in there, more piracy to increase. But here's the subtle thing that I think is a really, really useful takeaway, because you see it quite a bit on the GMAT. A whole bunch of different ways we can kind of construct the same thing. So we could say that they said that, this, and that, this other thing. Keeps it nice and parallel, and we're very clearly anchoring it to said. Or it could be the separate brand new independent clause, and they expected piracy to increase. But now, as soon as we do that, as soon as we set it up as a separate independent clause, now it doesn't feel like it's anchored to their statement. It just sounds like it's separate once again. So now what the sentence is saying in the way C is constructed, very subtle point that comes up on harder questions. They expected piracy to increase. Statement. Separately, they said that there were 1 million copies. Why are those two things in the same sentence? Aren't we saying that they said two things? Or we could say that they expect two things, but it doesn't make a lot of logical sense. It really doesn't carry a very reasonable meaning to say they said this thing and then expected some other thing. So for that reason, I'm going to kill C. The redundancy is also an issue there. More piracy to increase. D, online, and that they expected the increase of piracy as high-speed internet would become more widely available. I like this a whole lot better. Said that X, said that Y, much, much cleaner. So that structure makes me a lot happier. You see the same structure in E, but you see much, much better. The verb tenses are a lot less clunky here. Motion picture rep said that they expected the decrease of piracy as internet would become more widely available. That doesn't make any sense. They said that they expected to increase as internet became more widely available at the end of 2001. Yep. So E is your winner. D is out. One thing that I get a kick out of on these older GMAT questions, things that we just don't do anymore, like capitalizing internet. There's a bunch of questions that say online and they hyphenate it. Very 1990s of them. I love it. Okay, we're going to wrap this up. Thank you so much again, Stratus. Thank you so much. Just as an organization, have just gone to bat for us hugely on this fundraiser for Ukraine. Everybody at every level of the organization, it's been absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much for sponsoring this. If you guys need good admissions consultants, call them. You're not allowed to work with Donna. She's reserved for my students. I'm joking. But so many great people over there. And thank you so much for sticking with me. Anybody who stuck it out for the whole time, 12 hours so far in the books, we're halfway through. Thank you so much. If you have friends that might be even vaguely interested either in Ukraine or in the GMAT, please drag them in. I got 12 hours more, need the energy from the crowd. So please bring your friends in. We have to take a technical break here, or else YouTube is going to do really screwy stuff to our recordings. So we're going to shut this off for a little bit. I'm going to get a break whether I like it or not. And sit back, relax a little bit. And yeah, my hero, another guy, 5'7" tall, musical talent, great on a stage, doesn't seem to get tired that easily. He's a lot better than I am. Enjoy the video, and we'll see you guys here in another 20 minutes or so.
Come la mission. 1, 2,